Alright, so attempt number 2 at this, and not using XSplit, using OBS. Let's let's do this. Even though I probably lost like everyone that was watching earlier, because they probably didn't think I was going to stream again.
Hey.
Just means I'm going to be up much later than I thought I was going to be, but oh well. Okay, I just realized I still have Firefox open.
Let's go.
You can just loot running and sleep early. Huh, this is true, I could do that.
Dispose of them.
Here goes.
Hello Blue Rogues, welcome to the stream. I can obviously tell that you are a fan, but just from your screen name.
That was fun.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? this is like our second attempt at trying to get this run off the ground, so I had issues earlier, technical issues. Yes, technically the run is done because this is pre-recorded, so I already know the result, but I'm not going to spoil it. Hey, Akadavo. Yes, Nomix is not. Although he probably would have hosted me unless he's still streaming. I didn't check to see if he was still streaming. And yes, sub 15 for right now in this game is actually pretty cool, but we're trying to make it even better than that. This is kind of a test and so on and so forth to make sure my computer doesn't blow up with using OBS instead of XSplit, because XSplit apparently kills my computer now. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna do that because I like that. I like splitting there more than at the death animation. I don't know. I just like it better.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, I think the first time I did this run, I don't know what I was thinking when I just did splits, or when I was thinking about when to split. I don't know. Just who knows.
Moons, give me strength. Let's try this.
Moons, give me strength.
No, defending is just defending. You don't get, well, you don't get anything, you don't expend anything or get anything for it. It just lowers damage. If you want to like raise your if you want to raise SP, you have to focus. The early game is the run killer. If you can get past the early game, which we've got a new strat in place.
That was easy.
Yeah. That would possibly help with that. Because you're trying to get damaged, like, repeatedly. If I'd have just defended, I wasn't getting damage in that round. Also, I didn't split because you were distracting me. Everything's distracting me right now. Also, thank you, Karu HS. I did not see you before. Well, I'm kind of distracted in general. It's not really, it's actually not your fault. I'm just distracted in general because so much went wrong today. You think Blue Rogues? Yeah. And yes, this is pre-recorded Akadapo. I did it last Saturday. Yeah, it's mine. Defending wouldn't give me more SP though. Like Pyre, using it with Ica uses all of it up immediately. You only get 2 SP per turn, and her Pyre uses it all. I would have to focus with Vice instead of defending, and I don't even know what focusing would probably only get me one more point of SP, which wouldn't help. Oh no, yeah, you don't need it to just to attack normally. You don't.
Retreat!
Oh, this freaking random battle.
Retreat!
Yeah, the random battles are the RNG. I mean, they just are, so... That's what makes you lose or gain time or whatever. I mean, it's just that is the big RNG factor, especially at the beginning of the run.
Hey,
Obviously, I mean, if you want to talk about run killer, when you get to the Ixataka area, um, There's one major place that annoys the heck out of me, which is Rixus. Rixus is about as annoying as it gets, and you'll see why. If we get to that section in this run, you will see what happens. Rixus was not nice. Yeah, we definitely get the white map as soon as we're able to, but we have to get 10 moonfish to get it, and it takes a while. Like we don't get the white map until we get Enrique in the party the first time we get the Delphinus. Because that's how long it takes to get 10 moonfish and whatever. Because that's the only way in this. There's more than one way to get one, but that's the fastest way of getting it. We get that, and then we get the stealth ring, and the stealth ring you get in Nazrad when you're able to get there. Like basically, the first time you get to Nazrad with Vice and Gilder, when you get off the deserted island, you buy the stealth ring, which guarantees escape from battle, which is a good thing. And then, yeah, the white map. Then you get the white map, and then it's just pretty much like good stuff. I mean, the only RNG after that is just battles, like what happens in the boss fights and so on and so forth. It's just the beginning of the game. The beginning of the game is kind of rough. Yeah, the stealth ring. They still look good, Atheist Man. They're not. They are still looking good. Yep. I don't see the. That has to be what the issue was the last time. It just has to be that my computer was overheating, or parts of it was overheating, or whatever. I have no idea either. Yeah, I mean, and I mean, it hasn't been. Okay, when was the last time I streamed? I actually don't even know the last time. And you know, XSplit updated then, and it had had a newer, sleeker look to it, and it's still worked fine then. But then again, I didn't stream. I don't think I streamed very long with that stream, so. I don't know, something just happened between now and then. That's the only thing I just don't know. Something changed to where it's more demanding. And OBS just doesn't seem to be as demanding for some reason on my computer.
Huh? Uh-uh.
When the XSplit Nation attacked.
Thank you so much. Yay!
And by the way, somebody's probably going to ask this question, and I think it was asked the last time about choices that when you have to make choices and stuff in the game. You know, I followed what the segmented run did as far as what choices I picked because I figured, well, he probably figured out what was fastest. I imagine. But as far as like if it has an animation, obviously, and depending on how slow that animation is when you pick that option, I mean, obviously that's slower. And then some things are just text only when you make the choice, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know. But I don't know. I just follow what the segmented run did. Also, thank you for the host, C. Carl Bobadine, and I really apologize if I said your name incorrectly as well. I have an issue with that. But you can smack me or something if you want. And I also saw that you followed me earlier when I was checking my email, so I do appreciate the follow as well. So we're just running around Pirate Isle right now. I'm just getting some items and gonna teach Alpha Storm. It's useful for random battles, and I'm gonna just totally derp here. So just ignore the fact that I'm running into a wall, and not able to find my way out because I don't know why. What was wrong with me when I was doing this? It's just me being. It was just. I don't know. It was just a dumb thing. Alright, so we're gonna talk to Vice's mom, and she doesn't really have a name. Her name. She's just Vice's mom. Although they managed to give his dad a name, but whatever. I agree. I could listen to the soundtrack for this game for all the time. Ever since I did this run last Saturday, I just had the music. I've had the music stuck in my head. Yes, I was drunk. That is correct. I was totally drunk doing this run. Drunk and tired. Okay, I really wasn't drunk, but I was tired, which was probably making me seem drunk. And this ladder is really the final boss of the game. This is the boss because it just takes forever to climb up this ladder. Thankfully, you only have to climb up at once and down at once because we'll have to climb down it later on when we get back with Drachma and we have Fina in the party. I mean, that ladder is crazy. That's just craziness, like how long that is. Pretty much atheist, man. I think I do need an emote for that. Just an emote of that giant ladder that I can have in my FFZ emotes. Alright, so we're getting through some intro stuff, and then once we get out of here, we'll go to the real first dungeon of the game. And I will try to split properly the next time. I actually should have just skipped the first split and not split at all, but oh well. I did anyways. I plan on doing a much better run at some point and beating what the time this ends up being, because I kind of have an idea of what the time is for this run already, so... Alright, so we talked to Vice's mom and we get some crystals, some healing crystals, and we don't actually have to go directly talk to Dine. He gives us the purple moonstone anyways when we try to leave, so you can't miss it. So rather than walking over there and just like talking to him, we just let him stop us and say, "Oh yeah, don't forget this. You need this. Here you go, son." Alright, so we're gonna get these magic droplets because they're gonna be invaluable actually. And now we're leaving. That was probably a little bit late split, but it's still okay. It's not too late. Nomics with the host. I didn't know if you were still streaming or not. Actually, I saw you were streaming before, but I didn't know if you were still streaming. And that's if you're even in the chat yet, but anyways. Alright, so Shrine Island, which is not too difficult, but the encounters can be a butt if they decide to be. Sometimes they just decide to be a butt. No audio at the moment, but yo. I'm sure to you, atheist man, that spam of emotes probably looks like just a bunch of words everywhere that Nomics just did. But yes, all of my FFZ emotes were, I got the images and then I gave them to Nomics and he edited them for me and then I submitted them, so they are actually done by they were actually edited by Nomics for me. And I'm reading your comment, Blue Rogues. I agree. I don't know. Just everything about this game from the first time that I played it, and even now, I just like I don't know. Nothing else could, no other game could beat this game for me, and I just have fun replaying it over and over again. That's why I don't mind speed running it. I mean, obviously, if I didn't enjoy playing it, then I wouldn't do it. But anyways. That's true. He's just seeing words right now if he's not hearing the audio, so he doesn't actually know what we're talking about. And my encounters in here could be much better, like the way that I actually handled the random battles in here. I don't know. I could have done this much better. So it's just sloppiness.
Here goes.
Lucy. Lucy is Nomix's dog, for anyone who is wondering, and she is adorable. Take her out back. And take her on a date. What? Unfortunately, I don't have the Lucy emotes in my chat, but
We won! We won!
at least in that last battle, I got a looper, and loopers are really good. They give you a lot of magic EXP, which obviously helps you learn magic faster. And there are some magic spells that we need in this game, as much as you may think, oh, they're useless. And for the most part, yeah, they kind of are, because you're going to stop using it after a while, but it's okay in the early game. And some you will continue to use, like Inkram, and the healing spells mostly outside of battle, because it's much faster than you don't want to cast it. You want to use items to heal in battles, but and for these first two fights, it's very magic based. Like we're trying to learn Crystalli right now, which is the first purple magic spell, and we're going to use that on this boss here. If I had gotten an electric box from the soldiers in Alfonso's ship, which you can, it's a very 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 low drop. I don't even know what the percentage is, but you can get one. You can make Antonio a joke because that pretty much owns him in the face, and this boss here, it would do more damage too, so but it probably has a percentage of breaking after a while, I would imagine, like, because all those boxes that have magic spells in them will break after a while, which you will see that I get very bad luck later on with that, because we end up buying a bunch of Crystalli's boxes, which is the second tier purple magic attack, which is it's a very good single target hitting magic spell. And it gets used a lot in the early game, and even some of the other fights. But yeah, it's very useful early on. You are probably correct on that, Seacrow. That is, I would imagine that is probably it, because it's very 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 low. That the guy that did the segmented run of this game probably reset his game. I probably don't want to know how many times he reset his game to get that drop. It was probably a ridiculous number of times. So the chance of that ever happening in one of my real-time runs, it could happen, but probably not very high. I do get some lucky drops in this run though. As we'll see if we can get through and get past, past the point where my computer died the last time or was crapping out because it was overheating. Which the temperatures, I'm looking again, are still fine, so... Alrighty, so that it seems to be okay. Mostly these fights are are pretty easily handled with Pyre. Like these little snake things are very weak, and you could even use Alpha Storm if you build up the SP for it, which is probably even better because then you don't use any MP to do it. But that's why we have the magic droplets, is so we can heal the MP back before we fight the Sentinel. And coming up, this always seems to be a scripted fight that happens like right here, and I don't know why. It just seems to be scripted no matter what. I mean, maybe if you walk around the edges or something of the platform, maybe it doesn't happen, but... Because I knew you were probably going to ask in at some point, Atheist Man. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it because I just want to make sure that it's okay. We're not gonna have the issue again. I like how, in one day, I just said, okay, well, XSplit isn't working for me. Downloaded OBS, somehow got it working, and got everything doing what I want it to do, and just started streaming again. There may not be a way. It may just be something that they programmed into the game to say, okay, this happens right here. Because it always does. I mean, every run I've done, it happens. It doesn't say I've dropped frames. And I'm watching the stream too, like I've got it pulled up, and it seems to still be playing fine for me. I didn't see it doing anything. What happened on the first split? I forgot to split. That's what happened, and I should have just skipped the first split, but... Well, I was distracted. I should have just skipped it, but oh well. We really can't go back now, so... Technically, yes, the first split should have been a Glod, but yeah. Yeah, I was talking to Atheist Man when it happened and totally just missed it, so... There was a lot of things that happened there, but mostly because I was distracted, because I've been trying to get this to work again, and whatever. In case you missed it, Sylvite, I'm no longer using XSplit. This is OBS. This is through OBS now, because XSplit apparently kills my computer. I'm not too concerned. I'm really not too concerned about it, Sylvite. I mean, believe me, all I wanted to do was get this back up and finish this. That's really what I wanted, so...
Here goes!
This is exactly, and that's what I care. I just want to see the final time. I mean, that's what I want to see. I mean, would it help to have? I mean, if I split correctly on the other splits, okay, maybe. If I could, for if you want to see real comparisons and whatever. But for right now, I was just not too concerned.
That was fun.
Okay, so you heard that part. Okay. Well, Sylvite, it it should, considering considering this is pre-recorded, and besides the fact that I do plan on beating this time, so that's my plan, as I plan on beating this time anyways. And then I'll get new splits, and then I'll forget to split again, and then it really won't matter. So you see, it's just a big cycle of me not paying attention. Yes, you do. You have to make sure that happens, Atheist Man, because apparently that is imperative. I like how I got this encounter like right here before the door. And anyone want to take a guess at how many times I've opened that door without healing my magic points back? Because yeah, it's happened way too many times to count at this point. I should rename this. Yeah, I should just rename it Distraction, or Atheist Man Distraction. About to get a haircut. Good luck on the run. Yeah, have fun with that haircut. Actually, I just said that because I didn't know if he still didn't have audio or not. I was not entirely sure. Alright, so this is the Sentinel, which is this boss is pretty predictable because he always pretty much does the same pattern. I mean, he'll do target search, which is a free turn to do damage on him, and then he'll do blaster the next turn, and then it just repeat. I guess he can normal attack you too, but whatever. He mostly just does that pattern.
Give me strength.
So we're just gonna spam Crystalli because it only for some reason Crystalli only uses 1 SP in comparison to Pyre, which uses 2. I guess because Pyre hits all enemies, and maybe that's why they probably made it cost 2 SP. But oh well. Makes it easy for this fight because I can also keep building up the SP to use Cutlass Fury, because you're going to run out of magic points before you kill this thing. So you kind of need a bunch of Crystallis until you run out of MP, a Cutlass Fury, and then probably a normal attack to kill this thing, depending on damage ranges. They didn't balance the magic at all. Yeah, I mean, they pretty much didn't, because I mean, we use it in the run, and it's useful at the beginning of the game, and then you don't use it, like, ever again. I mean, you only use it at certain points. Because you just don't use it anymore after a while, and it was useless anyway. If you play this game casually, you probably never used it anyways, except for maybe a little bit. I mean, Incrum. You used Incrum because that's useful until you got Glyphs of Might, and then once you got access to buy Glyphs of Might, you probably didn't really use it again. Yo, hi Syroxis. Thank you for the good luck, even though I actually do know the end result, because this is pre-recorded. This is pre-recorded, so I already know the results. So I'm kind of just relaxing and letting this run and getting splits and talking to people. But yes, it is right at the beginning, and we had technical issues earlier that we finally resolved, and
Moo!
now we're
Give me
finally getting this
strength!
underway, and hopefully we'll be able to continue it to the end. I did the run last Saturday. I'm just getting splits because I don't know what the... I need to... You watch me watch a video and do splits, and then I talk about the game. Yeah. That's pretty much how it's gonna go.
Let's try
And this
this!
is a time loss. There's several reasons why I'm pretty sure I have a time loss here. First of all, the random encounters, um, and there's some other things. So I just think it's because of the random battles and probably some slowness in this boss fight. So, oh well.
Moons, give me strength.
It'll be okay because we'll be saving time throughout the rest of the run. Don't worry about it. It looks like you can start streaming again next week. Nice. Did you get your computer? Because you said your computer was broken or something was wrong with it, like it wouldn't start up or something. And I guess you got that fixed. Yeah, that's a bad split. So now I know I can save time on that one split for sure. Mostly just encounters and things going much better in Shrine Island, but oh well.
Yeah!
Give it to your tech guy and he fixed it. Yeah. At least it's fixed and now and you can stream again. That's always annoying when bad things happen technically. I've already dealt with that today. I gotta say I love your beard. Atheist Man does have the beard. And we're getting close. We're getting close to where we were, like getting back to where we were before when my computer blew up the last time. So maybe we'll be okay. You did trim it a little since the last podcast. Alright, so we're gonna make a our trip back to Pirate Isle here, and it's destroyed unfortunately because the Armada attacked it. And this was a back attack. You can tell by the looper. The looper was facing the other way. Oh, I already know. Yes, Rex. It is a PB, but I won't spoil any more than that. Because I kind of know what the time is. Like, I obviously I can tell based on the video, like how many hours it is, or yeah, basically the time on the video. I can tell that much. So yeah, this was a lot of, like, this run came. I can basically attribute to a bunch of people. as far as getting the time to this low. And I wasn't the first one to get sub 14. I mean, obviously that was NG Burns that did that because he's the one who actually tested and put the captain's hat strats into the run. So, and he motivated me. So, but the captain's hat, I mean, strategy was recommended by more than one person. I mean, Silvite brought it up to me, and Vice Arcadia on Twitch was another person that brought it up. So it's not. It was several people involved, and I can't take credit for doing stuff that people suggested and already tested out. The current world record is 13 hours and 48 minutes, and the leaderboard is on what is it, speedruns.com? Because that's the only place it is. Like, it doesn't exist really anywhere else. The times are just on there. No, it's not SDA. It's like it's like speedruns, whatever, the speedruns.com or whatever, not speedruns live, but whatever, that other website that actually has the leaderboards on it. Yeah, that time is his is NG Burns. That's his time because he got it. I'm not spoiling at all what if my time is world record or not because that's I don't want to. I don't want to spoil it. And plus, if NG Burns comes in, I don't want to spoil it for him either. I want him to find out, and we'll all see what the final time is. Are they really? Yeah, Yagamoth and Saito, are they only a minute apart? I mean, they had issues, obviously. I mean, well, Saito did anyways. He had emulator issues, which is why his is so long. So, don't trust that too much his time because it probably would have been much better. And Yagamoth, that was his only run, like his first run, and he said he got lost and didn't know what he was doing and whatever. Their times could be much better. Yeah, I see Saito occasionally, like he streams, but I haven't been in his stream in quite some time. And I haven't really talked to him in a while either. But he is the moderator on the leaderboards on there on speedrun.com. He actually approves the runs because he was the first one, I guess, to make the page or whatever because he was the only one that did a run of it at one point. Like I started doing this because I found him. I found him speedrunning this game or doing testing and everything, and then he did an actual run of it, and then I was like, okay, I've got to do this, and he gave me his notes, and I took it from there. I took his notes, which have been heavily modified since then, and made them my own. Which are, I will say that my notes are probably really good for a beginner runner. If you know the game, okay, if you played it before and you at least know the game, you could probably take my notes and do the run, do a speed run of it. By the way, this is like where the run ended last time because of technical issues. So we don't split again until after Sailor's Isle, so we've got a ways. We're not going to split for a while. It's a really, yeah, right now it's just it's so long. It takes a lot of endurance. Like you've just got to, you just have to do it and find. And the worst part is actually obviously finding the time to do it because, I mean, that's a huge time commitment. And then me restreaming it now obviously is another time commitment because I mean for obvious reasons. And yes, I accidentally examined that little box next to the box you're actually supposed to pick up because I don't know. I didn't mean to. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If you ever played this game casually, you can examine literally probably everything in this game, like most of the things in this game, like anything in a room, anything that's just there. I mean, you can examine it, and Vice will say something about it. They literally just, I don't know. They literally put like so much detail into the game and being able to examine stuff and I don't know. It's not so much in dungeons, but in like towns, like you can do so much. And on the ship in general, you could examine most of the stuff on Drachma's ship and it would say something. The level of detail on that is just, I don't know, I think that's pretty great. Yeah, just get sub 14 on your first attempt. You're good to go. Can you examine the text boxes? Sure, Atheist fan. Totally. Fourth wall breaking. Yep. That's pretty much true. We are officially past the stopping point of last time, so let's all be happy about that. So we're gonna go through here. We're gonna get stopped by Doc. He's gonna give us the tutorial on moonfish. Which the moonfish are actually really important in this run, obviously. Yes, officially. Moonfishally. So yeah, we get 10 moonfish to get the white map, obviously really important. And then we get like 4 more to get more, which get you some items, especially something that you can sell for a bunch of gold. And then, yes, I just went ahead and did what NG Burns did, which is get three more moonfish for that. So that's a total of 17 moonfish, which gets you even more money. I went ahead and did it. I don't know if it actually saves time or not, but I did it anyways. You get 2 items that you can sell for 10,000 gold when you get turn in the 17th moonfish, the gold bullion. You get 2 of those. You can sell them for 10,000 gold each for an extra 20,000. So money is really important in this run, especially later on because you're going to end up buying Piranha seeds from Ilkamus, who is your most important crew member, obviously, because the Piranha seeds raise your attack power, and we end up buying it's over 50 Piranha seeds over the course of the run, and yeah, that makes Vice just as powerful as he would be, you know, normally in a normal casual run of this game, probably, unless you bought like way more Piranha seeds to max out his attack, of course, but I think the total I bought in this run was probably like 53 or 54 piranha seeds. I can't remember. One thing to note here, the mystery merchant is not there where he's supposed to be, which is good. I actually like the fact that he's not there because that means the next time I come in here, he's going to be there and I won't have to leave and re-enter. If he's there the first time that I come here, what I'll do the next time that I come back here, which I'll end up re-entering because I have to get something after we defeat Baltor and the Blackbeard. What I'll do is I'll enter the town, leave, and then come back in. Without walking all the way over here, I just enter the town, leave, come back in, and he's there. And it seems to be consistent because I need him to be there the second time because we have to buy Crystallis boxes from him. He's the only one that sells them, and those are very important. So the fact that he wasn't there pretty much means that he'll be there the next time. Or that's what it tells me, is that he'll be there the next time. So I don't have to bother leaving or re-entering and all that nonsense. So we got a treasure chest that had some gold in it. We got 2 moonfish, and then we talked to Drachma. And try to talk him into taking us to Valua. But basically telling him, yeah, we found out that there's a harpoon cannon that he can use to... Harpoon cannon, how in the world did you time that to where right as I say harpoon cannon, you start hosting me? That timing was absolutely just, that was outstanding. But thank you for the host, Harpoon Cannon.
Yeah!
I appreciate it. I haven't seen you in a while. Cause you're a boss. I mean, that seems to be the case. As soon as I say that, I got that little nose that says you're hosting me, and I'm like, well. Always on time, yep. Well, the only thing that would have been even better is if you showed up the first time you used harpoon cannon. That would have been even funnier. And we're getting there to where we'll use it. And I'm losing time on the split, but I'm not sure why. Probably just, I don't know, randomness and the random encounters or something. I don't know. And just derpiness in general, but it's okay. It just means that I have like time to save at the beginning of the run. That's what I'm seeing, is that I can save time all over the place at the beginning. I'm already gonna save it like so much as the run goes on, but it just seems, I mean, obviously I have time to save early on too. Alright, so we're gonna leave here. Or maybe it's not that I'm losing time here. I don't know. Ignore me. That was actually, because that actually was a gold. So it's fine. Ignore me and don't listen to what I say, because I'm crazy. I'm changing Drachma to red here just in case we get into a battle and we end up killing them and whatever. I want the red magic points, so it's just, I just go into the menu and do it. Yes, in the first split would have been a gold, but I didn't split because I'm so intelligent. And I was distracted. Let's see if I save any time on this fight though. I can't remember how my fight against the Blackbeard went. I mean, it's not difficult. This fight is not hard because he's like the first introductory ship battle. It's like the game introducing you to ship battles, but I don't know how I saved that much time on that split, but probably just not doing things. I don't know. I'm not gonna argue with it. I'm not gonna argue with the fact that I saved time unless I split differently there once again.
Aye, aye.
Well, the 90% run is now under 14 hours. I mean, obviously, if you do a first run, it would probably be 14 hours and something. But 100%, there are people that are talking about it. NG Burns was talking about it, wanting to do it, which is the current world record holder for 80%. And yeah, there's a lot. I mean, if you're doing 100%, the worst part about 100% is the 2,500 random battles that you have to do. That's the worst part of it because NG Burns actually went to that Hamachow Island after he beat the game to see how long or how many encounters that he got, and it was like 60 something encounters. I kid you not, that's how many it was, and that means that in a standard run you get into like 60 something encounters, 68, 69, maybe a little bit more depending. But that's like absolutely ridiculous. Like in a standard run like that, that's how many you get into just normally. Oh man. It was actually pretty hilarious. I mean, just to see that. Yeah, Bon Kato's 100%. Goodness gracious. Yeah, whenever Buffon does that, that is an amazing feat. Yes, this game does have my name on it, Akadapo. That's not a coincidence. And yes, I did say 69. 69 I'm gonna do. This is true. He just leaves his computer going and all that, and just sleeps. And you know, yeah, this game is about my skies, the skies of Arcadia, which is me. And sorry if that blew anyone's minds by him saying her. I am a girl. So lots of people come into my stream asking if I'm a girl or not, or a girl or a guy, and whatever. And I'm gonna set the record straight and tell you that I'm a girl. Okay, my voice is just really deep, like B. Arthur. If anyone actually knows who B. Arthur is, considering that's probably a really old example to use, to think of me like that. I'm B. Arthur. And then another gold, okay. I'm 800 years old. I don't think B. Arthur's 800 years old. That's because whenever you're a girl and you have a deep voice, this is what you have to do. This is what happens. I mean, I don't know. You're expected to have a high-pitched voice if you're a girl for some reason, and, you know, I'm not. I just don't. Also, hello, hello, Kodum, and I apologize if I said your name wrong as well. I know that you've been in the stream before, so welcome. Thank you for showing up. I don't know what people think if I don't use. I've always used mic though. Like I've always talked on stream. But no, I just get asked sometimes if I don't know. I just get asked if I'm a girl or a guy. Yes, this is pre-recorded. Sorry, I missed a lot of stuff that's going on in chat. It is pre-recorded. I'm just getting splits now. Okay, I don't sound. Let me put it this way, atheist man. I don't sound like a bubbly. I don't know the right way to say it. A bubbly schoolgirl. I don't know. I'm probably not saying that right at all. Well, yeah, and well, the person who has the world record right now played it on emulator, which it does make the game look better on stream, and I'm really not sure if there are differences between as far as loading or different things or that matter between emulator and actual console. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know if how much it matters. I don't sound like Belle, yeah, basically. I don't sound like a Valley girl. Those are probably better examples. Thank you. So, last person I saw this, they cast Electrics and you stopped watching. Oh my gosh. That sounds like a really old little boy. Well, thank you, Atheist, man. I don't really know how to take that. Yeah, Atheist Man told me I was a Southern Belle the first time that he came into my stream some time ago. Because I do have that slight little Southern twang or whatever. Because I'm from Tennessee originally, but you know. Yeah, the accent is there. I can't get rid of that. The Southern twang is just going to be there no matter what. So certain words that I say, or you know, just things, you can tell like right away, just that I'm from the South. I'm not sure, Sylvat. Actually, I'm not actually sure if it's slow or not. I know I know that it's. I would play it on console over emulator. I mean, that's just me because I prefer, you know, the normal, actual console over that.
Hi.
It's possible because the US version of this game on is the fastest version, surprisingly, at 30 frames per second. And I played on the Wii because I think it's even faster to play it on Wii. I mean, no, not really. It's not, Atheist Man. But it's there. It's not really like it's close enough. I don't know that it would save that much time considering when we compare this run to NG Burns. I don't think I'm gonna save that much time. But then again, I did have a lot of things that went wrong in this run, or not just mostly encounter stuff. So
Whoa.
yeah, apparently the Japanese version of this game runs at a lower frame rate too for some reason in comparison to the US version. I have no idea why. That usually is not the case, but it's usually PAL. Like the PAL version of most games runs slower, but everything else. Oh, that little girl looks so creepy. This man. What I like about that scene is that she's like, "Thank you," and I like when he said, I like when Doc just goes, "Whoa!" Like it's so amazing, or so I don't know. It just sounds so funny and out of place.
Uh-huh.
In before world record. Well, that's going to be the hope. Although I already know, but I'm not. I just don't want to spoil it for people who are interested. I mean, I do agree, Atheist Man, that they are kind of dark, and it just looks weird. That much I do know. So I'm re-entering Sailor's Isle to get 100 gold for defeating Baltor, and go buy some stuff from the mystery merchant before we go to Valua, because I need those. I need the Crystallis boxes. So we buy 3 of them. I'd love to buy 4, but the money is such an issue. It's so tight early on, and I want to have enough money to buy some healing items. The voice clips are different, really, than in this version than the original. That's interesting. I mean, we already know that the music quality is different because, well, it's just worse on this version. Sadly. Yeah, it probably is. That's probably why it's for the same reason. Welcome back to the stream, Do Grandia. Yeah, that's why that just suffers, unfortunately. I wish it didn't, but because this game has such wonderful music, but like yeah, I would imagine it sounds really good on Dreamcast. Like I've never played the Dreamcast version, but I would imagine that it sounds really, really, really good. I have the Japanese version of the I have the Japanese version of the Dreamcast game because I had the limited edition that I found online and bought from someone because it had neat stuff in it and I wanted it for collector's value. So, dude, I want the physical soundtrack, but I think it's really hard to find it now. And even if you go online like eBay or something like, or in some of these sites, you have to be really careful because people, obviously, you could get bootlegs. Like, there people have made like dozens of fake ones, and you don't know if what you're getting is actually legit. I mean, I wish I had it. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'd rather have it through legal means. Right now, I think it's just hard to find it nowadays. I mean, at least find it legitimately. Um, I could probably go through somebody that I used to get a bunch of stuff. I have a guy that lives in Japan that I get stuff from, and I could probably ask him to look for it. He could probably find it. Um, Donkey Kong Country. That's what Sylvite is talking about. I like how Dragma's like, yeah, we could. I've heard that there's a way out of to get off of Value or get out of here. It's like, yeah, when they throw your corpse over, when they throw the corpses, you know, out after they kill you. Yes, Sylvite plays um, Donkey Kong Country 2 or speedruns it, and I watch a lot of people that speedrun Donkey Kong Country, so I have a lot of friends from that just there. All right, everyone, let's meet the Armada. Let's meet the members of the Armada. But oh, you need an old version of the firmware. I guess that makes sense. I guess I can see that. That stinks though. I mean, I won't say how I played Tales of Vesperia because I had to play the crappy 360 version. Although, I mean, I played it and beat it, but you know, it was the crappy 360 version. Yeah, them newer consoles, Sylvad. I have like 7 or 8 games for my 360, and I wonder why I have one. Quite honestly, I mean I've beaten Vesperia, but I haven't beaten any of the others. So I really wonder about my life choices and getting that console. So I wonder about my life choices in general. Favorite admiral, huh? I gotta think about that one. Favorite admiral. I mean, my first response to that is probably Gregorio. I have a feeling that no one is going to say Alfonso because, well, yeah, I just have a feeling no one will say Alfonso. Um, Loco is a very good villain. Like, I'll say that much. He's very, very, very good. Because he just got the craziness going, going on. So I think that's what makes him a good villain. He's just nuts like the Joker, I guess is the best way to say it. But I like... Vice is your favorite admiral. I don't have anything against Beleza or um, Vigoro. I don't have anything against them because I think they're pretty cool. Vigoro is just funny. I mean, he's just kind of like comic relief, and then there's a lot more going on with Beleza than meets the eye. Silvi's favorite admiral is Ramirez. I'm just gonna say that, throw that out there until he says otherwise. Yeah, I love fighting Air Pirate Vigoro. That's such a good fight, and um, he does so much. He's really fun to fight and does a lot of damage. I have a file where I can just go do that on my memory cards. Because otherwise, thank you, Silva. I knew you would throw some input in there. I always just have to say that to be a troll. So the fun thing about this little chase here, you would like, do you get this? Do you actually go the right path to get him and get the sacred crystal that you get from actually like catching him? I don't really actually know what is faster because the segmented run didn't do that. I don't know. I mean, if you go the right path and catch him, you can get a sacred crystal, but I don't know. The segmented run didn't do that, probably because it was slower, because it does stop you and make you have to read a text box and whatever. But probably maybe what I did was slower anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you have to go take a very specific path to do that. I mean, okay, you get a sacred crystal out of it, but it's not worth it. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's worth doing it because I think it is slower to actually get it. Because you don't need it. Yeah, I bought some, so I've still got some, so it's just not. Yeah, you don't actually need it. You didn't do a true 100%. It would be funny if the game did count that as some sort of treasure rate in the treasure rating or something. That actually would be funny. All right, when I make the split when I get to the catacombs, I'm going to mute myself for a little bit because I'm going to eat something because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day, and it's now 4 o'clock here, so yeah, you can imagine I'm hungry. Because there's nothing really going on in the catacombs. It's like, I don't know. It's just me fighting random battles, and learning Sacri and learning Incrum. I mean, that's basically what you're gonna see in the catacombs, so nothing exciting. There are some other good dungeons that are good to go leave and walk and go do something, but I mean, and I went the wrong way there. Um, there are some other, like, what is that? What, Kazai in Yafutoma is another good one because that's just long and boring. So that's another good one to do that. So I'm going to teach Drachma Tackle and Spirit Charge. Very, very important here. And in my notes, and I also learned Delta Shield. Forgot about that. That's now added into the route. We learned Delta Shield ahead of time because you need it. And I was trying to use the Captain's Stripe and then realized, oh, I can't use the Captain's Stripe because blah, blah, blah. I guess we don't have the little jack right now, so that makes sense. So I changed my notes for that, so I don't try to use the Captain's Stripe there. I use it earlier than that. That was just me thinking I could, and I was trying to save menuing time, and yeah, it didn't work, so it's okay. And split, forgot about that. Alright, I'm going on mute for a little bit, but I'm still gonna be here, just eating.
Moons, give me strength.
Serves 'em right.
Moons, give me strength.
Moons, give me strength.
Here goes.
That wasn't so bad.
Yeah, listening you all talk about like missing treasure chests and stuff like that, I can only imagine like doing a 100% run of this game and finding out at some point you missed a treasure chest somewhere, then you're trying to remember where it is. That would just that would be heartbreaking. Also, welcome back, Nomics. If you have audio, I don't know if you have audio or not.
Moons, give me strength.
No, you do have audio. I'm just sitting here eating pizza while this dungeon goes. Also, welcome to the stream, Argus Zero. I somehow missed you showing up. But welcome. Hope you enjoy yourself here while we're talking about Skies of Arcadia. Did you have a nice haircut, Nomics? Because that's what you said you were doing. Yeah, casual run while eating pizza. Yeah, so we get the Assassin's Blade and the heavy armor. Good stuff. New weapon for Vice and just armor. So good stuff. That's why we get these two treasure chests, but we don't get the other two because they're kind of useless.
Yeah. Moons, give me strength.
We won! We won!
Sailor Moon. Thank you for making that reference, Nomics. I think it's a good reference for this game, actually, because of all the things about moons in this game. I really don't know about that glot on that split, but oh well. Because I'm not sure where I split there, but I think that makes more sense to split there, like right when the battle starts, because I really want to time this fight and
Let's try
whatever.
this.
So yeah, the crappy thing about this boss fight, that breaks immediately. I have 3 Crystales boxes, and that one breaks, which really stinks because I don't want to use the other 2 that I have, um, because if one of those breaks, I can't use it in the next fight, and I really need the 2 in the next fight to take out the spell wardens immediately. So, this fight was very slow, and I don't know how slow it was in. Actually, I think I probably like split really wrong last time, which is why this is doing what it's doing. So ignore it. I probably forgot to split or something like that in the last run. That's why it looks like that. So just ignore it. The time is probably completely wrong. So, anyways, this fight is going to be really slow because that broke. So, otherwise, if it didn't, I could keep using it, and that's an extra 500 and something damage every time I use it. But now I have to just attack with Vice, because that's what I do, is I just attack with him. Because I don't have any other choice. I mean, that's all I can do. And then Spirit Charge and tackle with Drachma, which is already the strat, so.
Let's try this.
It looks like he wants a hug. Yeah, right, Nomix. I don't think you want to hug this guy. All I know is that I have time to save here for sure the next time. That's definitely true. But now I realize like how messed up my splits are, because they're probably pretty messed up. From just like forgetting to split or splitting at different times. You see how bad this is? But oh well. All I care about is what the final time is, so I'm not really concerned about it. And yes, Nomix, you should play this game sometime. It's a good game. And coconut milk instead of regular milk in a smoothie. Yeah, how is that, Nomix?
Let's try this.
Money is the issue, do Grandia. I really don't have enough to buy another one, because they're like 800 a piece, and I generally only have enough money for 3, and I still want to buy a few healing things before I come in here, so that's why. Even if I could buy another one, I wouldn't have any money left to buy anything else for sure. Which may be fine, maybe, I don't know. But there's no real good discoveries that you can get. You can get the guide stones, which is really close to Sailor's Isle. I believe you get like 50 gold for that. Like it's nothing. It's nothing big. And then the other discoveries that you can get in that area, you can't access until you can go through the Stone Reef. And when you have Vina in the party, blah blah blah. So there's just not a lot of options. Tastes tropical, like a pina colada. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Drogma, I swear, his hit rate is just so pathetic. My splits in this area are so messed up from the last run. That's definitely obvious. But oh well. And now we're gonna make. I think my fight goes really well against the executor. So the only thing that happens is that one of them gets Incrum off on the executor, which is it's okay because he never uses tackle. I don't think so. It actually ends up being a pretty good fight. Yeah, exactly. The Drachma is just, it's such a risk. Also, the one thing that you can get in this dungeon from the Mind Stealers is a Mace Hand, um, which is a weapon for Drachma that's really powerful at this point in the game. I didn't get it, obviously, but if you get it, he makes short work of this boss, and it helps on, obviously helps on the last boss and other bosses going for it. Like, you don't need another weapon for him and for, like, the rest of the game. Um, But the mace hand, I don't know what it is. It
Try
can't be
this.
like really low, like the drop chance on the mace hand. It can't be too low, but it's just more. It's just annoying because I've never gotten it except for some in practice sometimes. See, this one gets off Incrum, which is like okay, that's annoying, but it's okay. Yeah, having the mace hand this early, I mean, the hit rate on it, like, don't ever normal attack with it because you're never ever gonna hit, but to use tackle with it, yeah, it's good stuff. So the Spell Wardens are dispatched immediately with the Crystallis boxes, and then from there, we guard, because Aka can die very easily, especially if she gets tackled, and
This should work.
yeah. The tackle would be a one-shot on her, so that's why I have her guard. And then I'm gonna then use the Crystallis box and have Vice use the Crystallis box, or sorry, use Incrum on Drachma.
Moons,
And then from
get me
there we're gonna
straight.
tackle Crystallis box, and this guy really doesn't have a lot of HP, not as much as you would think. So, is it really? Okay, well that's lower than I thought, Grandia. Um, okay. I will see you when you come back. So I'll still be here. You know I'll be here a while. See, like I said, this thing, he really doesn't have. He's really powerful, like, but he's not. He doesn't have a lot of HP, like, and that counter attack right there really helped. Um, I'm, that was good stuff, and 6 damage, good stuff.
That was
Good
easy.
stuff. Nice quad. See that split is probably accurate. So that's yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, he's a glass cannon. That's really the best way to. That's a good explanation, or yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying. That's a good description. What's good, Namaku? Not much. Or what's good is this run, which is um, pre-recorded, and I know it's going to be a PB, so that's something at least. Yeah, so I've got time to save here in this area. It's probably the catacombs. I bet the encounters in the catacombs lost me time, but I've got time to save in the early game. That much is obvious. We can tell that the catacombs in Shrine Island need time. They got time saves. That responds to everything you're gonna say. Yeah, I pretty much do, because I know the end. I already know the end result. So
Oh. Hmm.
pirate cupulnomics. It's good stuff. Alright, so now we have to hope for good encounters here. Or at least the encounter's letting me run away. And I think it doesn't go too badly. Like, getting out of here doesn't go as that badly, so I'm gonna continue eating my pizza while this is, all this is going on, because it's kind of boring.
Retreat! Retreat!
Um, to answer that question, two reasons: I need splits, because I just recorded this on the fly, and I don't have splits for it yet. And I need the splits, and I need video evidence in order to have, get on the leaderboards. And they have to have the splits in the video,
Uh-huh.
video evidence, which is what I'm getting here, so I can submit it on the leaderboards. Because this was done offline, and just replaying the video, essentially. I had the world record, yes, and then NG Burns beat it because he used different strats, which I'm going to be using, and we'll see what happens.
Come!
Yes, there's another guy that has the world record right now. Yeah, as Duke Randy said, NG Burns.
Mother!
Because we found a time save, or we found, well, yeah, we did lots of things that save time, but anyways, cuts a significant amount of time off this run. At least I think it is. I think an hour, over an hour is, a pretty good time save. Yeah, I do. The captain's hat is definitely essential for, as soon as you get it, it's gonna save time in the boss fights. Every boss fight following it that's not a ship battle. So every regular boss fight, it will save time in, because it just doesn't have it. It doesn't have to do anything for ship fights. It just, unfortunately, I wish it did, but it doesn't. Because the game doesn't care what accessories you have equipped or your weapons or anything when you are in ship fights. But it helps in every battle beyond that, because I mean, obviously you get the piranha seeds, which you know, increases your attack, and then having the captain's hat on, it just increases it even more. Like you essentially bought several more piranha seeds. So yeah, it's a good investment, because the fight is not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Like the fight was, against Rupe and Barda, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So plus NG Burns had a good strat for it, because I watched his fight, and it's not bad at all, really. Plus, you'll see how my fight goes. My fight is pretty pathetic, in a good way, but you'll see what happens. It was pretty funny. So basically, the captain's hat, piranha seeds, all that is just, that's the game winners right now, until we can find like actual real skips in the game. to basically skip parts of the story or whatever. That's as good as we have right now. Just following the game's intended route, I guess is the best way to say it, until we find something else. Yeah, basically, it's like buying an extra 27 of them, which is, I mean, you can't beat that. That's good stuff. Like I said, man, if that actually did count for ship battles, like if it counted in ship fights, that would be amazing. Like just, I don't know, that would just be so good. But oh well. It did help. I mean, it helps shorten buying the extra piranha seeds that we do helps in the ship fights anyways, and it made Zelos much shorter. The legendary Dabu tree skip. Yeah, we need something like that in this game. Just something that just totally breaks the game wide open. I can't remember how my encounters go here as far as like running away, and I don't think it goes too badly. Like there's one fight that maybe that I have to fight because it wouldn't let me run away, and I just said screw it and and just fought them. And here's Galcian, and don't run around. Don't turn around and run into him because he'll kick your butt. Which is probably pretty funny if you to do it once just to just to see it. But we're not gonna do that today.
Retreat!
I think maybe this is the one I can't run away from. Yeah, that's the one I couldn't. But that's okay. It's okay. We'll see what happens. Because I can't remember. Because Vice is pretty powerful now because he has that new sword. So, and I think I make her do Alpha Storm, and it's gonna hit both of them because they're like right there. It's bunched together, which is perfect. I mean, you're probably like, oh, you probably should just try to run away again. And maybe I should have. Maybe I should have just said screw it and tried to run away again. But I don't know. The game doesn't like to. Once it doesn't let you run away one time, it doesn't like to really let you do it. From what I've seen, but I guess I probably still could have just tried. I think my problem is that I'm fighting too many random battles in my run. So there's so much time I can save by just not dealing with it, not fighting it, just running away and saying screw it. But sometimes the game just won't let you run away. Like it just won't. It's just mean. Alright, I'm going to... When the game transitions over to where you find Fina, I'm going to split. Oops. That was an early split because I had my hand on the key, but that's okay. It was close enough, actually, because it happened like right after I split. But yeah, I need to find my good balance of don't fight this battle, don't fight so many battles. That's what I need to do. So that's what I'm actually doing as I go back through my notes. So alright, this fight didn't go perfectly because what you had to do is use two Crystales boxes on one of them, which will kill them. But if they're guarding, it screws it up entirely. And unfortunately, the one that I go for is guarding.
Let's try this.
So it's just a look at the draw of which one you decide to attack, because unfortunately we attacked the one that was guarding, and if we had went for the first one, the top one, we could have killed him immediately. But like I said, luck, you can't predict these things, so And the unfortunate thing about these guys is that they can heal because they have Sacri. Um, that's the most annoying thing about them is that they can heal and they can guard and everything else. They're just annoying. So I can't remember what this guy does after I use this. Okay, he's almost dead, but I don't remember what he does after this. Okay, he heals. Unfortunately. But we're gonna Cutlass Fury and I think that may kill him. No, it doesn't. Okay, the Cutlass Fury is not enough.
Let's try this.
But the Castali's box. And my other one, I was getting really worried because that one broke too, and I was like, really? Like this? It was just like annoying.
That was easy.
Oh yeah, don't split now. I was fixing the split, but I don't need to. I'm not gonna split until after we beat the ship and get out of here. Actually, just when we beat the ship with the harpoon cannon, and then I'll split. Alright, so Little Jack's gonna come and rescue us, and then we have basically a very scripted ship battle where we're not gonna do anything other than just use the harpoon cannon and kill it, because there's nothing really else to do in that fight. So, it's just a matter of waiting until that happens. I still love this scene when they're separated and he's got that look on his face, like, and I just wish that Ica would do something like stick her tongue out at him or something, just something, because it would just seem so appropriate and perfect at that moment.
Thank you so much.
Alright, so let's do this ship fight. I like how the game, that text box, you know, he joined when Drachma joins the party. It's like, Drachma joins the party again. It's like, well, he's gonna leave again, and we're gonna have to do this again, so, you know. So, we just focus the first turn, and then finish it off next turn, essentially. That's pretty boring. Nothing else much to say about this fight. Yeah, so not much to say here. Yep, so actually I do just a cannon fire and then that. Just because why not? I don't think it matters because I think the harpoon cannon finishes it off no matter what. Plus the game just has to pull something on you and where this thing can guard or something. I don't know. Even if it guarded, it wouldn't matter. You'd still kill it. But that's the problem with the Hydra fight, is that stupid thing just guards too much. The Hydra would be so much faster if it didn't guard all the time. Every time you use Moonstone Cannon, if it guards against it. If it didn't, that fight If you get lucky and it doesn't, then it's good stuff, but never lucky. Alright, so we're out of here. We're out of Valua. Now we're gonna go do more exciting things, like go get moon crystals, because everybody's excited for that. Alright, so let me check something. I need to check how my computer is still going. Cause I'm not, okay, it's so good. Good, it's so good. Temperatures are so good. Fell asleep. What did I miss? Atheist man. I mean, not a lot. I mean, I obviously we can tell I have time to save in the early game, which is good. It's just I think it's the encounters that made me lose time, just how I handled them, or maybe just how they went, or the number of them I fought, or, stuff like that. But I'm trying to learn certain spells, so I guess it just depends, how that goes. That's a time variance. Yes, just in time for you to check again, yep. Which they seem to be fine, like they're pretty much staying around the same. The temperatures are staying around the same, really. So Phoenix is going to give us a history lesson, a quick history lesson about the world, and blah blah blah, and give us more of a backstory of what she's doing here, and blah blah blah, and then we're going to be on our way. Yeah, there's time to save all over the place. It's just I need to do better with encounters. I know where I need to I know what I need to improve next time. The world existed than it did. Yeah, because she's trying to collect the moon crystals, because blah blah blah. Because, well, actually, she doesn't really know why she's collecting them or why the elders wanted her to collect them, but plot twists and all that good stuff later on. Alright, so get that treasure chest, get this moonfish up here, and then climb down the exceedingly long ladder. Nomics. Oh, that's Cupel. Yes, that is Cupel Nomics. You were making emotes for that character. Now you know. Yes, it's the little thing that accompanies Fina. Usually, you just didn't see him until now. That's the first time he actually makes an appearance. Then the other times that you see him will be in battle because he's just flying around near her. Snake eater. Alright, so we're gonna go under here, and we're gonna get a tutorial about chams, which we're never going to get anything. We're never going to get any of these chams because we're never going to feed Cupel, unfortunately. So poor Cupel's going to starve to death this entire run. So, poor Cupel. He's going to yell at us every once in a while and say that he wants some food, but we're not going to give it to him. Beyond doing what our normal strat is for Tortigar, which right now is doing 3 prophecies. The reason why we do just 3 prophecies is because it is consistent. Because he can steal skin, obviously, which prevents and nulls any damage that turn. So trying to use Pirate's Wrath, you could totally just you could just null all your damage, and you just wasted your time, wasted your SP, blah blah blah. But if we can find, find a way that he has some sort of pattern to him, because he always seems to have the same pattern, at least at the beginning of the fight. That's why I waste turns at the beginning, because he heals once with Sacralin, but then he never does it again after I waste the turns and make him do that. And then
Yes.
after that, I just build up the SP to use Prophecy. Obviously, it would be faster if you did Pirate's Wrath. I mean, obviously it would, but it's it's a gamble. I mean, and if we could figure out his pattern, or if he has a pattern, or whatever, then yes, we could probably do that. We could do that fight way faster than using three prophecies, because you can't skip Prophecy's animation, and you know, it's just slow. So yes, there's ways to save time. But Thad, you just met Cupel. Yes, you did just meet Cupel. Don't worry, he actually doesn't. He doesn't really starve to death, Nomics. We just don't ever feed him, because feeding him the Chams is actually what makes him more powerful. But Fina is not really gonna do anything in battle other than throw items, um, focus. I don't know, a few other things. But she doesn't really do much in the fights. Not really, unfortunately. And we get her at level 1, which stinks even more, so we had to level her up a little bit, which we'll do in the next area while we get discoveries, because you don't want to go into the next definitely don't want to go into the next dungeon with, you don't want to go into the next dungeon with her being very low level, because it's already hard enough to run from fights. Yeah, it's just not worth. It's not worth the time. We don't power up Cupel at all. We don't teach her any S moves. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. We don't do anything with Fina, pretty much. She just gets relegated to guarding, focusing, throwing items in battles. Not much else. So we're gonna go into Sailor's Island. We're gonna buy secondary cannons, which. Yeah, if anybody knows the ship battle we need that in, well, good job. You played this game before. But they are needed to, yeah. I'm just gonna sell some stuff too, because why not? Sell these main cannons, and then I'm gonna get out of here. So we're gonna, and we also have to stop by, Doc. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. We had to stop by him and get some things. I really don't like, yeah, I really don't like the Temple of Pyron, because, I don't think it went very well in this run, honestly, because of the encounters. I don't know, it just didn't go very well, so, and Moonstone Mountain was actually really, really good. The one dungeon that was the worst out of all of them in this run is, Rixus. Rixus went absolutely terribly, so that's become my new hated dungeon now, unfortunately. Yeah, this is buying these weapons from this guy is something I didn't do before, and the reason why I do it is just it helps when fighting these random battles around the Maramba, because I don't know, just having that little more firepower, it just helps. Even though for the most part we're spamming magic, but that's not the point. It can just help, is all I'm saying. Maybe some people may not find it useful to buy a new weapon for Ica, but I don't know, I do it anyways. Nobody's route is set in stone at this point, so I actually don't know when I split here, so I could be splitting like totally wrong, but I kind of want to split here after Doc, because I still count him as part of Sailor's Island, so I kind of want to split here after him, after I get these items from him, which may be totally wrong. I may be totally wrong in doing this, but oh well. Because I don't actually know. I probably split after I left Sailor's Island, which is why I'm losing so much time, or why it looks like I'm losing so much time, but I really don't know. This gives you a good idea of how much time is wasted feeding moonfish to this thing, because you can see how slow it is. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so I'm gonna split there. Yeah, we'll know at the next split. Okay, dude, Grandia, thanks for watching and being here. I appreciate it. So I'm just switching around some equipment. Yeah, my next run, I'm gonna have a better idea of when I split and where I did whatever. So I'm kind of just gonna keep these splits as like this is the actual my new actual split. So and just say ignore ignore the last run entirely because this is much better. Plus I have the added split of putting Rupe and Barda in on the splits and that boss fight. So you know. Alright, so what this is gonna do, is we're gonna fight, after this scene anyways, we're gonna go fight some random battles, level Fina up, I think I get her to level 8 or something like that. I like to get her to level 8 at least, and learn a few magics, different magics, just to get some different ones, mostly red and green magic. And we're going to get discoveries, as you'll see here, the first one. So this is going to be this whole segment here is just getting discoveries. So if you like discoveries and you like watching random battles that probably take longer than they really should, this is the split for you. The discoveries are the main source of money in this run, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Especially the later discoveries, some of them give you a lot of money when you get them, so it's good stuff. And the reason why I Delta Shield here is, first of all, these stupid birds can use Eternity, which is instant death. Delta Shield blocks it, and as you can see, yeah, both of them used it, so yeah, that's the good thing about having, that is the good thing about having Delta Shield this early.
Moons, give me strength.
Like discoveries and not random battles. There's actually a split later on that has just discoveries in it and like really hardly no. I think no random battles. Yeah, because at that point you're not getting into them. It's like really late in the run, but there probably is an entire split where it's all just discoveries. I would say. I'm sure you weren't looking for like an actual honest answer to that question, but oh well, I gave one anyways. You were probably just looking for a silly answer, but oh well. You're gonna sleep until then. Well, you know, I'll still be here, so I'm not going anywhere, that's for sure.
Moons, give me strength.
The only bad thing about this is that because she's using Delta Shield, Vice's Pyre is not strong enough
That was easy.
to kill those things in one hit. Hers would be, and Fina's definitely would be. Fina's like, yeah, her magic is way powerful, and when I get her to learning Pyre, I'll have her use it too because hers does way more damage than Vice's does. So Fina gets used. She gets used in the random battles at least, because she can do a lot of damage with her, with that at least. So she just doesn't have a lot of uses later on in the fights, unfortunately. So I am gonna mute myself for a little bit because I'm gonna go do something, but I won't be gone long. So it's just that this is a very kind of like, yeah, whatever, it's kind of thing. You're just gonna be watching me do this, and it's not like incredibly exciting. So I'm gonna mute myself for just a little bit.
Moons, give me strength.
Let us be thankful for our safety.
Moons, give me strength.
Moons, give me strength!
Serves 'em right.
Okay, I just want to point out that those 2 Sylvite rings I got, good stuff. That's a good drop because the Sylvite ring prevents instant death, and there is a particular boss fight. There's more than one fight that's really useful in, and the fact that I got 2 of them from that fight, I was like, that's amazing. That was good. So yeah, just wanted to point that out.
Moons, give me strength.
Lambda Burst isn't worth this. Is not worth the moonberries. You want Pirate's Wrath as soon as possible, and Lambda Burst just you need I think 2 more moonberries for it, and it would make getting Pirate's Wrath even slower. So that's why we don't have it. Would it make it faster? Probably, but
Moons, give me
I just
strength!
it's at this point we don't do it because we want Pirate's Wrath as quickly as we can. After we unlock Delta Shield, every moonberry from that point goes towards unlocking Pirate's Wrath.
That was easy. That was easy.
Yeah, to elaborate, and also to go into more detail on that moonberry thing. Yeah, the moonberry route is very set in stone and restricted, because the only moonberry that we do not get, like in this early game, is the one in Moonstone Mountain, because just screw going back into Moonstone Mountain to get the moonberry that's in there. Oh my gosh, going back in there would just be a pain. Because yeah, the one in Moonstone Mountain, you would have to after you beat the dungeon, you go back in it and go get it, and it's just like nobody wants to do that. So unless you get like some extra moonberry drops, which even if you did, they'd still go from pirates towards unlocking Pirate's Wrath. But yeah, I mean, Lambda Burst would be awesome, like to have in this area, definitely. But I don't know. We need to get really lucky with moonberry drops, unfortunately. And I forgot about this thing having Slipper, which makes you go to sleep. If I had been using Delta Shield there, that wouldn't have happened. So then, like, the best alternative is just spamming Pyre and Magic and stuff like that. Yeah, I knew I was going to lose time here on this particular split because I was trying to get Fino to level 8 and get Ica to learn Sacries, but that was taking way too long. So I think I just entered Maramba at one point and just say the heck with it because it's not worth it. And I end up learning Sacries later anyways. Like, obviously this needs to be more refined and whatever. I mean, I'm sure it does, but...
We did it!
Maybe I'll only get Fina to level 7 or something like that going forward. And just not get Sacres or something, I don't know. Yeah, I just entered Maramba and said the heck with it. Because I could probably get away with just getting Fina to level 7 or something like that. I bet it'd still be fine as long as I had to, you know, increment on everyone. Because I can get Incrum on her on Fina whenever I want, I guess. So I can just see how good my early game was then in my PB. Even if I split differently, it doesn't matter. That's still, you can just see the time, how much time there is to save. I didn't know my early game in my PB was that good. But maybe I just had better encounter luck or something. I also don't end up with as much money as I normally do here either, which is, I don't know for what reason. Maybe I didn't find as many loopers or something to that effect, because the loopers give you lots of money and they give you lots of magic EXP. I think I end up buying maybe, do I have 3 of these? I think 3. Yeah. Because I like to have 4 of those on hand for the Crystales boxes. Alright, so we're gonna run around Maramba a bit and get some stuff. I'm gonna buy some, you know, you like the merchant's hat. I'm gonna buy some armor for the girls because they need it. They'll have the Nazarene mail equipped for quite some time actually, so it's pretty good actually to go ahead and buy that. Added defense, you know, keeps it it's more survivability. So I buy that and then I get out of here, and now we're gonna go buy a few more things and then get some treasure chests around here. This guy right here is my favorite shopkeeper. I swear. Just look at this guy. I don't know. I just he's just my favorite. So we're gonna buy some glyphs of might, like, and buy a few extra glyphs of might just in case. You never know what happens, and then some glyphs of speed. I don't use the glyphs of speed until way later in a couple of fights because they're useful in yeah, see the end of that? See, that's why that shopkeeper is so great. Look at him. He just, like, smacks his head off the table. So, I don't know. Poor guy. um... So, yeah, the Glyphs of Speed are only used in 2 fights. And we're gonna squeeze the poor little, Dabu in here. Poor guy. And for some reason I was having major difficulties with this and had to turn around, and there we go, I got through there. You get through there eventually. I mean, in the end that probably didn't save any time because of how long it took. This is true, that poor guy must have, because actually he's the only one that has Glyphs of Might for quite some time early on. I mean, there are other places that will sell them later, but yeah. Actually, some of the stuff that he sells is he's the only one that sells it. So we're gonna go up here and we're gonna get some armor for Vice, which is actually really good armor because it increases his attack power too. Alright, Nomics. I appreciate it. I will see you later. You know I'll be here for quite some time. Because this run is going to take a while. And everything just got off to a rocky start, so this is going to go later than I thought it was going to, but oh well. It's okay. At least we got it working. So we get a treasure chest up here that has some gold in it, I think 300 gold, and then we get that, and then we get the treasure chest that has a moonberry in it, but we have to go in that little, whatever you call it, that little sewer area or whatever, even though it's like kind of like There's no water in there, so I don't know. I think they call it the Marama sewers or something, or the well area. I prefer to call it like the well area. So we're gonna go. We go through here a little bit just to get the moonberry, and then we get the heck out of here. Because we don't have to like mess with anything to get just to get the moonberry. We just walk over here. Because this place is like you have to press buttons and stuff to open gates and open doors and everything, and it's kind of annoying, but you don't have to do that to get the moonberry. You just come down here, walk over here, go up this ladder and get the moonberry, and then walk out. And I was checking because I thought that I had enough moonberries to unlock Rain of Swords, but I don't. Not yet, anyways. Um, or I unlock Counter Strike, anyways, but I don't have enough. I thought I had more to unlock Rain of Swords, but no. I need one. I got a moonberry drop from somewhere, an extra one from one of the random battles, and I need one more, which I'll get in the Temple of Pyron, and then I can unlock Rain of Swords. If you don't get an extra moonberry drop at some point, just running around fighting random battles, then you won't unlock Rain of Swords until Hortega, because that's the normal route if you don't get any drops from any enemies, which kind of sucks when you don't get any at all, but oh well. Yeah, so I know the next run I'm going to just save all the time I can in the early game and stop derping around so much in the early game and fighting so many random battles, because that's really killing me right now. My time could be even better if not for that. So I mean, you just see how much time it can save. So I need to just not fight as many random battles and deal with that early game. So I think I'm going to change my nodes to get Fina just to level 7. Because really beyond that, I would like to get pretty much Namaku. Just that's how you solve the issue. I pretty much agree. I think I'll get Fina just to level 7 in there before I come in here, and then and not as much magic. I don't think it's necessary to have as much magic as I do. Just get the magic that I can. Just focus on getting Fina to level 7, and then from then on, whatever magic I need. Because I'd like to get Incrum on Fina, and I like to get Sacris on Aika. And if she's the only one that learns it, that's fine. I obviously I survived this run with just Sacris on her because I don't think you need it on 2 people. So maybe it's not even necessary to get it at all. I'm not. I mean, it may not be necessary entirely. But I do like to have Incrum on Vice Ica and Fina, because it gives you options in the ship fights for who uses it. Actually, and at that point it's really you only need Incrum on Vice early on, because from then on it's going to be relegated to Ica or Fina using it. Best solution ever. Yeah. I'm glad I have that emote now, Sylvita, of her making that face, because it's pretty much perfect for any time she uses that face in the run, which is a few times. Yeah, getting Sacri on people is not difficult, because that's pretty easy to learn, because it's the first green magic spell you learn. And if I could just at least get that on Fina, and then you know Ica has it too, It's good because Fina has a crap ton of MP. Like as the game goes on, she has so many magic points and she can just use it. Plus, you get a treasure chest in Ortega that has like 25 of sacred crystals in it. And you can use that to heal yourself. You know, so I don't even know if I should even bother wasting my time trying to get sacries. And Fina can learn. I can get Ingram on Fina just through other boss fights. Because you get, it just won't be an issue. So I'm just really thinking about just how I'm gonna redo my notes in some of these areas in these sections because I see how much time I'm losing doing stupid things. So, you know, live and learn. Because Sakura is only used outside of fights anyways to help just to heal yourself. That's the only time it's used. Never used in a battle. You only use actual like healing items in the fights.
Uh-huh.
And Inkrum is only needed um, early on for the early ship fights, and then you buy Apo Wax
Well.
for the later ship battles. So I just like to have Inkrum on 3 people, especially Aika, have it on both Aika and Fina, because if you're going to attack with one of them, you're going to attack with Aika. I mean, you just are, because she's got a higher attack power than she got a higher attack power than Fina anyway. So if you're going to have one of them use any of the weapons in a ship fight or any of the cannons, you're going to have Aika do it, and generally they're not going to they're not going to attack. So alright, so I don't know how I saved that much time there unless I didn't split until I actually entered Temple of Pyrium, which is probably what I did. So probably that Glot is not real. But I might as this means like you might as well split when you leave Maramba, because I mean that's Maramba, so whatever. Yeah, the reason why I did all that stuff was for safety reasons for sure. I mean that's the reason why. Oh, this is the shit. Yeah, this is the random battle that I get really mad at, and I reset the game and just restart it because this fight was a pain. Yeah, you're gonna see this. Yeah, I actually reset the game on this battle because I just don't want to deal with it. They kill Vice, and I'm just like, I'm not dealing with it. I think I do it the next turn when we fail to run away again. I think I reset. So here's a time waster, but whatever. That's why I reset here, because I'm just like, no, no. I just got really mad there and just wasn't. I just like, I'm not dealing with it. Sometimes that may just be better in the end to reset because I don't know. It just wasn't going well. So there's time to save for sure. Plus, running into like how many did I run into? There was like how many of them on the battlefield? I don't even remember how many there were. Like a zillion of them. Like that's ridiculous for when you only have 3 people in the party. But whatever. So then I get really safety strats and I equip the Sylphite rings in case they decide to. In case we run into another battle like that again. Like I just get really scared because I don't want it to happen again. And then we get back attacked, but I think it's nothing bad. This is actually okay. But it was just stupid stuff, man. Like this, just crap like this. Like this is nothing you can do anything about. When you get back attacked by stuff and they do this and put you to sleep and just bull crap. It's like this. You can't do anything about that. So. Which you'll see, there's a lot of that going on in the early game. Just getting back attacked and just stuff happening. Do I just have her run? No, I think, or do I? I can't remember what I have her do. Alpha Storm? because I didn't think I'd be able to run away, so I just like fought the battle and whatever. There's just some rough spots of this run. This is one of the rough spots. When you only, at this point when you only have 3 of them in the party, it's just it can get kind of rough. And I can't remember if I just run away here. I may just say screw it and run away. I don't remember what I did, honestly. So okay, I just finished the battle and killed them, and then Cutlass Fury this guy.
That was easy.
I could have just ran away, but whatever. It's the whole thing of would it have let me run away anyways, even if I had tried. I don't think I get into another random battle again. Getting up here to Temple Pirate, I don't think anyways. Alright, so get ready for Temple Pyron, which is pretty much a Snorefest of a dungeon, other than stupid stuff going on with the random encounters, but I don't think it was too bad, random encounter-wise. I don't think it was.
Wow.
I think I was able to run away for most of them without too much issue, but the most annoying enemies in this area are those stupid lizard things. Because they're so slow, and you would think, why am I not able to run away from these stupid things? Because they're so slow. But for some reason, the game just, a lot of the times when you get into fights with them, it just won't let you run. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense, considering how slow they are. And then they take forever attacking you. If they actually like try to run up to you and attack, it's like, oh my gosh, 1,000,000,000 years gone. Like literal 1,000,000,000 years. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean. Yeah, so there's not much, there won't be a ton of things to say about this dungeon, just so. It's pretty straightforward. You open a treasure chest once to get a moonberry because you don't want to open like hardly any of the other treasure chests in this dungeon because it triggers an encounter with every one that you open, which is the annoying thing about this dungeon. So we only open 1 treasure chest, and that's just to get moonberry. And we just kill the enemies it spawns with the Crystallis box because they die in 1 hit to it. So. And it may not save any time, but there's another treasure chest I open, but it probably doesn't save any time to do it. I probably should just take it out of the route entirely. That's something I'm considering doing. These freaking loopers, man. Although it wasn't that bad of a thing that I ran into them because they, you know, it's EXP, and even if they run away, you still get their, you still get the magic EXP, so it's all good. Which, yeah, that's what happens, is that they all run away, but oh well, we still get the points. And then you're pretty much like, okay, why did they attack me in the first place if they're just gonna run away? But that's loopers for you, that's what they do. Yeah, man, I'm just looking at this going, my early game sucked. My early game was so rough. I've got so much time to save. Yeah, the other chest I'm talking about is the one that with that Zivelin Bane is guarding, because you get his some sort of stat boosting seed, and then you get some item from the chest itself that you can sell for like 1,000 gold. I just don't know if that it's not. It doesn't really seem like it's worth it anymore. So I mean, other than the EXP you get from that fight, which okay, that's fine, but maybe it's probably not worth it in the end. I'm probably just gonna cut it out. A nice poison death there. The poison actually killed that thing. Good stuff. You probably don't get to see that very often because you probably don't actually see enemies get poisoned very much. But the assassin's blade, which is what he has equipped, can do that. But yeah, side by side. I mean, but the other thing is like, can you see how much it helps in the long run? I guess that's the thing. Because that's if it doesn't help in the long run, then it's not worth getting. Because the 1,000 gold that you get from it and the EXP or whatever you get from it, I don't know. That's probably not worth it. To be perfectly honest. But you know, just live and learn. You notice things are slower than they're supposed to be, or you notice, just things like that you can save time on, or don't do it anymore. As you're going back and watching your run and seeing what you did, and yeah, I definitely could, because I've got on emulator, because I do practice on emulator. I have just save files at different points in the game. I've split the game up kind of nicely into these little chunks, and there's one that's like really close to the beginning, really close to the Temple of Pyron that there could be testing on, or I just do a run. I could just do a run in general and don't get it and see if it impacts it at all. Because I will obviously end up doing another run of this game at some point, so. God, these encounters, man. All this nonsense going on.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, so I just used Pyres, which is actually really strong. I didn't know it would be enough to kill those things, like, entirely, but oh well. I could have just attacked with Fina. Actually, she does, never mind. But it's not enough to kill it, unfortunately. Because then I have her casting Pyre, it does nothing. But I did that as safety because I really didn't know that Pyres would kill it, would kill all of them. Because, Vice and Magic is like, it's not a lot of damage, just not.
Yeah.
We did it!
But that's a looper kill at any rate, so that's some magic EXP, and we get this moonfish, and then turn around and go back to where we were. But I think I'm gonna heal. Yeah, do a quick heal because those things, stupid enemies. Those stupid beetles or whatever you want to call them that put you to sleep are the worst too. Like if you get back attacked and
Retreat.
and they put, they repeatedly like put you to sleep and everything. It's a bad day when they start doing that to you. But that was a back attack on our end, so we got to run away immediately. Good stuff. Whenever I see that, I'm happy. I think, yeah, this is another back attack, so another quick run, so that's good. Got lucky with those two encounters back to back like that. They were the same enemies too, which was interesting. I think on this puzzle, I really almost screwed things up. I think I almost rolled the barrel that you're not supposed to do yet. That one at the end. I think I almost do it, and then I'm like, oh crap, no. I like basically stopped myself and realized what I was doing, and it's a good thing I did, because yeah, that would have been really annoying. I'm pretty much glad I caught myself and said, what am I doing? Alright, so we're getting close to the next one. The next treasure chest that we can open, but we had to get through this little area first that has like nothing in it other than just some treasure chests. And really all you want to do is just come in here and get to this section with the barrels. So we do that and get this next one. And then get into the next section, which actually does have different enemies. Once you get into that section, that's the next section has the stupid fire lizard enemies that, for some unknown reason, the game won't let you run away from them, even though their speed is shit. Yeah, another section with these rolling stones. In this instance, you have to wait. You basically just have to take off running. And then quickly duck into the alcove here. Alright, so this is the treasure chest that has the moonberry in it. And we'll dispatch these guys really quickly with Crystalli's boxes. They were pretty much one-shotted by it, because, you know, purple magic and red enemy, yeah.
Here goes.
Purple and red are very much effective against each other. Oh yeah, I didn't kill that one because he was guarding, that's why. Yeah, I don't think that was the first time I've ever seen one of them guard, but oh well. But I do kill the others straight up.
Let's try this.
At least when he's guarding, he couldn't do anything back, so it was fine. So yeah, I just Cutlass Fury to finish it off. It's all good.
That was easy.
Alright, so there's the Moonberry, and I will go ahead and just teach Vice a Rain of Swords, which is good. Like I said, the only reason I'm able to do that here is because I got an extra Moonberry drop from an enemy, otherwise I would not be able to teach him that yet. I would have to wait until Arcadia and get the Moonberry in the treasure chest there. Alright, so in the next section, which is, I find the next section of the dungeon better because the enemies are better to deal with, because they don't do a bunch of bullcrap to you, like put you to sleep and blah blah blah, but they're still annoying, so. Actually, these things did back attack me, but oh well. That's the other thing that's really annoying early in the game. It's just all the back attacks, man. It's just so annoying. And I could have just ran away from that, but oh well.
Yeah. That was
Alright,
easy.
so we're getting through here slowly but surely. See, there I get Sacris on Ica, which is fine because I had just kept her on green and Vice and Fina on silver, because at this point you really want to switch to silver as your weapon color because you need Fina to learn Rizelum, and you need as much silver magic as possible to make that happen. Yeah, back attack for days. I got some bad stuff early game with that. There we go, we back attack these guys, I can run away from them. There we go. Yeah, back attacks really make me salty in general. I swear that anytime that's why Rixus in this run just made me rage hard. Alright, so okay, this is a back attack too. Goodness gracious. But I don't remember what I do. I don't know if I just try to run or what I do. Yeah, I don't try to run away, I just fight it. So yeah, pretty much Temple of Pyram, it's not that good in this run. I could save 1 billion on this particular split too. And coming up is a treasure chest that I said I'm going to omit. Or probably going to, but we'll see. Yeah, I've basically decided I needed to just heal and whatever. And then... yeah, 1 billion is 2 seconds. That's pretty much true, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much exaggerating the numbers, of course, but... yeah, this chest here is the one I'm probably not going to get anymore.
Retreat.
So I got a lucky thing there where I could quickly run away from those guys, and then yeah, I think I'm already. The reason I'm already losing time is because of the win and where I split. So
Let's try this. Let's try this.
I don't think when I left, I think my Maramba split. I split traveling to the Temple of Pyron, and then I split when I entered the Temple of Pyron instead, which is the difference. So I don't know. It makes more sense to split after you leave Maramba, and just include the travel time to the Temple of Pyron in the split. But whatever, you could argue either way, I suppose. Alright, the last puzzle. Last puzzle here. Getting close to being done with this dungeon. And then I'm gonna go. I already know what split I'm gonna take a break on, and that's Recumen, because Recumen is such a scripted fight. There's nothing to say about it other than you're gonna repeatedly do the same thing over and over again. So I'll go do something, take care of some things while that's going on, because it's just one big pile of nothing. I can't remember how well Rockworm went, the boss fight here. I don't know remember how well that fight went. I don't think it went terribly, so I don't think it was really bad.
Retreat!
It just looks bad because of, well, lots of reasons. But yes. Like I said, that just shows you the fact that I still PV and by a lot. What that tells you is that my early game needs work, and that there's so much time to save still. Also, this stupid moonfish here just makes me mad. I had to like reposition myself like several times before I could get it. I think the time saves are really going to start coming into play with South Ocean, though. I'm going to split when we enter the room here for the rockworm fight. Yeah, that's the thing, but I need to save more time. Because the early game is everything. I think most of the time in an RPG speedrun, the early game is everything. Like there's just it builds up to the rest of the run, and you don't have a lot of things going for you early game. You have just what the game gives you, and you just have to work with it. And then there's luck with the encounters and blah blah blah. And yeah, the balance. Yeah, that what Sylvite said. The way they're balanced. Yeah, so this was really good. He attacks Vice here, which is good. They just wasted a turn entirely. But, I mean, you know, I was sitting there wondering how, you know, where do I have time to save? Now I can see where I have the time to save, so now I know. And I really want to do another run, because I'm going to fix my early game. I'm going to fix this. Because, you know, doing the run and actually seeing your splits and seeing where you're losing time, I mean, can't beat that. That's where you really need to see what you've done.
Let's try this.
And where there's slowdown and all kinds of good stuff. Let's see what happens here with this boss fight. I don't know if I save any time here or not. Okay, that's probably not, because he does this to Fina, and I don't remember if anyone got stone status on them in the in my other my PB. So yeah, I do cure Fina because I want people, you know, actually doing things other than sitting around being stoned to death. Sorry if you hear a car outside
Let's try this.
making noises. And for some reason, Cinderstorm did not affect her, and I guess that's not 100% to work or something, because I don't know. I've got the Gem of Validity on Vice, so I guess that's not 100%. I thought it was.
Let's try this.
Alright, people, let's go. I think that's it. That's the end.
That was fun.
Nice. I mean, not a big glod, but it's a glod at any rate. It's something. Like, I really had no idea I lost this much time in the early game, but whatever.
Wow.
So, like I said, Recumen, there's literally nothing to say about that ship battle, because all you're gonna do, set up your secondary cannons, set up your other cannons on the same turn, or your other cannon on the same turn it hits, and make it miss. It's very boring.
Thank you
It's
very
just like
much.
watching a giant cutscene happen. And the Lynx is pretty scripted too, because you're just waiting around to use the harpoon cannon to finish her off. But when I was doing this run, I was worried because I thought that because I didn't use the captain's stripe, because I still forgot to use the stupid captain's stripe from when I beat the Blackbeard, I thought it was going to be an issue. I thought that was going to be an issue for the Lynx fight, but it's not. Um, but I would just prefer to go ahead and use it, just because. See, I checked my inventory there because then I was thinking, did I ever do that? And I'm like, no, I didn't. I never did use the captain's stripe. So, like I said, I was worried. I was worried that that difference in HP was going to matter, but it doesn't. It actually doesn't matter. Or maybe it would, depending on damage ranges. And this right here is just a pretty much like, guys, seriously? This is, you know, well, you know, we all saw it coming, but anyways. Yep, never trust him. And Ica was right to distrust her from the start. Good job, Ica. Hey, Radio. How are you doing, Radio, today? Yeah, I think the same thing. Where did she hide her armor? Like, did she just, like, basically boosh, and she had her armor on? Twitch chat stopped being a butt face. Well, it can be. That is definitely true. You're hungry. How are you? I'm doing pretty well actually. I ate and had pizza earlier while I was doing this, so because I'm just watching a recording and getting split, so I have free time to to do things. I recorded this offline last Saturday. Yeah, it was good pizza. Pizza, well, actually a pizza and a cookie. Sailor Moon music. That would be that would just almost perfect for this game. Because, yeah, this game is so heavy on, like, moons and power of the moons and stuff like that. I kind of like that as the Sailor Moon thing coming into play for this game. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong, right, Sylvite? Now, I mean, depending on... I mean, I should have split at the same time the last time. There shouldn't really be any time save here because this fight is the same every single time, so I don't see there's any time save here. Like I said, if there's something weird that goes on with the splits, it's just because of where I split. But I would imagine I split after I beat Rockworm, so... Oh yeah, her, Heya. Ika's, Heya. Blizzard should sue. Let's see. Like I said, there's nothing really to say about this. It's pretty much just going to be a giant cutscene where I'm repeatedly doing the same thing over and over again just to make him miss. So there's not much to say about it. And the interesting thing about you would think, okay, what happens if you miss, like with any of those cannons or whatever? It doesn't matter at all. You could miss with both of them, and it doesn't matter at all, funnily enough. It's still, I think the game just looks to see if you use the secondary cannon and one of the other cannons on the same turn, and if you did, it's like, okay, well, we're cool. We're good with that, and that's all it does. Because I was worried about that too, but yes, the game actually doesn't care if you miss or hit or not. Which is pretty funny actually, but oh well. You can tell that there were some things in the programming of this game that were interesting. See right there on that turn, I missed with that one cannon, and it didn't matter. The game was still gonna. He's still gonna miss with Red Ray. It's a good thing that doesn't matter, because that would actually suck if it actually did matter, like you actually had to hit, but... Okay, I'll probably be back when you're okay, so bye. Thanks for sticking around though. I appreciate it. It's gonna be pretty hype at the end. But then again, by the time that happens, it'll be kind of late our time. Bye, Sylvite. Yeah, Anomix hosted me, so but I appreciate it. Appreciate anybody that comes by and just says, hey. I appreciate it, radio. Well, it should, hopefully, and I'm seeing a lot of things that can be improved, so that's the main thing. I mean, that's the good thing about it. Thanks, Sylvie, for the host. I see that. Thank you for hosting me as well. Alright, so we're getting... I don't... Obliterates the records. That is the goal. That's what we're doing. See you, radio. So even on the turn that you could use the the harpoon cannon, I don't, because I just don't. It's not worth wasting the SP over, and probably not worth watching the animation for it. So I think you can make it miss though if you do use the harpoon cannon on that turn. I mean that's kind of like if you didn't buy the secondary cannons, then you could still get through it. So you can still make it miss somehow with the moonstone cannon because that's still an option, but that's not an issue for us. So. And I don't think it, yeah, when you, for Red Ray, I don't think it really, I'm sorry. With, you know, making him miss with Red Ray, you could miss, like I said, you could miss on both turns, or you could miss with both of the cannons and it doesn't matter, even if you don't do any damage at all. I think the game just looks to see if you did it. If you did the 3-inch cannon and then hit on this, try to do another cannon on the same turn, I think that's all it looks at. I do that all the time though, like when I'm trying to say harpoon cannon or when I'm trying to say moonstone, I don't know. It's mostly when I'm talking about harpoon cannon, I say moonstone cannon, because I don't know, I just like moonstone cannon a lot because it does so much damage. Yeah, so this should be the last turn because it gave you the 2 red slots where you can make Red Ray miss twice, so it should end after this. Yeah, like exactly, because I've had it happen before in practice. I missed on the slot where you hit on the red turn. I missed with both the 3-inch cannon and whatever other cannon, main cannon or standard cannon I use. Still missed. Red Ray still missed. So apparently the game doesn't care if you hit or not, which is interesting. I agree that that's just an interesting thing. Okay, how? I don't know how I got a gold there, because obviously I didn't... I don't know. Well, it's obvious that I didn't split on the links properly. I must have forgot to split after wrecking or forgot to do something. It's obvious that my split is not accurate from the last run, but oh well, it's okay. It's going to become accurate, I guess is the best way to say it. Yeah, so there's not much to say about the Link. She does a lot of damage, and she's actually pretty dangerous, like, in general, but... you just heal, wait to use the moon, and wait to use the. See, I did it again. I almost said Moonstone Cannon again. I'm so bad about that. You just follow the prompts through the choices to where you can use the harpoon cannon, and then she's dead. It's just about wasting time once again in this fight, and just getting some damage off on her early on, because then the harpoon cannon is guaranteed to take her out. Alright, so while this fight's going on, I'm gonna go, number one, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and number two, I gotta put something away. So enjoy watching this, because there's not much to say about it. It goes pretty much according to plan, so just enjoy it. Alright, sorry about that, I'm back. Atheist Man is not really a skip, it's more like... the next split, Rupe and Barda, is an optional boss fight you can do to get, an optional accessory called the Captain's Hat. And the Captain's Hat gives you plus 80 attack, which is, like, tremendous. I mean, that's a lot of attack, that extra attack power, so it's not really a skip. There is one skip in the game to get into the Lands of Ice where it's not intended by the developers. Where you actually, like, for all intents and purposes, clip through a wall that you're not supposed to be able to clip through, and it will be shown off in this run. Sorry if we made it seem more glamorous than it really is, but yeah, it really literally is just fighting this. Okay, fine. Technically, still a skip. Yes, it's something. It's something added to the run that's making it faster. That's all there needs. I guess that's all that needs to be said. It saves time. By the way, this I will just say this boss fight goes really well, so just watch. It's really fun. It's actually really funny, like just what happens. Good stuff though. I don't know where these glods came from on these last two splits, but I'm not. I mean, I'm not going to argue with it, but oh well. You want me to walk? Yes, we're gonna make you walk through the desert because that's what you deserve. That's what you get for tricking this lady. Alright, Atheist Man, you want an update on temps? Because they're still the same. I mean, basically they are. They really haven't changed at all. I would not be surprised at all with that Namako. He probably just does something just to kill you immediately, I would imagine. I figured you wanted to know, Atheist Man. You know, inquiring minds want to know, right? Yeah, OBS is obviously the better option here, so that's definitely what I'm going to be using from now on. Because obviously it works better. Yeah, so doing some menuing things here. Equip the 3-inch blaster. And then we turn around and go back to Maramba, because obviously we've got to go fight these guys, because that's where they are. Now, initially when someone suggested, you know, fighting these guys and getting the captain's hat, I was like, there's no way that would save time, because you have to do this fight, blah, blah, blah. Like, I was sitting here thinking that it just wouldn't be worth it, and then, you know, obviously it was proven that it is, so, you know, I'm having to eat my own words. But that's okay, I'm willing to admit I'm wrong, so...
Retreat! Retreat!
It's these freaking encounters, man. Yeah, it saves more time than I thought it would just in the normal battles. Dude, if it actually did have an impact in the ship battles, this would be even faster, but oh well. It is what it is. The piranha seeds help in the ship battles anyway, so. And this guy, I'm like, talk to me, dude. Yeah, so sell this discovery, and the mystery merchant isn't there, so I think I leave and re-enter because I want him to be there because I wanted to buy a few more Crystallis boxes. So this didn't like lose a ton of time or something, but you know, I just did it because I wanted to. I needed to buy a few more. Because I don't even remember how many I have at this point. I think I have like 2 or something. There he is. Yo, hey NG Burns, what's happening? Hey, NG Burns was his run is pretty pretty good. His early game was probably like a billion times better than my early game. That just happened. Damn, it's pretty bad. You're just in time to watch my Rupe and Barta fight though, which is just hilarious actually. Just how that fight goes. This is true. I never would have thought that people would have been fighting over the world record for Skies of Arcadia. That's just like amazing to me that people are actually doing that. Like I'm like, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that's like I needed to go sell that stuff. There's some menuing derps going on here. I'm just derping around, so that was some mistakes there. I think you got 2 moonberries. I think I got 1, which is fine. So I was able to get Rain of Swords before I trek into South Ocean. So that's something at least. I like to have Rain of Swords before I go into that area, just in case. Yeah, so we do a quick kill because first of all it heals the ship and it heals just me in general, and so then we're gonna go fight these guys. I like the description of Barta, like, is just a large man. Like, that's before you know his name. It's like, yeah, he's just a large man. It's like, well, we can see that. You're not ready to lose 14 to 20 hours of your life. Yeah, let me tell you. It is a commitment. I mean, the first full run, granted, the first full run I did was 1447, so. Once you could do 4 hours, atheist man. Yeah, atheist man is apparently waiting for the day that it's 4 hours long. I don't know if we need some skips for that. Yeah, we need something for that to get to that point. Hashtag gonna happen, yeah, well. After today, I wish, man. I wish it was. I think we can do it with with some luck and not being dumb. It could happen. Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing because you and I are pretty much on the same playing level for this game right now. That you and I could race for sure. 'Cause, yeah, we're just on the same playing field. Yes, race used loosely in this instance because of the amount of time it would take. Yeah. Hey, Silvite always said that he wanted to race me in this game. It was just didn't know if it ever happened or not. See who can fall asleep first, yeah. Yeah, my run's on console. Because I still have the game and I have a Wii and I have a capture device, so. If you join if you had the time to see Carl, yeah. I mean, it'd be really fun. Now, see, this is where his AI gets really stupid. Watch this. He's healing Rupe, and Rupe's at full HP. I think he does it twice, unless that already happened. But his AI here is just so dumb. It's because there's some parts of the run that are just like a lull, like there's like nothing going on, like you're flying around finding discoveries, or you're doing something that's not really exciting. And then tackle, yep. So he should be dead this turn, or should I say should? Yeah, this is where he does it again. He tries to heal Rupe again, he's at full HP. Oh, so dumb.
Here goes.
I wasn't mashing A during cuts. Yeah, that's true. Once you come to that realization. Yeah, I think this works out to where the tackle goes on Rupe, which is great. And then he's dead. Good. So then it's just a matter of taking him out. Yeah, NG Burns, I stole your strat for this fight for the most part. Because it's really not that bad. This fight is nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be, like just to do in the speed run.
Let's try this.
Yeah, once again, I was dumb when I did this. When I did this when I did this run, I was like, because this is pre-recorded. I'm not doing this live in case anyone didn't know that. I pre-recorded it last Saturday, and I was up till 8 o'clock in the morning doing this run, which was like, why did I do that? Like you like bad life choices right there. The time save is gonna come in the next section after I get this item. After I get Captain's Hat, you're gonna see time saves. It just, like I said, all like my losses here, like my 7-minute loss after the links, just proves it just proves the time I have to save in my early game. Also, you get like 2 level ups from this fight too, which is awesome. Pre-recorded. Yeah, no, I'm not doing it live. I don't know. I just wanted the focus. That's why I did it offline last Saturday. I just wanted to focus on getting this done.
Yeah.
And then restream it, and then I could focus on actually talking to people in chat without worrying about forgetting stuff and forgetting to split because I'm too busy talking to people, but that's happened.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're gonna see the fatigue layer. Hi, Kratos. Yes, all the time lost in this is still, it will PB. I'm gonna tell you that, but that much, but I'm not gonna say what the final time is because I don't want to spoil NG burns on what the actual final time is. But yes, this does. I will tell you that this is a PB for several reasons. It's just the early game wrecked me. So I talk to this guy and get the 2,000, yeah, the 2,000 gold for beating them, and then we're on our way to South Ocean, which I will be honest with you, as much as I hate South Ocean, it did not go very badly at all. Well, Kratos, I don't know if you saw, but I had several technical issues. I had to stop the stream because XSplit killed my computer or was killing my computer, and um, so I had to figure out what was wrong, why my computer, because what was happening is my computer was overheating, even though it wasn't doing it before for something. So I don't know, something changed with XSplit that made it more taxing on my computer. So what I had to do, an atheist man helped was he was helping me. Like what I had to do was download OBS instead, and now that's what I'm using because OBS doesn't kill my computer. Apparently, that's what we're seeing here. I don't know what happened with XSplit, but I'm not using it anymore. I'm gonna use OBS. It's alright, Kratos. Don't worry about it. It's 6:22 p.m. Also, hi, Brown Wolf. Welcome to the stream. I don't know, for some people, maybe 3 o'clock, maybe 3:22. NG Burns, are you on the West Coast? Are you 3 hours behind me? I actually don't use Omrek. Yeah, I use a splitter. What I have is a capture device that's called the Diamond VC500, which is a very cheap capture card. Believe me, it is. Like all it is just it's something that plugs into your USB on the computer, and then you can plug the console into it. So nothing like fancy or anything like that. And I have splitter cables that can split the audio and the picture between the TV and my computer, essentially. So yeah, that's what I use. I know lots of people that use Amarek, but I don't use it. Oh, you're on the East Coast, okay. For some reason, I don't know what. Don't ask me. I don't know why I was thinking that you may be on the West Coast. Don't ask.
Retreat.
I think the encounters actually let me run away pretty easily here. So it doesn't go too badly. So this will probably end up being a gold split on South Ocean because it went pretty well. I have that West Coast sleep schedule. Oh, gotcha. Well, I guess that makes sense.
Retreat.
Well, I can understand that, so totally do. But what are you talking? What are you talking about, Kratos? IMAX?
Retreat!
Oh, from IMAX. I was like, what? I was reading that going, what are you talking about? Because at first I thought you were talking about there was somebody called IMAX here, and I'm like, what? Why would there be someone called IMAX? Oh, gotcha. So you're at work right now. Yeah, the only time I can do my runs is on the weekend because that's the only time I'm off on the weekends essentially. I work during the week. And this reset is intentional. It just what we're doing is manipulating a discovery. So yes, I meant to reset here. Don't worry about it. We're manipulating the Kama rock discovery. You'll watch the rest when you go. Yeah, because I mean I'm gonna be streaming for a while. I mean obviously I am because I'm gonna be up for a while finishing this. So, but yeah, there's plenty of stuff to watch. Yeah, exactly, Kratos. Oh, you had to get up at 7 a.m. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be an issue, or that'd be difficult to.
Retreat!
Yeah, just forget to sleep for a day. Yeah, I'll just do that. I just won't sleep, and then it'll be okay. Um, Brown Wolf is someone who hangs out in the stream. Okay, gotcha. So you all know each other. I just now read that comment there.
Retreat!
Isn't I mean FF10 is still a long run, isn't it? Or isn't it? I don't know how long FF10 is, but I thought it was still pretty decently long for a speedrun. I mean, my run did go by when I did this was pretty good. Did go by pretty fast. Mostly because I was just focused on it,
Retreat!
and I was having fun with it. Because I mean, I always have fun when I'm playing this, but once I get my thing for me is like once I get past like the early game and this stuff like this, and you get like the stealth ring and you get the white map and all that stuff. To me, everything just starts flowing for me. Like it just goes, it's more smooth, and I'm not as concerned about stuff.
Retreat!
It's like inching my way closer to get this discovery. It's like, goodness gracious, can I do it? It's just yeah, it's really the beginning of the run that gets you. Um, so NG Verns, I don't. What I've come to say is that I don't like South Ocean. Moonstone Mountain is kind of okay now. I don't hate Moonstone Mountain as much. I hate Rixus now. Rixus wrecked me. Like you're, I don't know. Rixus went really just bad. I got back attacked by some enemies. They put me to sleep. They put stone status on some people. It was bad news. So me and Rixus aren't getting along. Plus, I could not run from a lot of the battles in Rixus for some reason. So it was just not good. I'll just put it that way. Rixus is now one of those dungeons I don't like anymore. Yeah, Rex. I kind of like that. I think that's a good term for that because I think that's pretty much going to be my new dungeon that just kills me.
Retreat!
Cause see, South Ocean is not being that mean to me right now. This went way worse in my PB. I can tell you that right now. Also, I'm being really careful here and going more to the west because when I was practicing this game, for some reason after this, after the cutscene that you get right here, where blah blah blah, they talk about Ixataka and all that stuff. For some reason, there was a freaking ship battle, like one of those random ships flying around, like really near here, and when it just dropped me off, um, that freaking ship was like right there, and I ran into it. So I've started like going more to the west now because of that. Because I did not want that to happen in a real run. Don't forget to learn silence before zealous. Yeah, well, that is a helpful thing. I remember that happened to you. And didn't you, didn't you also like pick the option to fight Ramirez on Crescent Island? You didn't mean to, but you accidentally picked the first option to fight him, which was something else. But yeah. Alec, what's up, Alec? How did your races go, Alec? Because I know you were streaming. Yeah, so staying more to the west actually put me more in line to get the Ixness village very easily. So I mean, Indie Burns, you got time to save for sure. I mean, you got that, and you got just I don't know how much time that actually wasted not using Silence on Zillows. I mean, other than him debuffing you, which was that was obviously bad, but the time saves are there. I can already say that my time saves are early in the game. That's definitely obvious at this point. Just looking at it. Yeah, mashing. 5th out of 10th. Not a rating, not 5 out of 10. Well, that's for getting 5th out of 10th is not, that's pretty good. That's not bad. Good stuff. Good stuff, Alec. But yeah, mashing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he did. That's true. He only did use drill nose once, which is a good thing. By the way, this reset is also intentional to get the Wings of Gold. It may not be necessary to actually do this reset to get the Wings of Gold because it kind of hangs out in the area. So, anyways. No, it's true. I think it is just drill. I don't think it's drill nose. I think it's just drill. Which is okay, but, you'd rather not you'd rather not get debuffed. Okay, apparently I am still losing time here on South Ocean. I don't know why. Who the heck knows? Because I thought South Ocean went really badly in my PB, but apparently, whatever. Your routing happens during a run. I really don't. I'm really starting to think that you don't have to reset to get the Wings of Gold. You probably don't. Like, it's probably just kind of in the area, and it's not that bad to get it. I'm just wondering, it's like, what in the world? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I was guaranteed to lose time here. That's just gonna happen because Rupe and Bardo was added into the route. That's why. Yeah, there was gonna be a time loss here, so. I died in Pokemon because my Squirtle got poisoned. I died right in front of the Pokemon Center. Oh, good job, Alec. Yeah, that needs to be a highlight right there. That's pretty good. I was sitting there like, why do I have losing time? Yeah, that extra boss fight, kind of adds the time loss. Yeah, it kind of just goes. I've actually went one time and followed it around, like when I was just screwing around in the game. I followed it around to see where it went, like its route, and I was like, I was thinking, this seems annoying, but maybe it's not as annoying as I think it is. Yeah, you really do. You really need to highlight that, Alec, because that sounds hilarious. I'm sorry I missed that. Yeah, the balloon seed. Actually, we were talking about the balloon seed. I did get it, and I think I got it with Ika and Fina when we were going to Decades. I think so. I think I got it with them. Because I think it was like there. It was just there. Like it always does seem to be there. Like when you're going to Decades Island, it just seems like it's always there. It's like somewhere. So that was interesting. I think it's I think it's pretty much guaranteed, almost guaranteed to be there, just based on like I don't know something. All I know is I was able to find it, and that's all that mattered because worth a buttload of money. Oh well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean I've got like I don't know how many other people hosting me at this point, so you know if I'd rather people who are also doing the race with you, I'd rather you host them. So oh yeah, the balloon flight. Yeah, there is I think it stops you if you try to get it at that point. Like and I think I tried that in practice too because I wanted to say I was like, why are we not getting this ahead of time? I tried to get it I was like, oh, this is why because it stops you from going that far. So now we know. Also, I didn't know that Infinite Mystery was doing the race. That's cool. That is really neat.
Retreat!
But yeah, like I said, I'd rather you host someone who's actually doing the race too. Well, it makes more sense. It's kind of like when I change things
Retreat!
in my ship battles or something like that, and I realize, oh, that's why you're supposed to guard on this turn because it actually ends up being advantageous to do it. And I don't know. Sometimes I just forget that. So then I went back through my notes and actually highlighted stuff to say, do this, don't do anything else, and split. Goodness, yeah, you see that? Oh my gosh, look at that gold there. That's wow. Okay, anyways. Good luck. Oh, thanks, Kratos. I appreciate that. See, South Ocean, I told you that the time loss is obvious because of Rupe and Barda being added in, but that gold for I knew that was coming for South Ocean because that went really well, like way better than my PB. So um, I was expecting that. So that proves that how much time just that saved me. It's hard this turn the front fire torpedo, and then you remember. Oh yeah, exactly. Blue Dingy Burns. You know that feel. I did that during practice. I was doing that, and I'm like, oh. I was like, this is why you don't do this. I was like, this is why you guard on blue winds. It's like, I was reminded of why. Yeah, I was reminded pretty well of why you do that. Stuff like that, man. Yeah, the ship battles there's a lot of just from a speedrun perspective, there are things you can do obviously to save time in them. And there's some times when you should guard. There's some, especially like Blueheim, you need to guard when he uses blue winds on that one turn or it's just going to screw up everything. So and most of the ship battles involve just um, using a bunch of torpedoes and like strategically placing them and having them hit. We get a crew member that increases their accuracy, which does seem to save time. So that's the ship battles are I think pretty scripted for the most part, unless things go wrong. There are some ship battles that you just want to throw something during them. You forgot to use the speed wax during the Oregon. Oh my gosh, that's bad. Because I would imagine if he hits you with the ram hull or whatever it is that attack is, that's got to be so much damage. Um, the final ship battle after fighting Rose one. You mean Zelos? Yeah, the ship battle after the first Ramirez fight, which is not Zelos is actually not that bad. If you what we do is silence him with Silenus, which is a purple magic spell, and if you silence him, he becomes basically like a joke, and we've already buffed up Vice by like a ton with stat boosting seeds, so he kind of gets wrecked pretty hard just for a number of reasons. So he to me Zealous is even easier than the Hydra, because which the Hydra being Galcian's big ship that takes forever to go down. Um, the Hydra is annoying as I hate the Hydra because he always guards when you're using Moonstone Cannon, and when if he guards, it's just your damage is halved by immediately. If you can get lucky and he won't guard when you use Moonstone Cannon, but it seems like I don't know 90% of the time he's gonna guard when you use Moonstone Cannon. I don't know. That just seems to be the case from what I'm seeing. I don't know how many times the segmented run reset to get that run to go as smoothly as it did for him, because he had to have done it several times in order to get Galcian not to guard any of those Moonstone cannons. Oh my goodness. Because in the segmented run, he gets it to where none of those are guarded against. I just don't see how he... I don't know. That guy had to reset several times. I've never gotten lucky. The Hydra, he always seems to do it. You could, I don't know, there may be a way to manipulate it, to get him to do it. It's just that he knows that it's like the enemy can also see the grid and see what are red turns for you, and they can make tactical decisions like, maybe I should guard this turn because this turn is a red turn. Maybe, I think that's how it seems, or that's how it looks, as the game is looking at it the same way you would. It's like, should I guard on this turn? It's red. I should guard on this turn or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just... Maybe there is a way to manipulate it. In this area, the first chameleon fight is not too bad. It's the second one in this area that... I don't know what it is. But the second chameleon fight just gets me. And it was kind of bad in this run for some reason. Because of, I don't know, something that I did... Um, it didn't go very well, though. I'll just say that. And then the other thing about it is that when you fight the first chameleon, like the first fight, you can get the B-type cannon as a drop, but he doesn't drop it all the time. Sometimes you don't get that cannon from him, which is kind of annoying. And then you don't have it for the second fight, which is, I mean, obviously annoying, but... Yeah, it's not always, it's not, you can't always trust it. But I'm wondering when you see the grid and they see that that maybe the Moonstone Cannon turn for them looks like a red square, and maybe the enemy's AI is pretty much like, I should guard on that turn or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's how the game really looks at it or not. If it just knows that, oh, you're probably gonna use Moonstone Cannon on this turn, so we're gonna guard against it. Or if there's a way to basically manipulate it and not have it do that. If there was a way to do that, the Hydra fight would be so much faster, because I don't know, the Hydra right now is very slow because of that. If he just didn't guard, it would be so much faster. Zealous is actually, I think Zealous is even faster, that fight, because of the fact that it doesn't really guard against any of your attacks, any of your Moonstone cannons. Free Piranha Seed there. And Tika Tika is also up there, one of the crew members, but we will get him later. That's the crew member that increases your accuracy for torpedoes, and I swear it makes a difference. I think it really does. I think it's worth recruiting him, because later on my torpedoes seem to hit like that. Like, it just seems to work. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that it shows up as red for the enemy, and they think that they need a guard on that turn. But not all enemies do it. I mean, some of them do, and that freaking stupid boss in the Dark Rift. Oh my gosh, I hate that boss. That shit battle in the Dark Rift. That thing definitely guards when you use the Moonstone Cannon on that second turn, and oh, I hate that fight.
Hmm.
Yeah. The thing is that is if they had the Hydra Cannon and the Moonstone Cannon
Uh-huh.
on the same turn where he uses that and use that, you'd be guaranteed to hit him without him guarding. But they always seem to like not put them on the same turn. There is a turn where you can basically get him into that sort of lock where he has to, where he's using that, you're using the Moonstone Cannon, and basically you blow each other in the face, and he can't guard, and it's pretty much he's dead. But oh well. Yeah, that freaking fight in the Dark Rift can just, ugh, I hate that fight. It's just, it never goes well. The other fight that never goes well for me is the stupid Tinku spell ship, the one that you had to fight before you fight Mao and Zhao in Yafutoma. That fight never seems to go well for me either, and it didn't. I didn't do enough damage. I hate that fight too, just because it's so dependent on how much damage you do to them in the first turn, and it didn't go well for me. I can tell you that. There's like so basically there's like a billion years to save on the freaking boss in the Dark Rift, and there's a billion to save on yeah, exactly. It can be a 3-turn fight if it goes well. Other than if not, it's like a 6-turn fight, and that's like ridiculous because then you have to wait 3 more turns to get back to the way to where it was. All right, so now we're gonna go fight the chameleon, the first chameleon fight. Yeah, that's it. Basically, if you can do enough damage the first turn and then use the Moonstone Cannon second turn, dead. It's gone. There's no way it can survive the Moonstone Cannon because it's so fragile. Um, but if you don't, then you basically just have to keep firing torpedoes at it until you manage to take it down. So, oh well. It's all that's the luck element to this game and the ship battles, and until we can find out if you can manipulate it, and maybe there are ways to manipulate it, what the enemy does, and get them to try to bait them into guarding when you want them to, or get them to do this, that, and the other when you want them to. If there is a way to do that, then obviously that's amazing and would help tremendously. We do get CT Caticulator. I do get him, and it does seem to work, man. That freaking getting him seems to be a very good investment because my torpedoes were hitting, and like I don't know what the percent of the time is, but they barely missed. Like they really were pretty accurate. So I'm gonna say getting Tika Tika is worth it, even when you don't having to walk into here and get him, you know, which is obviously like you said, it's like I don't know, like a minute and something time loss or something to get him. But oh well, it's still worth it, I think. Deloco. Deloco is a good villain, man. He's I don't know. I really enjoy him just because of his reactions and just how he is. He's crazy. Wonder how he likes his food. Medium, medium rare, well done. I don't know exactly what he says there, but the close in on his face, like when it just keeps closing in on his face while he's saying it is, I don't know, that's just great. You think so, Atheist Man? By the name Deloco? Yeah, okay, so it's longer than I thought it was, but yeah, so I mean, you're taking a time loss to get him, but I think it's worth it because in the long run, it will save more time in a ship battle where you could miss a turn in a ship battle and spend even more time trying to make up for it. I mean, most of the names and stuff in this game are Spanish sounding because I mean, there's lots of references to sailing and all that kind of good stuff. So that's why there's a lot of Spanish sounding names. I mean, the dungeon you go to in this area is supposed to it is they call it Rixus, but really in the Japanese version of the game, it was called El Dorati, which is supposed to. I mean, obviously, I think we all know what that is a reference to, El Dorado, but I don't know why they called it Rixus in the English version, but whatever. And this run is I mean, that's pretty much true. Yeah, it's a marathon strat. For all intents and purposes, this is a marathon run. Let's just be honest. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Namako, about that. If we know the ins and outs about manipulating stuff in this game, which we really just haven't gotten into, like RNG manipulation and stuff like that, but if, once we get into that, I think it's going to be even better, because manipulating these fights and making them, making the enemy do what you want is, I mean, that's great. That's what you want. But of course, finding skips and making the game even faster is also good. We want skips. See, my standard cannon missed there, but that's, oh well. You're mostly just, this first battle, you're mostly waiting around to use the Moonstone Cannon. See, I do it again, oh my gosh, tell me to stop saying Moonstone Cannon when I mean Harpoon Cannon, because I don't mean Moonstone Cannon. I'm so bad about that. You're just waiting around to use the Harpoon Cannon, essentially, in this fight. Yeah, exactly. If you could do that, if you could just manipulate him into using magic every turn. Same for Galcian too. Like if you could just manipulate him into using like his Eternum. I think he has Electrays. Either that or Electrum. I don't remember, one of them. If you could do that, that would just be amazing. If you could just manipulate both of them into only doing that, because first of all, you'd save the time from the end from how long their attack animations are. Oh goodness gracious, freaking Terminal and Silver Eclipse and blah blah blah. So annoying. If you could just save time for them not doing that, it would be great. Harpstone Cannon and Moon Cannon. I like that. I'm always so bad about just, I don't know why. Don't ask. Alright, so this seems to be pretty consistent, that fight. Alright, so Moonstone Mountain. I think Terminal, yeah, I think Terminal is a good move. It's long, but I think it's, I don't hate it as an attack. It's just too long in the speed run. I was just looking at that emote that you posted, in G Burns. Calm down, Nikki, or Aka, you're embarrassing me. She gets so excited. Oh, NG Burns, are you on mobile? Because if you're on mobile, then obviously you can't see my Franker Face Z emotes, but I do have some that are SOA related. Yeah, then you can't see them, so I know you can't see them when you're on mobile, so I have a bunch that somebody helped make for me. Actually, all of mine are SOA related except for the one of my cat. That's the only one that's not SOA related, unless you Unless you want to say the picture of my cat is like Ica's flag. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll let you be surprised. But then again, I guess you may not. Well, I guess when you rewatch it later, you can see. But it may be a while before you see the answer to that question. I guess. Most people seem, I don't know, most people seem to like to pick Ica's flag for some reason, like all the time. Like most of these people that have done speedruns of the game, I think most of them picked her flag. I think. I can't remember. I know that Yagamoth did, but I don't remember about. I think
Retreat!
Saito did too. I don't know about JTB. I don't remember whose flag he picked. Because in my first run, obviously, I picked Fina's. Like my PB run, it was Fina. When I play casually, I think I pick Fina's. I think when I first played the game, the first time I played through the game, I probably picked Fina's. But I did not. I will tell you this: I didn't pick Fina's again because I wanted to be different. So
Retreat!
yeah, and Moonstone Mountain doesn't go very badly at all, really. The ship does really with her flag does look really cool at the end. That's definitely true. But it does. I mean, it is silly looking. But then again, I mean, some of the some of the other air pirates in the game have sillier names for their ships or just sillier things that they do. I mean, look at Gordo. Gordo is just this fat pirate that goes around stealing food from people. And then Clara just goes around chasing after Gilder. It's just pretty funny when you think about it. Because Claire's flag on her ship is pretty funny looking. You go for Vice's flag with like the dumb skull thing. I mean, it's more piratey looking, like when you think about it. Claire's flag is pretty great on her ship. I agree. I do like her flag quite a bit. For some reason, because I don't know if anyone here has played the Wild Arms series, Claire makes me think of a Wild Arms character. Like just I don't know, the way she looks and the way she's dressed, it makes me think of a Wild Arms character. Wild Arms is another good series that I like. Yeah, Drachma, um, even though you said that, I still knew you were talking about Drachma for some reason. I just knew because of the way, who else could you be talking about with the way you spelled that, so, um, but yeah, his, Drachma's flag is pretty good too. I will say this. Yeah, I think 1 through 3 in the Wild Arms series, and then I played 4, and 4 is like way different than the others, and 5 kind of, I think 5 may go back to being more traditional, but it's still not really the same. But, you know, that's how a lot of series go. Sometimes they just start out one way and then they end up being really different as time goes on. But I do have like all of them. I have 1 through 5 in that series. You'll notice here that I go really slow. You know why I do that? Because there was one time that I fell down and I did not want to do that again. So I did granny strats there, unfortunately. Um, oh, that's true. There is Wild Realms Crossfire. I forgot about that one. I don't have that one. That one I don't have. I think that's a PSP game, isn't it? Oh yeah, oh gosh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, NG Burdens, jeez. That's bad stuff. Bad news. I think I should get a gold here as well in this dungeon because I think it goes really well. think. So this should be a really good time. I think I should gold on this one because I don't. It just went really. It goes really well, and in my PB it went really badly. Um, I don't know that I run into any of those little those little exploding jelly thingy majiggers, whatever. I don't think I really get into, I don't, or at least I don't get into any where that happens, but I know that they can do that, and it's really annoying when it happens.
Retreat!
But yeah, like playing Wild Arms 3 and then playing Wild Arms 4, it was like, oh my goodness, it's like it was completely different. Like they were like not the same at all. Very, very different games. I actually pick up the same number as you because I actually get the 17, copying what you did because I mean I think it's a good idea. I mean you do get that extra money and I don't see why not because that one moonfish, you know, you get it on Tinku Island and then you get the two on Crescent Isle, not hard to get at all. And then yeah, you have to waste the time giving the moonfish to Doc, but it's not a huge thing. I mean, I wouldn't say. I mean, you just waste the time doing that, and then you sell the stuff, and then you've got the extra money to buy piranha seed. So I don't see that I don't see anything wrong with it, because the extra money helps. Especially when it's not hard to get those three extra moonfish. I mean, it's really not. I mean, you're in this, you're like right there, and those are easy to get. So. Has Satan Kavita, Jesus, you're gonna be dedicated to watching one of these streams as yours. Yeah, it's a commitment to even decide to stream this game, that's for sure, because of the time commitment. Yeah, it's definitely true. And then, you know, having the, you know, actually wanting to have the endurance and sit here and watch the entire thing. That's a whole other thing entirely. That's true. For an extra 4, yeah, that's pretty much right. If you only, it might be bad if you only need X damage to beat the game. Yeah, I mean that's true. It depends. Like yeah. I mean the question it comes down to like, you know, does it matter? Does it do something for the? Yeah, that, I mean I see what you're saying. Also, hi Neo Slash. Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. But yeah, I mean the extra piranha seeds, and I mean it helps a tremendous amount in just the regular boss fights, and then it does add to your damage in the ship battle. So, but I mean I see what you're saying there. Itchy birds, X damage being Oh, there are those enemies you're talking about. Those stupid jelly thingy. I don't know what their names actually are, but yeah. Yeah, it does. It does a lot of damage, like way more than, because that's about how much damage I was doing, like 7,000 something, which is way more than my PB. So. You watch a majority of JTV's run, yeah, I mean that does count for something because the route he was using was like an older route of my PB, my previous PB, but this is really different now. Like the route has changed a considerable amount, and we can now beat this in under 14 hours at this point. So yeah, it's just changed. The route has changed a bit. Yeah, you and I bought about the same amount in G-Burns. It was 53 or somewhere around that number. That's how many I was able to buy. So money seems to be pretty consistent with the discoveries that we get. It seems to be pretty
Retreat!
much the same for how many you can get, and some of those are like there's one in a treasure chest, or you get it from a drop from a boss fight, or you get it, I don't know, just stuff like that. There are a few that you just get randomly, and then the rest are bought. So yeah, that's probably around the same amount as me. Thank goodness for discoveries. That's all I gotta say, because that's the moneymaker in this game.
Retreat!
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I mean, like actually, like calculating like what you actually need. I mean, obviously that saves time knowing exactly how many you need of something. Um, because most RPGs, it's really down to a science. Like they know how much they need to do this because they know the actual numbers and they know the damage. This game is not to that. They're not to that. We're not to that level yet with this game. Hopefully we will be at some point, but we're not there yet. We're getting there though. We're getting a good idea of how much it takes to do this, that, and the other, and um, that sort of thing. Right now,
Retreat!
our main thing is just getting as many Piranha seeds as possible to do as much damage as we can. But yeah, I see what you're saying for sure. Goodness gracious, this dungeon seems to go on forever. Okay, the first time, like Antonio 2, we should see a huge time save. I mean, yeah, I mean, when you get down to it, the difference, it could be a difference, that's true. Also nice back attack, or surprise attack, whatever.
Retreat!
Yeah, exactly. It's just, you have to determine, is it worth it? Is it worth using 3 minutes to go do something? Yeah, that is the question. And we're getting, with this route that we have now, which is pretty much, yeah, this is the one we're going to be using. We just have to refine it more. What's worth it. It's also about, the other thing is like is deciding, is it worth buying this ship equipment, this cannon for the Delphinus? Is it worth buying this blah 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 for the Delphinus or something like that? There's other things like that too. And the ship battles take the longest. I think the ship battles take the biggest amount of time, um, which is the main reason why the Piranha seeds are helpful. Because the ship battles definitely take the most time right now. They just do, because the captain's hat does not help with those fights. It only helps with the actual, like, physical fights and with bosses and blah blah blah. Yeah, you really don't. In any of the ship battles, you never hit the damage cap, mostly because the freaking enemies are guarding or something, or just because. Um, this guy's of Arcadia at Summer Games so quick. It'd be pretty cool. The only one of those marathons I could see picking this game up is RPG Limit Break. That's the one I could see ever picking this game up as far as wanting it at the marathon, but you know, Summer Games Done Quick is the only ones I could think of that would probably do it, because it would be awesome games done quick, that's for sure. But yeah, that's true, Atheist Man. That's something they could do, a side by side thing. I mean, because that's what RPG Limit Break is. Obviously, it's RPGs. That's what that whole marathon is for. Which would be, I mean, that would be really cool. It just would. It'd be pretty neat. seeing this game get into any marathon would just be would be really cool. But I would need to memorize my notes. Because my notes, I just don't have them memorized. There's so many things I have to remember to do. And if I'm not paying attention to my notes, I'll forget to do it. So I'm not to that level where I've memorized everything I need to do, like some of these people can do with like FF9 and stuff. Goodness gracious. I've seen people like just go do some of these longer RPGs without any notes. It's like, oh my gosh. Don't even know how you do that. The casual round AG, that would be pretty cool in G Burns. I would love to do that. Yeah, any attention this game gets, I would take. So I'm not opposed to that, which is why I'm glad it's getting, you know, more attention from people. I don't know if I actually split there or not for before the Antonio fight, but I'm gonna do it anyways. To me, you might as well split when you enter this room. And either way, I would have saved time anyways over my PB for Moonstone Mountain, because my Moonstone Mountain was probably terrible in my PB. So there was going to be a time save anyways, and there should be a time save on Antonio too. Goodness gracious. With the captain's hat now, this should be a time save. Yeah, this is where we're going to see the boss fights are where you're going to see the time saves coming into play. Not the ship battles necessarily, but the regular fights. Stupid Alfonso, man. He's just getting in the way. Getting in the way of DeLoco's schemes. So I end up using Glyph of Might on both of them, on both of Ice and Drachma. Just number one, it gets I'll get a tackle off and I'll get a Cutlass Fury off, and I don't know, just the extra damage. Electric. The day someone gets that, man, I'm telling you, the electric box is ridiculous. Never been lucky to get that in any. Well, I've never been lucky to get it in practice or anything like that yet. I've gotten the mace hand and the catacombs in practice, which made me mad because I'd rather get it in an actual run. But oh well, you know what can you do?
Let's try this.
All my good stuff seems to happen in practice, other than earlier in this round one in the Nazar area, or whatever you want, the Maramba Nazar area, I got 2 Sylvite rings from fighting those stupid blue bird enemies. So that was lucky. I mean, that was just pure luck getting those, because that helps. Oh yeah, I forgot about her dying there. Getting the 2, I fought like a buttload of them in one fight and got 2 Sylvite rings, so that helps at some point. Pretend to work for the next. Okay, you go pretend to work for the next hour, okay? And maybe I'll see you later. Appreciate it. Appreciate you popping in and just watching for a little bit.
This should work.
We did it!
Alright, so... Crap, I didn't mean to split just yet. I freaking have a hand on the key and and pressed it. Oh well. Yeah, that's what you get, Alfonso, for getting in the way. What's funny is if is after this scene they put you like right in front of Alfonso and he's like laying on the floor. If you like run into him, it makes a noise. Like it makes this weird cartoony sounding noise. It's just really weird.
Hello.
Didn't know Alfonso was into robots. Apparently he's into these things. I don't know. Because this is the second one that he's sicked on us. He has this robot, this freaking army of creatures. All right, get ready to watch me like lose 1 billion on the Rixus because Rixus is absolutely terrible in this run. So just be ready for that because the encounters wreck me in the face. Which I think is worse than how my PB went. So I'm expecting a time loss here. We're fixing to get out of the beginning of the game, essentially. Where there will be better things happening, hopefully. We're gonna start seeing the time saves come in, like real time saves, not these little things that I've been getting. Although Moonstone Mountain did go really well. These stupid loopers, man. Getting in my way. So I decided to kill them anyways, because it gets me some EXP, some money, and some, just good stuff, so I just killed them. Oh yeah, that was the battle I got the black map. Yeah, the black map is actually useful to get, and you might not think it is useful, because what it does is it makes you get into encounters more, and also keeps the enemies from running away. But it's actually going to come in handy on the deserted island when you are trying to run into encounters and you don't want them to run away from you because you need to kill them. So that black map is actually really useful to get, but only the loopers drop it. Those stupid little enemies like that we just fought, they drop it, and I just happened to get lucky and get one from that battle when I killed them. So I probably saved time on the deserted island too in this run because I was able to use that, so. I mean, it helps to keep those things from running away because loopers will run away like all the time, unfortunately. And those enemies on the deserted island that you have to kill for food always run away too. Alright, so here's Rixus. And actually, you know what? No. I wouldn't have done anything there like split-wise. Okay. Alright, so let's start Rixus and this train wreck, because it's going to be a train wreck. It's just a matter of when you actually get the black map, like if you can actually get one, because obviously the loopers drop it, and you'd have to fight the loopers to get it, and killing them is not as easy as it sounds, since they like to run away. Yo, hi Luke. Welcome. Thanks for showing up to the stream. How can a rank if you have shares? Okay, fine, it's an airship wreck. What? Hopefully this sleep when you drift up. Okay, well, hopefully you will have good sleep, because that is always a good thing. Yeah, I'm still fairly new, like as far as streaming goes. I've done a few streams, you know, but I only like started. I still only started this year, like actually streaming. So it's not like I've been doing it a long time. So and I haven't done that many streams because I just don't have the time for it. But you know, getting in there. Obviously, streaming this game and doing a full run of this game is a time commitment, as you can well imagine. Oh yeah, I guess I have Atheist Man. I guess I have been streaming longer because I guess the first stream I did was earlier in the year, like um, March, April, somewhere in there, March, April. Just finished the Mega Man X series last week. That's pretty good then. You're not a streamer. Well, I mean, not everybody is one, and not some people don't want to stream. So some people just like to watch them. I mean, that's what I was. I just like to watch streams. I didn't trust me. I never thought I would actually stream. But... Yo, welcome, Tigerian Dono. It's actually been a while since
Retreat!
I've seen you, but then again, I haven't streamed in a while either. So I appreciate it. Appreciate the good luck, and appreciate you you being here and stopping by. So some of the random battles here don't go too badly. This one does. Yeah, this is one that doesn't go very well at all. Because for some reason, I don't know, this giant sloth looking thing, or whatever you want to call it, does not want me to run away. Which is annoying. So this ends up wasting a lot of time. Because first of all, this does a lot of damage. It's this quake attack, and I didn't heal myself before I went in. I went in here, and that was also like a bad idea, not to heal. Go me. So I think next turn I just decide to attack, to kill that stupid butterfly enemy.
Retreat!
As you can see, I failed to run away like 3 times because you really don't want to fight this sloth enemy, because he would take forever to kill, and but the game was just not letting me run for some reason. Oh, I've been there. The first time I streamed, you know, first of all, I didn't really know what I was doing, and it was set at too high of a bit rate for my computer to really handle it. So, but somebody helped me change my settings and all that, and we fixed it. See, I was getting really mad here in this fight because I really thought this guy was. I thought this thing was going to kill me. Like I thought I was going to game over here, and I was going to be really mad. I think I tried to do this, and I'm like, this is going to take forever. So then I tried to run away the next turn, and I think it actually lets me run away. I hate. This is what I was talking about. Like Rixus just wrecked me, like just hard with the encounters. See, I think I run away now.
Let's get out of here.
And it actually let me. See, it's just ridiculous. It's like, why wouldn't you let me run away the first time? Be right back dinner time. Okay, alright, Namako. I'll still be here. You won't have to watch this, this disaster that's happening.
Retreat!
Alright, so while this is happening, because there's not really much going on other than these encounters not letting me run away, I gotta go on mute for a second so I can go do something, but I'll be back.
Let us be thankful for our safety.
Yeah!
Let's get out of here. must run!
Lose consciousness.
Get him!
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, this particular figure encounter right here really made me mad. I raged pretty hard at this random encounter right here, so... Because there was a lot of things just bad that happened. Hi, back. I'm taking it. uh, yeah, that's pretty good. Alec. This game is gonna be the next Get Yourself speedrunning game. Yeah, you know it, Alec. It's gonna be all the rage. Yeah, this is a random encounter. Like, it's just, I can run away from this. It's just that it won't let me, and I think I might have gotten, like, surprise attacked by this, particular encounter. Which also made it worse, and then all the status effects that were happening, and then blah blah blah. You know, it's just a repeating pile of nonsense, and then I was trying to use Rain of Swords to kill them, but they kept doing things to Vice, and I couldn't get that off, and it was just one repeating thing. You could totally 12-hour challenge this game. Yeah, definitely. The other thing I hate about this dungeon is that I get lost, like, just running around in here. I don't like how this dungeon is laid out either. These enemies here are really annoying too, because they waste time because they just sit here do this, and it takes forever for them to actually do that animation or whatever you want to call it. It just makes a noise, and I don't understand. I just don't. But none of the enemies here will let me run away. So when it happens, I just basically use Rain of Swords to try and take them all out, but it depends on how fast Vice is, and he's not as fast as like Aiko would be, so. Like when you really get down to it, it's like, yeah, Aiko would be faster trying to take out all the enemies, but she doesn't have the strongest attack to do that. Why these things are actually fast at all, I have no idea. Like, they're just like a bunch of totem poles, so I don't understand why they're so fast. Yep, there's the time loss. Because I knew it was coming. Because, I mean, Rixus was not great in my PB, but it wasn't as bad as this is. Because they're on a roll. Okay, will this random encounter let me run away? No, of course not. Because none of the random encounters here want me to run away. Like, I was just so done with this dungeon. Like, when it was all said and done, I was just done. And then they all start just ganging up on her and trying to kill her. That's smart enemy design right there. Man.
That was a close one.
Like, I pretty much got tired of it. Like, if I didn't run away the first time, I just decided I'm gonna use Rain of Swords next turn and kill them because I just wasn't gonna try again. Because luckily you build up the SP for it if you don't run away the first time, so you can just use it. But Vice is not as fast, unfortunately. And I got stuck there. And I went the wrong way because I needed to go the other way to get the moonfish first.
Retreat!
Okay, that encounter actually let me run away for once. And then I realized I'm at the wrong place. I'm gonna realize that here in a minute, and then I'm gonna go back and go the other way. I was just like, where am I? What am I doing? And then I realized, oh yeah, I gotta get the moonfish that's over here. Because if I had forgotten that moonfish, that would have been pretty much bad news. I could have lived, but it wouldn't have been good. Actually, no, I couldn't have lived because then I couldn't have gotten the white map when I'm supposed to. So look how much time that I'm losing here because of the encounters, and I actually didn't mean to get that. I was going to totally ignore that treasure chest, but I ended up getting it because it was in my notes. That's something I'm not going to end up getting because you have to go down and get the loco drill anyways in Moonstone Mountain because you got to get that moonfish. So probably not going to get this that treasure chest right there later because it's just another weapon for Drachma,
Retreat!
which is not much more powerful than the loco drill anyways. And once again, although I think we were pretty much almost out of this dungeon, but goodness gracious, this was a train wreck. I told you that this area was a nightmare. Because of this bull crap like this. They wake Fina up and then she falls back asleep again. Goodness gracious. This is by far the worst dungeon in my run. That's definitely true. There's nothing that went worse than this.
Thank the moons.
Alright, so we're almost... So basically, I don't think you can get into any encounters in this next area where you're chasing this guy. Because I don't get into any encounters here, and I haven't yet. So I don't think there's any encounters actually in this area, which is good. So once you get here, you know that you're pretty much good. Like, you're in the clear. So... Night still light. Alright, so just looking at, you know, how much time that I've lost just here and just in the early game in general, there's, oh my gosh, there's so much, man. There's so much time to save in the early game, it's ridiculous. Like, that much time? Goodness, let's I'm ready for another run now, because to do better than this, there's like a billion to save. Yeah, I'm gonna split there. I think that's a good place to split. Because you get to this area, which is pretty much where you're gonna go fight the boss, so... Yeah, because some of the... So that's because some of the, like Moonstone Mountain actually did go well, and so did South Ocean, and some places. I mean, like I said, some places went well. Rixus, like I said, terrible. Look at that. Look at that time loss. That's absolutely just ridiculous. And that was all from the random encounters here. So, anyways, you know, there's always next time. But this should be a time save against this boss. Like, any boss like this should be a time save because of the captain's hat, so... So this boss is annoying, but I mean it's not as much so anymore because of the captain's hat, but it's the status effects that are annoying. And Feather Slash, I believe that's the name of its attack, is really damaging if it hits you. So I was like, why am I changing her weapon color? So let's see. I can't remember exactly how this fight went, so we're gonna find out. Okay. So okay, Ika got put to sleep. So, which is, I mean, it's not great, but you know. I can't remember what it. I think I just tackle anyways, even though she didn't get to use Glyph of Might on him. I think I just do it anyways. And ow, Feather Slash, that hurt. Because Vice still has it, which is fine. That's good, and the tackle will still do damage, considerable amount. So it just stinks because she didn't get to use that on him. But now we've got to heal. Which is why I bought all the Sacrum Crystals at Horteka, because you need them pretty badly. Okay, we're going after her. And yeah, that's the thing that this boss can do. If this boss normal attacks you, it debuffs you, which is something you do not want to have happen.
Let's try this.
At least you don't want it to happen on Vice anyways, because then it'd be less damage. Yeah, so that's when I just start throwing out the Crystallis boxes, because I still have some, and I just needed to get damage on this guy to finish it off. And it was really close to dying anyways. I think that's... Yeah, that's targeting Fina, which is not great, but not terrible either. I'd rather, you know, if someone's going to be put to sleep, as long as it's not Vice. I think I'm still going to lose time here because it was probably a difference in how I split the last time. I can't remember when I actually split for this boss fight. I may have not split until the animation when he attacks you, but whatever. Just ignore it. My splits are messed up, and it's like whatever. They'll be okay the next run. Alright, so we got a bunch of cutscenes to watch now, pretty much. Like a bunch of them before you get into the next fight. So we get up here and realize that the green moon crystal isn't up here, and we're fixing to find out why it's not up here and who actually has it here in a second, so... Boom, I took that guy down. It's like nobody gets away with spying on us. I bet the people watching this run right now, like, they're probably looking at this going, like, why are you continuing this run? Because it's so bad. Like, the time lost right there in the beginning, and it's like, yeah, it is terrible, but I promise you, it gets better. Somewhere. Somewhere we will be green again. I promise. Alright. So we gotta watch the scene where they summon the next Gigas. And then we're gonna get into two very long, well, kind of long. The first one isn't that long, but the second one is. Grendel is very long, unfortunately. And I don't think the second chameleon fight goes really well in this run either. Oh well, Alfonso. Yeah, so this is Grendel, or basically the Hulk, because it looks like pretty much the Hulk. Alright, so we're pretty much done finally with these scenes, and what we have to do is get back to the one of the teleporters over there, but first and foremost, make sure the freaking ship is healed. And I think I make sure that the little Jack is healed before I do this, because you do not want to get into these fights without it being healed. It's just bad news. Alright, so let's do this, because I think I'm going to lose time on the chameleon, because I don't think I don't think it went well. So lots of scenes, more scenes to watch. these scenes are so long to get to the point. To get to the next ship battle. There's so much. Alright, so here we go. Chameleon round 2. This is another fight where you're just waiting around and doing some damage and trying to build up enough SP to use the harpoon cannon. That didn't do a lot of damage, but it'll do more damage next turn. Unfortunately, my shock torpedo missed that turn, which sucks. Even though that's a turn that has higher accuracy for something to actually hit, but oh well. It is what it is. Luckily, both of those hit, so that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, in general, torpedoes have a lower hit rate than like a regular cannon does, but it's not like shouldn't be that crappily low or that bad. It's just the luck of the draw, I suppose. On a turn like that has a C or whatever you want to call it, it should actually be able to be more likely to hit. Miracle of 1 in 5. Some brisket, that sounds good to Maku. I just had pizza earlier while I was doing this, so it was good though. Yeah, this battle is not going well. This fight could go so much better than how it went, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, so I think I want to say that we finish this thing off this turn. I want to say that's what happens, but and here I'm just thinking about what I want to do. So that was pretty slow, like my menuing there, but oh well. I was just thinking about what I wanted to do that turn, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. This freaking ship battle just needs a better strategy, that's all. Yeah, I think it's over. Yep. So actually, this actually is going to be a good split. Because that must have gone much worse. Like in my that ship battle must have been worse in my PB. You want to do the Harpstone cannon, and I did use it in that fight. It just doesn't. It's not enough to kill it in one blow. That's like the first ship battle you get into where it's not enough to beat something in one shot. I mean, other than the Gigas, because that's obvious. But alright, so Grendel's boring because it's pretty scripted. I mean, there's nothing you can really do to speed this up. It's just build up just do what you can to build up the SB, fire the harpoon cannon, and then that's it. Just repeat. So there's not much to say about this ship fight. It just is what it is. Where I'll be saving time is just faster menuing, putting in my stuff, getting my stuff in order faster as far as my commands. Yeah, I do. I always do. Actually, I almost say like Moonstone Cannon instead of Harpoon Cannon all the time. It's a bad habit of mine. The actual guy that comes into my chat with the screen name Harpoon Cannon would be disappointed. There needs to be a person with the screen name Moonstone Cannon. Alright, so like I said, there's not much to say. It's just going to be enough more of this. of the same. This is actually one of the ship battles that I get up to go do stuff during, because it's just the animations are long and you have the time to go do it, so I don't really go into no, they don't really go into an explanation of how they were built. They just said like the nations like under each of the moons like came up with their own gigas, but yeah, they don't really explain how, like how they did it, other than Rachnam or Plurigoth, whatever, same thing. The purple gigas. They basically said they put the moon, they implanted the moon crystal into an arc well, like a real arc well, and that's how Rachnam was created. I think that's the only one that they actually really explain what happened. That's pretty much true. But I had to plan that out. It's usually during the ship battles because they're just long. Like the animations are long enough to where you can go do that. So that's generally when I go do it. If I had a wireless controller or something like that to where I could keep mashing text, I could do it during a cutscene too with the wireless controller. But I actually do have a wireless controller. The best story was beaten by, yeah, basically beaten by the little Jack. Because we didn't even beat Recuman. We just had to take out Belize's ship to get her to stop, and that's how we took down Recuman. With this guy, we just kind of knock him into a ditch, for all intents and purposes. This guy's Arcadia Encyclopedia. I wish there was. That would be something cool. Some of the ladders. That is true, because the ladders take forever, especially that one on the one on Pirate Isle. That one takes forever to climb. That's the freaking longest ladder. And even just in general, climbing any of the ladders in this game is just a slow thing. Yeah. I think I've been to the wiki as well, and it was, yeah. It was pretty barren, unfortunately. Oh, you mean like, oh, the actual like English strategy guide? Yeah. I kind of would I want to have that just for collector's purposes, but it's probably interesting to find one now. Almost about as interesting as actually trying to find a copy of this game now. I mean, you can find a copy of this game, it's just that people want to charge you an arm and a leg for it. So I imagine they try to do the same thing with the strategy guide too. Yeah, I've never given up my copy of this game either because it actually does have the instruction manual and everything. I mean, I got it used, but it still has the instruction manual and everything in it. So, and when I bought it, it was like 20 something bucks. Yes, Blue Rogues. There is one bounty fight that we do, Rube and Barta, and the reason why we do it, yeah, we do fight Rube and Barta to get the captain's hat because of the attack boost. It saves time. It really does. That's no joke. But that's the only bounty fight that we do. We don't do any of the others. And that fight's pretty easy to do. Like even early on, it's not it's not a hard thing. It's not a hard fight. Especially when Barda has a really stupid AI, because he does sometimes where he'll heal Rupe even though he's at full HP. Stupid stuff like that. It's kind of funny. He gave me a really good fight in this run, so you have your original copy of it, dude. I wish I bought this game at the time it launched. This was like a game that I played when I was really getting into Japanese RPGs, which um, yeah, I mean, I played Japanese RPGs, or RPGs just in general when I was younger, but this is one of the games that really got me into them, so. So I didn't have the game at launch, but I did end up getting it obviously later, but I had to buy it used. I saw it at GameStop, had no idea what it was, and just bought it. I bought it and Evolution Worlds, both of which are, you know, originally Dreamcast games. And both were good purchases because I enjoyed Evolution World too. Okay, I don't know where that time save came from on Grendel, but whatever. I really wish I had a Dreamcast, but I never did end up owning one, but I had a friend that owned one. I don't know if he ever owned, I don't know if he ever owned this game, though, on his Dreamcast. Although he did know what it was when I talked to him about it, so he seemed to know what it was. Yeah, Evolution, I do enjoy Evolution. That game is really good. Like, the Dreamcast, like, had, I don't know, just some of these little gems on it that are just really good games. Just wish that I had owned one when I was, but I never did own a Dreamcast. I could play my Japanese version of the game. I do have the Japanese version, the Japanese version Dreamcast game of SOA because I bought the limited edition, the Japanese limited box. I found it on somebody's online store. One of my friends who is in Japan had it on his online store, and I bought it from him. I got it purely just for collection purposes because it had other stuff in it that was really neat. You have your disc 2, but you lost disc 1? Man, that stinks. Wish you could find it somewhere. Yeah, I actually did finish Evolution. It was pretty good.
That was easy.
I was like, where did I run into that battle? And then I was thinking, is this the black market ship? And it's like, yeah, it is. I don't know why I was looking at it thinking it wasn't the black market ship. I have no idea why. And then of course I go into there like I'm buying stuff. Like that's not where I meant to go. I always get so confused with this with the black market ship. Alright, so now we're out of here, going into North Ocean, and gonna get some discoveries before, you know, a bunch of crap happens, and, yeah. You all know what happens if you played the game before. Because after we get through this nonsense, some bad stuff will happen. And we get to fight a fat pirate, because that's gonna happen. Excitement. I like how the mysterious rings are just right here. Like, you don't have to move very far to get them. Okay, and then I go below that. We're going to sink down a little bit. We're saving here and resetting to manipulate the tricyclone discovery. Because it's on a set pattern. If you do here, it's pretty much easy to find it when it starts flying by. You have Shadow Hearts from the New World. I've never played any of the Shadow Hearts games, so I have no idea how they are. So basically you look and it should be coming like from the south. There it is. I said I end up having to chase it down a bit because I just do. I don't think I was at a good angle, but there it is. So it gets me off track a little bit, and these random battles don't help either. Yeah, so then we turn around and get the discovery on this rock. And then, yeah, I'm trying to heal before I get into the fight with Gordo. Which should be much faster. Like, Gordo should be way faster than my PB. Because that fight just in general took a while. Without the captain's hat strats going on. There we go. I wanted to split there before the Gordo cutscene. Alright, so here's Gordo. Nomic's got the input thing? What does that mean? What does that mean, Kratos? Yeah, this isn't going anywhere. Like, my stream is not going to end anytime soon. So you all will see this to the end if you stay here. You will see the end of the game if you stick around. That I promise. So yes, the good thing about this fight, and because you have Rain of Swords, Delta Shield blocks everything they can do because they're just gonna spam magic. And then Rain of Swords will kill all of them, all three of the minions, and do a considerable amount of damage to Gordo. So this fight is way faster now with the with this. You got his device to show his controller inputs on stream. Oh, okay, got it. That's really cool that he got that, because I know that some people have had that on stream where it shows their controller inputs, which is really cool. I've seen it on Void stream, and I know other people have done it, but that is really cool, especially for people who play platformers. That's really neat to watch. And of course, that stupid thing was guarding that guy and sleeping through half of it, probably. Well, that's okay. I mean, there are some parts of the game that are just like not that exciting in general, especially some of the dungeons. Some of the later dungeons you can just fall asleep to because they're just not that exciting. Yeah, so then we just use a yeah, I was like, why am I doing? I should use the Crystallis box on that and let everybody else guard, because Aika should be fast, or faster. And this is kind of like, why is Gordo faster than me? It's like, really? It's like, why? There's the time save. Alright, let me read some of this stuff. Yeah, Void and Blunt Bunny use it. Yeah, there is a mod of this game. I never got it to work, but yeah, from what I read, it's supposed to do what they claim that balances stuff. I guess by that they mean that they make Pirate's Wrath not as OP, and they make magic a little more useful. That's what I was getting out of them saying they balanced it more. But anyways, and they put in some equipment, some ship equipment or some other things that was not that they took out of the original game. They put it back back into the game or something like that. It's more your voice, and I'm ridiculously tired. Oh, okay, well. The music I mean, the music isn't, yeah, it's not terrible, but, and I'm looking for the discovery on the wrong piece of land because I'm a genius, so don't bother watching this. This is me derping around. You made it in time for Gordo. Yes, NG Burns, you did make it in time for Gordo. Yeah, I mean, you can hear it, like the sounds. You can hear that it just doesn't sound as good. They just compress the sound a lot on this version of the game. That's why. Discoveries are for money, and you need a lot of money. Like, I mean, by that I mean a crap load of money. I mean, you need 100,000 gold, first of all, to get past a certain point in the game, because you need 100,000 gold to give to the two old guys on Crescent Isle to get your base up and running. That's absolutely a requirement. The rest of the money that you get from getting other discoveries, Piranha Seeds, because you recruit Ilkamus, the crew member that sells those.
Retreat!
Well, I mean, no. Fat doesn't necessarily mean slow. That's true. It doesn't, so I'll give you that one.
Retreat!
No, we're talking about the mod. That not the game. This game, other than them lowering the encounter rate supposedly, than from the Dreamcast version, that's about the only thing. They lowered the encounter rate in this version of the game and added stuff. Like they took out a side quest. They added the bounties. They added some other things, some discoveries. They just added stuff in this game that wasn't in the Dreamcast version and compressed the audio, which is why it sounds worse than the Dreamcast version. Essentially, that's the differences, but the mod is something that you can do, or if you download the ISO of this game and you apply the mod to the game, you can yeah, you can see what they did to make the game more difficult, because that's essentially what they did, is made the game more difficult. And that's what they were talking about. I don't have the OST, but I'd rather have the physical OST. That's what I'd rather have, but we actually don't get... I know what you're talking about, Blue Rogues. We actually don't get that discovery. We get several of them, but that's not one of them that we get. And if you're wondering what I'm doing here, it's because I'm looking, because I'm trying to get the Ancient Palace discovery, but then I just say screw it and just... Because you can get it later, like it's not a big deal to get it now. I was just trying to get it now, and I'm trying to position myself because I know where it is on the map, but I couldn't. I was like, whatever. And I just went to the Maw of Tartarus and said screw it. Because I was getting into too many encounters trying to find it, and it was not worth it, so I'd rather do it later when I don't have to get into any encounters to find it, so whatever. I screwed around a lot in this area trying to get that discovery.
Retreat!
Yeah, if you want to know why why that time save is so big, yeah, it's a lot of me screwing around. It was a lot of me trying to screw around to get that Ancient Palace discovery last time, and it wasted just a billion. That's why. So. Yeah, Kratos. Like when you realize where my name actually came from, which was in Antilles' stream, I believe. By the way, I used the slipper box here. I shouldn't have. Don't ever use it here. It's not worth it, so don't do it. Don't ever use the slipper box here. Save the slipper box for the tank boss and the Grand Fortress. It's much better for that fight. Because that thing is actually really susceptible to sleep, and if you do it, you can actually get through that fight without taking a lick of damage. So just don't do it. Don't waste the slipper box. It has a high chance of breaking anyways. I mean, I did. I didn't realize how much time I wasted trying to find that discovery the last time, but obviously I can see. It was a lot. And I still waste even more time after this split trying to find it. Like after this fight and everything, I waste more time trying to find. You'll see. So there's more time to save. I'm going to be back in the green again after this. Or I should be back in the green again after this split. Because because the time I wasted. I agree, Tigiri and Dono. It should always be a reason for friendship. More people do need to play this game. It's just so good. Yeah, it's just an underrated. It's just an underrated game. Oh, I try Kratos. Kratos and I have heart-to-heart talks, and Kratos lives in my and we live in the same state and very close to each other. Like probably I don't remember how many hours you said away from each other, Kratos. I don't even remember now. It wasn't very far though. We're not very far away from each other. Yeah, I beat this game. Well, I didn't play the Dreamcast version, but I beat this game and then immediately played it again because I wanted to 100% it. I wanted to get everything. So, pretty much back to back. I don't know why I got so turned around there. Poor Drachma. More we get to get more into his backstory a little bit here. Alright, so while this is happening, give me a second because my husband has to leave for work and I need to tell him bye. So we'll just let this go on because there's nothing really happening other than this scene which you can enjoy and this this next ship battle that's pretty scripted. Angie Burns' cutscene gets you, don't no heavy, don't leave. Well, he's gonna be at work all night, so I'm gonna be here by myself doing this, unfortunately. That's okay. I've got people to talk to, apparently. Yeah, I really do like Gilder in this game. Like, he probably had the, let's be honest with you, and maybe people may say it's sacrilege or whatever, but I do enjoy, I would pick him probably over anyone else. I like picking him as my final party member just when I'm playing casually. And this, but I like I don't know, I like Drachma and Rick. I like everybody, but I don't know. It's just hard to make a choice. I like that we get to take Drachma, though, in the speed run. Hey, I like that my chat is actually active. That's good. I'm enjoying that. And Kratos, I can just imagine Kratos' reaction right now to that. Yep, there it goes. I knew that was coming. uh... I played this game before I played Tales of Symphonia, and when I played Tales of Symphonia and I found out there was a guy named Zelos, I was like, the first thing that came out, I was like, wow. It's like, why? Because I associated the name Zelos with, you know, freaking Gigas in this game. I recently replayed Symphonia, actually. Huh, that's a good point, NG Burns. I'm actually not sure. Zeros, because that would actually make sense when you think about it. I haven't played Valkyria Chronicles, but I have it. I actually have the remastered version on PS4. And I do plan on playing it at some point, and I got it specifically because of the cameos from this game. That's I'll be honest. I'm just gonna tell the truth. That is why. You're kind of sensitive. Could you broke up? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess that would make you a bit sensitive. And this game gets kind of this game is kind of emotional. Like at some points, there are scenes that are just I don't know. They just are. The music, the music really gets you, especially at certain in some scenes. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that's gonna be how it's gonna be when I play that game. I'm not. I'm never. They're never leaving my squad. All right. So this is a pretty relaxing part of the run. The deserted. I actually really like the deserted island part of the run, or just part of the game in general. I don't know. It's just relaxing. I think. Plus, the fact that this deserted island becomes your base later is pretty cool too. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. That's the way that's the way I think about it. You know, some people like things, some people don't. So, oh yeah, and here's the scene where we get to see Aika without her hair up, which is nice. Yeah, I mean that is how people are in general, but you know, Kratos, please. I think Agatha does look so much better with her hair down like that. I don't know, just looks really good. This is true. This is true. You get to see you do get to see it way earlier. Her hair down if you pay the price of watching that optional scene on Pirate Isle, which is a good scene. I love that scene. It's pretty funny. Yeah, between I don't know when I played SOA and then I played Symphonia, I enjoyed Symphonia, but I was like, I don't know. I was like this. I played them really close together, and I was like, it's not. It's just not SOA though. Vice is a lucky guy. He has like two pretty ladies fawning all over him. And they were, I mean, I think it's at one point they were going to do a PS2 version of this game and then didn't. It got canceled. But it looked like they were planning to put it on PS2. I beat Symphonia enough times to see all the endings with everybody and just the cutscenes that you get when someone's your soulmate or whatever. So, way too many times. Let's just say that. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, there are several ladies that like Vice. It's not just that. He's he has so many women that like him. That's pretty much how they designed Vice. I mean, he was supposed to be the ladies' man, and just look at him. They definitely seem to want to make that like a driving thing in this game. Yeah, no, especially when they get when they're all in Nazareth and they just somehow miss each other. That's I still think that's funny that they just somehow manage to miss each other. I don't know. I've always wondered that too. Because I mean, they could have done something else for Ica, but maybe there's some. I don't know. I don't know what the reason was for that design. I think that's the thing for a lot of people, Blue Rogues, is that if even if they made a sequel, I think most people are worried about how it would end up. Um,
Moons, give me strength.
they could do a prequel, yeah, that's true. I mean, it doesn't have to be a sequel; it could be a prequel. But I think that's what a lot of people are worried about. Is just like, what would they do to it,
That was easy.
that sort of thing. But yeah, because I think a prequel would actually probably work better because they could really go more into the origins of things, especially the Gigas and how the ancient world was, or the old world as they call it. I don't know. There could just be more explaining of the history. Like they could go into the history more, I guess is the best way to say it. Alright, so this is where the black map that I got from the Looper fight actually comes in handy. This is the one place it comes into handy, is these enemies here. They can't run away from me, and encounters work more. Or that you get into more encounters more with it equipped, so this is where this is actually handy. So hopefully, because I have this, it will save a bit of time here. That's gonna be, it should, because otherwise these things have a very big tendency to run away.
Moons, give me strength.
Just you can't really count on um getting the black map. It's, I mean, you can kill some. I don't know what the drop rate is for that for for when from the loopers. I don't know. Well, the segment run obviously manipulates getting the black map so they can use it here. That's the only place they use it though, is right here in this section, because it's only really useful here. But then again, they also manipulated like the number of encounters here and how many they got into a fight with. So probably the as most as you could get in a fight, which is probably like 5. So yeah, they manipulated that.
That was easy.
Yeah, that's the other thing the black map does. It does give you more preemptive attacks. That is true. It increases your encounter rate and increases the first strike. That's what it does. And increases the encounter rate, keeps enemies from running away, and increases the first strike. Okay, so 3 things, sorry. But yes.
Moons, give me strength.
I didn't know someone was doing a TAS of this game.
That was easy.
I only got the black map just by luck, though the segmented run manipulated getting it, and they only use it here. So this is the only place that the segmented run actually uses it, is to keep these things from running away, which does help and does save some time. But anyways, that's the only place they use it. I don't know if they use it anywhere else. I didn't really see them use it anywhere else. And Kratos, I would hope that most people here, if they're watching this, have played it or beaten it before. Otherwise, they're getting spoiled pretty badly. I mean, yeah, basically it is. I mean, it's basically the segmented run is the TAS, but I mean, you know. Because, I mean, I've watched the segmented run that's on SDA. They get the black map on purpose, but They use it here, but I don't remember them using it anywhere else except for here. So when I got it, like just randomly from an encounter in South Ocean, I think, somewhere in there, I just decided to use it here to save time. This I could do. This I could save time too on by just finding all these sticks. I swear this is the worst part of this is finding these sticks. I'm much better at finding the little the moonstones or whatever because they're easier to see. I mean, let's just be honest. If you're doing a real Taz of this game, then you are like manipulating this game just out the butt because that's what you're doing is getting is over and over again until you get the best RNG. And you're not doing things fairly. You're using some sort of tool to you're using a tool to basically get the fastest time possible. You know, I'm trying to think of when I split here. Oh geez, yeah, that would be ridiculous. Getting through there without without any battles. Oh, so bad. And then you're slowly gripping and tightening right. I mean, that's basically how you would feel. Yeah. That must be how the guy felt that actually did that segmented run that's on SDA. He probably wanted to do that to himself in some of those sections. He probably wanted to do that at the beginning of the game when he reset the game a billion times to get the electri box too, and get a fairly good get some fairly good battles once he got it. I mean, get some fairly good battles without getting into too many random battles after you get it. I mean, there's just a lot of variables there. I mean, you can't you can't really compare the two. The Taz is like nothing. The Taz is just nothing like that. You are basically manipulating the entire game with the Taz. Like actually looking into the game, you can't do that in a segmented run. They are, and taking on doing this game as a Taz. Goodness, have fun with that because this would be an undertaking. That's for sure to do a Taz of this game. There's so many variables. Yeah, you can't compare Taz's to anything else. They're just not the same, and they take a lot of work because you're basically perfecting it entirely. You're just doing you're just perfecting it as much as possible, like a perfect run, and that takes a long time. And with RPGs, especially a long game like this, I mean, obviously, if you were doing, you probably could find some way to skip stuff in this game and make it even shorter. I would say, but you know. Yeah, that's pretty much true. NG Burns. You'll spend forever on a Taz because you're doing you want it to be absolutely perfect. You can't accept anything less than perfect when you're doing that. It has to be the best outcome for what you're trying to do. I don't know. It's just, it's totally different. You know, I'm thinking that I don't split here until I enter Nazred. That's what I'm thinking. Considering how big a difference that is I doubt that I split when I actually leave here in my PV. But you know what I'm gonna do? I think what I'm gonna do is split after the scenes with Gilder, and when we take control of the ship, I think I'm gonna split there because I think that makes sense. You know, I'm actually glad that Gilder is in your party for some of the fights that you have to do in this run because of his speed. His speed is so good. Like having him in the fight for Dakid's Island and having him in the fight for like Vigoro, Galcian. I don't know. I just would rather him be in my party because of his speed. He can throw items so well and make sure no one dies. So I don't know. He's in the to me he's in the perfect fights that where they force him into your party. It's perfect. He's perfect for the job because he's the fastest. But honestly, it would be more difficult if you had someone else in your party like Enrique or Drachma because they just don't have the speed, and you need someone with speed to heal in those fights, especially Vigoro. He does so much damage that you need to heal that immediately. Alright, I'm gonna split there. It makes more. I don't know. It makes more sense to do that because I don't know. You're leaving the deserted island, so that Glaud is a lot bigger than it should be. So you ended up eating the entire day, Hakadapo. Also, welcome back, Akadafo. I love this scene. Yeah, I do love that. His attack with gun. Yeah, come on, dance for me. I do love that. I mean, sleeping. My bad. I want to eat now. Akadapo. Uh, yeah, basically the same thing. I mean, sleeping, eating. Enrique is good for damage reduction, and Justice Shield does see some use in this run, and actually saves your butt in some situations for having it. So yeah, you'll get to see some Enrique love.
See ya.
Everybody gets some love. All three of them do because they have their uses. So it's just that Drachma gets the most love because he gets to go into the final fights. Yeah, you mean like Gilder and Dine? I think they're the only ones. Yeah, they're the only ones that use guns. You know what would be really awesome is if you could get Dine in your party. That would be amazing. Think about that. That would be pretty awesome. But anyways, I digress. They're the only two I see using a gun. Alright, we're gonna get an all-important item here, the stealth ring. We had to go over here into this little, this market area to get it. Captain Dad, yep. Alright, so we're gonna get the stealth ring. We're gonna equip that immediately on Gilder, because why not? There's nothing else to do. And the captain's had his own vice, so You would think more people would use guns. That's definitely true. Like when you really think about it. Yeah, I mean, does that count? Sure. I mean, you know. Alright, so we're gonna sell all those discoveries that we got in North Ocean. Yeah, it should be all the North Ocean ones. Just building up our money for that 100,000 gold that we gotta have like relatively soon. I mean, not incredibly soon, but eventually. Alright, so now that we've taken care of that, we're gonna go rest at the inn. Yeah, for this split, I don't think I'm gonna split until Vice and Gilder get to Daked's Island, because that's when it really begins. So that's what I'm gonna do. It makes more sense that way. Yep, here's the scene where they all just completely miss each other by like a few seconds or something. It's just ridiculous. I remember the first time I played this, I was like, really? It's like it's, I mean, it was cool, but at the same time, I was like, really, they're just gonna miss each other by that much. But of course, that made it more interesting, I suppose. Yeah, I know Atheist, man. We into positive splits again, or whatever. You know what I mean. We're into splits. We're into the green, not the red. We're not in the red anymore. That's all that matters. That is true. That's typical anime fashion right there. That's exactly what would happen. Alright, so they save this old guy, and we get the other half of the map that Vice got from that skeleton on Daggett Island. Get more into a history lesson on Daggett. Don't know much about him other than he was a great air pirate. That's about all we know about him. Yeah, his name was Gonzalez. Show some respect. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gonzalez.
Hey,
That was too funny. It's too funny. That you both said like almost the same thing almost the same time. What would have been even funnier is if you had used the same emote there. That's because I wasted so much. I wasted a lot of time and on the North Ocean section, the Mall of Tartus, and I saved time on the deserted island. Although I may have split differently there, but I think this split works better. That's just me. But I'm not gonna split again until we're actually at Dackett's Island, though, when it actually begins. So I go in here and I just buy a new sword for Vice because I want the extra attack power. It actually does. You would think, does it really matter? Yeah, it does. The extra damage from the sword actually does matter in the boss fight coming up on Dakot's Island. It really does matter. And then I'm looking at what I need to sell because it's a good idea to clear out your inventory after a while because there's just so much stuff sitting in it. So I'm kind of selling stuff ahead of time before I need to do it, but it lowers the amount of time you need to sell stuff later. It wouldn't matter so much if you have Pirate's Wrath for this fight. We don't, but I don't have Pirate's Wrath for this because I did not get an extra Moonberry drop. So, oh well. So it's actually, it really does matter that I got that new sword, but I'd still probably would get it anyways. So I'm gonna get a few more Glyphs of Might and a few more Sacrum. Do I get a few more Sacrum crystals? Because you want to make sure that you have enough to get you through, um, probably the rest of the game, honestly. You may end up buying a few more Sacrum crystals, but probably not. I just get enough to get me through the next sections because you need enough. They're like your main healing item in this game. The Sacrum crystals are. I'll admit that I use Kappa too much, honestly, on here. If iKappa was actually available, my emote for Ica and her Kappa face was available in other people's chats, I'd probably use that all the time, quite honestly. Yeah, there's been a lot of work that went into this run from several people, not just me. I mean, I put notes together based on the segmented run, but there are people that tried other things and suggested things, and, you know, several people worked on this run to get it to, like, the point that it is now. I still have a billion more time to save on this run in anyways, because my early game was just, you know, there was bad things that happened in my early game, so you can see how much time I have to save even now. So I'm going to work on optimizing the early parts of my game. So. Well, and I didn't have Frankerface Z emotes for a while, so that was a new thing. No, Atheist Man doesn't have a Frankerface Z, so he just sees words, random words. Somehow, though, I assumed somehow I don't know. Somehow I just I just assumed that iKappa would be the most used emoticon in this chat. If I made that as an emote, I just somehow knew that it would be. Because her face is perfect for it. That face that she makes is just perfect for a Kappa emote. But yeah, I had a lot of, as far as those emotes, I had help from Nomix, who is a great streamer and is one of the people hosting me. He helped me make the emotes. I gave him the images and he edited them for me. The cat emote was made by someone else, by my friend Apenor, who's another good streamer. I just added it to my channel because I wanted it on here because it actually is my cat.
Let's get out of here.
Alright, so we get this discovery, the Skull Rock. And I think this is where I see the balloon seed. Yeah, right there. That's where I see it. And that was very lucky that that was there. Though it seems to be pretty consistent that it's flying around somewhere. Just look for it. So even though this is Dakett's Island, we can't start it yet until the guys get over here. So I'm not going to split yet until we're all here and the dungeon really starts. So let's. The balloon suit can be annoying. I don't know, but for some reason when we do the speed run, it seems to be really consistent that when we get over here to enter Dakett's Island, it's just flying around out there. Just don't try and get the don't try to get the actual balloon flower discovery yet because you can't. You'll get stopped before you can discover that. Which the way you get the balloon flower is getting on top of Skull Rock and sailing straight north at the top of the ceiling, sky ceiling, and just smashing the A button. But you can't get there yet. The game will stop you from getting that discovery. But yeah, you can still get the balloon seed.
Retreat!
At least. Yeah, it's obvious that I split differently here. I must have split when the girls entered Dakett's Island. That's all I can imagine, because that's the only reason why I'd be losing time here. But that's okay. I think I like this better. And of course we get back attacked before we can get there, because why not? That would happen, you know. That dodge though, good stuff.
Retreat!
Yeah, it's definitely a difference in when I split, but that's perfectly okay. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to be ahead, so it's not really that big of a deal. At least this wasn't a back attack, so we can quickly just run away from this. It was a time loss, but I think it's a fake time loss because of the difference in splitting. I must have split when I entered Dakett's Island. The last time I did this, I must have split when I entered Dakett's Island with Ica and Fina. No idea why. Who knows? Just kidding. Although that Vice mode is a good one to use when you're losing time. I will say that much. I go over here and get this weapon because I want to sell it later. And it wasn't a big deal to go get it, so anyways, I just went and got it. And I didn't get into an encounter with them. Usually that always happens, that I'll get into at least one encounter with them, but it didn't happen. I was drunk several times in this run, I think. Well, I was really, actually, I didn't have enough sleep when I did this run, I'll be honest with you. So there's going to be some weird stuff that happens, especially later on. I needed more sleep. Especially to do a run this long, just remember to sleep. That's all I gotta say.
Retreat!
Yes, take a sleep break. Uh, for right now, no, there's not a reason for it. I'm not fighting any encounters anyways, and it will. I'm going to change it to purple and red in the next fight to kill those bosses faster. But it was on silver, um, just for encounter reasons because I want as much silver magic points as possible if I'm not in a boss fight. I just need as much silver magic as I can. I'm trying to remember the last fight that I had. Yeah, I know why it's on silver, because those soldiers that I fought at the Mall of Tardis, that's why. Because they took more damage from silver. So that's why it's silver right now. It just never got changed, because there was no reason to. Because Fina wasn't in the party anyways. Fina's the one that needs the silver magic points, because she's the one who needs to learn Rizelum. Yeah, it's just a matter of routing that out to where that happens, and then you want that, and then you want Silenus, the purple magic spell, for a few fights, but mostly Zelos. Glad to see someone running my all-time favorite game. Well, I appreciate that. Trex15, appreciate it. This is my all-time favorite game too, so I love this game. It is pre-recorded, but I'm just getting splits because I didn't have them before, so I can actually see the time saves. So it's still like a legit run, it's just not live. I'm just not playing it, I'm just whatever. I did this run last Saturday.
Let's get out of here.
As in, I recorded it last Saturday legitimately. This is a legitimate run. I'm just getting splits and broadcasting it because no one's seen it yet. So I don't want anyone to make it sound like this run isn't real or something. It's a real run, and I really finished it. So I don't know. I don't like that word. When people say pre-recorded, it makes it sound. People make it sound like it's a bad thing, but it's really not. I do my runs offline because I can focus more than doing it live. I just
Retreat!
well, I haven't really told people what the end result is, so nobody really knows the end time. Only I know what happens in the run, and I'm not really telling people what happens, so. But yeah, I mean, I get that. I understand. That is definitely true. The suspense. Please, Faithius, man. What? Please. Yeah, please don't listen. No, you're fine. You're fine, Trex. I didn't take that the wrong way. Don't worry about it. You're good. Sub 12 hours. I wish, but you know. I mean, I'm just happy that you know people come to watch this game. You know, that there are more fans of this game, so that's what I like. It's more fans. Yes, that is green you say, but I still say that's a fake time loss. It's just a difference in how I split the last time. I think like I said when I was telling them, I think I split when I entered the island with Ica and Fina instead of splitting when I entered it with Vice and Gilder, which is why the difference in the time and the splitting, but whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think if this next split or this next this boss fight coming up, if I'm going to save time on it, because I had Pirate's Wrath on my other route. I don't have Pirate's Wrath yet because with this new route. But I have the Captain's Hat, so I don't know. We'll see if I save time or not. It didn't go terribly, but you know. I've been running the game since March. It's not really heavily optimized. I mean, I'll be honest, we have a good route for it. I'll say that much. It's just not really totally optimized, but we're trying to get there, and we're also trying to find some skips to make the game even faster than what it is now. That'll be the hope, is that we can find some sort of skip or something, you know, just something that makes the game way faster than it is. Because right now we just have to go by the game's rules, I guess is the best way to say it. Follow the intended route that the game wants you to follow and get the moon crystals and all that. Which is fine, but you know. Yeah, there's new things to find all the time for this game. That's for sure. I think I'm gonna split right here. Actually, I should have split because I forgot it was going to switch over to them. But either way, it's still a gold. It would have been a gold no matter what. If I had split when they entered the room or when they entered the room, it still would have been a gold. The peeping Tom. I love that scene on Pirate Isle. That's such a good scene. I mean, I have notes. I just don't write down in my notes where and when to split. Um, which I probably should, yes. But I don't. I know, I'm such a bad person, not knowing where and when I split. Yep, super hugs. This is true. I mean, you're trying to do this single segment, which, well, it does make it harder. You know, I'm thinking about this. No, I still would do what I do here. You need, um, That's because I'm rethinking like when to split, and I don't like when I split on the last time I did this run, and I'm still trying to use the splits from my last run, so that's, I don't know, that's just how it went. So the next run I'm going totally off of these splits, because my sum of best is technically garbage because it doesn't mean anything. So I'm probably just gonna go with these splits entirely, and just make all of that my sum of best, and then go off of that run for go off of these splits for the next run, so where it will be more accurate. Alright, so we needed to attack there with Gilder, and it needed to hit because that extra attack from him actually does help in killing these things. And once again, Gilder's speed is absolutely imperative in this fight. Well, it doesn't really matter if I split at random times, it still only matters what the end time is. I mean, when you do the final split, that's the only thing that's going to matter.
This should work.
Alright, so that Sacrum Crystal may look like it was wasted, but that was preemptive because you never know if you're going to attack first, if they're going to attack first. It's better to heal every turn in this fight because you just don't know what's going to happen. It's just preemptive. These things are actually really dangerous, especially if they use Death Waltz. I have splits for anywhere where there are random encounters. I mean, anywhere where you can get into several random encounters, which would be dungeons or just sailing around or whatever. I like to see the time difference there, but depending on how many random battles I got into, and then the boss fights are obvious. I want to know how much time I wasted on that. And that counterattack actually really helped.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, just a little bit of time loss. That's not a big deal. Have I thought about running any other games? I have run a few other games. One of which probably no one here has ever heard of. Maybe probably not, or probably never played either. For like probably has no. I mean, I've done a speed run of Digimon World on the PS1, which is way shorter than this. I mean, and you can do that game in under 2 hours, but I don't know if anyone's ever played that game or not. There are much better runners of that game than I am, though. Yeah, I know it's important to be consistent, but you know. We're getting there. The next run will be more consistent as far as my splitting goes. Don't worry about it for now. As far as finding it now, finding Digimon World on the PS1, it's not very easy to find it now. It's more rare than you think, and people are still charging an arm and a leg for it for some unknown reason. I would say a lot of people probably do know Digimon World. I mean, they probably got the game and probably never beat it as a kid because it just it probably just annoyed them to no end. But the speed run is actually it's not that bad. The route is not. It's really funny if you watch it now. Watch someone just destroy the game when it gave you such headaches as a kid. Um, it's just fun to watch. I can do a run of it. It's not very good because I don't do the optimized stuff like manipulating the RNG in that game because goodness gracious, there's several ways to manipulate that game as far as RNG, which good runners do, but I can't do them. They're really difficult to do. And the people that can do them have played the game so much, like put several hours into it. Yeah, it did, because you have time as an element in that game, and you have to train, you have to figure, yeah, it's just micromanagement. You have to figure out the best what to do. And as a kid playing that game, I don't know, you're just not good at that unless you really were good at stuff like that as a kid. But I wasn't. I really wasn't. So the best I could do was get like my Agumon to turn into a Tyrannomon or something like that. That was probably the best thing I got. Maybe a Meramon. I never really got anything good. The speed run gets Birdramon and goes through the game like that. Yeah, I hear him doing a little bit of menuing because I'm learning Pirate's Wrath because I remember I had it. But yeah, I can speedrun that game. Not very well, but I can speedrun Digimon World and I can speedrun Donkey Kong Country 3, but I don't play that game very well either, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So owns Evolution for the GameCube now, and I'm not sure either, like how it all differs. I'm not sure either, like all the differences. And also, I didn't get the Ruins of Rolana in my previous run. That was something that was added, just letting you know. For more money, obviously. That's the reason. I can't remember, but yeah, I can't remember what's different about Evolution. Because Evolution Worlds on the GameCube... Evolution Worlds on the GameCube kind of like rammed Evolution 1 and 2 into one game. Because there was obviously Evolution 1 and 2 on the Dreamcast. There was two things, two games. They shoved it together into one game, which on the GameCube, which is Evolution World. So I think it may have suffered because of that, but I'm not sure. Everything that's different about it, other than both games being on there. The original DKC is good. Is pretty easy casually. The speedrun, as far as optimizing the first Donkey Kong Country game, oh my god, yeah, that game is crazy optimized. But then again, so is 2. Donkey Kong Country 2 is pretty optimized as well. And 3. Like, all the any percent categories for the DKC games are pretty optimized, I would say. And the first DKC game is very optimized on the 100% category. 2 is pretty well optimized on the 100% category, but 3 isn't. 3, there's still time to save, but it's getting there. But all of those games are crazy optimized and on any percent, that's for sure. So there's so much time that's been put into them. Yeah, crazy optimized is Super Mario Bros. That is for sure. Super Mario Brothers is like crazy. That is definitely true. But as far as speedrunning, I'd only speedrun the third game, because quite honestly, I played the third DKC game more than the others. Oh yeah, blindfolded, yeah. Some people probably could do this game blindfolded, that game blind. This game I wouldn't do blindfolded, heck no. But That game, yes. That Super Mario Brothers, yes. Yeah, that feeling when don't fight Ramirez here. You'll waste time. Yeah. Fight him, please. We're actually never gonna fight him ahead of time in any of the options where you can. Because you can fight him again on at Crescent Island when he takes all the moon crystals, but we don't do that then either. 15-hour blindfolded attempt, sure, yeah, that's totally confirmed it's gonna happen. Even though at that point, choosing surrender as the option is actually the choice you're supposed to make, apparently, because that gets you the swashbuckler points or whatever. That's actually the choice the game wants you to make. Now, the second time around on Crescent Isle, they don't want you to surrender. They want you to try and fight him because that gets you the points. I don't know. I guess what they're trying to say is be smart there and something. Be smart there and be courageous later. I don't know. You know. The game has its own logic. Also, here we go for edited scenes in the English version of this game, because in the Japanese version of this game, Vogoro didn't have a shirt on. So that shirt he has on was totally just, you know, painted on or whatever you want to call it. I mean, honestly, you know what's going on in this scene, but you know. Yeah, basically Namaku. I guess that's what the game is trying to teach you. Life lessons that Skies of Arcadia taught me. Yeah, we're getting to a point where we can spam "Hey baby" that emote in the chat because that's fixing to come up. Yeah, somebody does. They take out somebody smokes, and they take out the cigarette. I want to say Gilder does. I thought Gilder is the one that has the cigarette or smokes or whatever, and they took that out. Just like they edited like anything that made people like any references of alcohol and
This should
and
work.
smoking and stuff like that. I don't know why. It's like it's a game about pirates, man. It's like that's what they would do. So I didn't understand why they wanted to edit that out, because that's what pirates do. They drink. And yes, Gilder does seem like he would smoke. So I want to say it was him that they edited. And that stupid soldier was guarding, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would have been much better. But a fun fact here is that these soldiers can drop an aura of valor, and yeah, I think most people know what that does. But yeah, it's a good item, good stuff.
This should work.
It's a very rare drop, and I've gotten it in practice once, but it's not very likely.
That was easy.
Yeah, it maxes your SP gauge, essentially. Oh yeah, you were just saying, confirming, yes, an Aura of Valor, yes, that thing that maxes your SP gauge, you can get another one from these guys at a rare chance. If I got another one, I would use it in the Galcian fight. Otherwise, the two that you get normally in this run, which you get one from the Dark Rift, from a treasure, from, well, what the game calls treasure chests there. You get one from there, and you get one from just a battle. There's some battle that gives you one, so you end up with two normally in the run, and then I'm gonna split here when I enter this room. No, he doesn't have a shirt on in the Japanese version of the game. He's shirtless during this scene. You can kind of tell because look how crappily that shirt right there is drawn on him. It's just kind of crappy. It would save, yeah, a ton of time in the Galcian fight because you wouldn't have to keep building up for Pirate's Wrath, and you can take him down way faster with the Captain's Hat now. So that fight would be sped up tremendously. But the two that we get normally, we use on Ramirez, both Ramirez fights. I was sitting here looking at this because I was noticing that she wasn't healed, so that was pretty much like, good job. The other thing I was doing is re-equipping her in the battle. I almost forgot to do that.
Hey, baby.
It's really crappily drawn, yeah. They just kind of just threw that shirt on there, and it looks bad if you want my opinion. You can tell that it was just slapped on there. I mean, to me, you can. Yeah, if looks good kill. That's pretty much true.
This should work.
Luckily, he just wastes his time going after Ica in this fight, so, and confusing her, which is good for us. Yeah, so basically you only need like one Pirate's Wrath and then a Cutlass Fury to take him down. He's not very... Well, at least, okay, this first fight with him is not very hard, but that's supposed to be the case. And then I normal attack just to ensure that I kill him.
Hey, baby. How could this be?
Alright, so...
We won! We won!
I swear, I need to stop doing that. I put my freaking hand on the key and keep doing that. I keep splitting before I really mean to. I'm trying to split before the screen goes black, but whatever. Oh well. It was pretty much on the results screen, so it doesn't really matter. He's still trying to look up her skirt. Yeah, Vigoro is actually the one, the one of only people on the Armada that actually survives at the end. And then on this version of the game, you can see what happens to him or what he ends up doing. So I thought that was pretty cool what they do with this version. Alright, so getting through the rest of this. Which is a question of how many random encounters I'll get into when we get outside. I mean, obviously I can run away from them, but the question is how many will I get into? Which is the time difference here. It's all a matter of what happens. Hey, Gil was like, yeah, don't worry about it, about what I was doing. I was taking care of something. Which they'll find out later what he was doing. So really they should thank Gilder a lot for the reason why they're able to escape this place. Because if not for him doing this, they would not have been able to get out of here, probably. Although, I guess they probably still could have blown a hole through the Grand Fortress with the Moonstone Cannon, probably. It's probably powerful enough to do that.
Retreat!
Yeah, you still got more of me. Yeah, it still pretty much is 7, to be perfectly honest. At this point. I mean, not really 7, but, close enough to 7 hours left. Killed her waifu. No way, yeah, Husbando. Yeah, that is the other neat thing about the black map is the first strike effect. So that's true. I mean, that could be useful in regular battles or regular boss fights. I mean, being able to hit first, especially, I don't know. But in this, I guess it would be useful in this run simply because of the captain's hat, and you're trying to use that instead of that. So you're trying to do the extra damage. So, but it's neat just as an effect. It's like that feeling when there's so much more time you could save in this run. But we'll get there.
Retreat!
That feeling when you can run away and you know you're going to run away without fail is good. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. And soon we'll have the white map and everything will be even better. We're gonna have it pretty much after we get through with this place and get out of here with the Delphinus. Also, this scene, I love this scene because my favorite part is when he gives this soldier this dirty look right here. It's like, what in the world? Why did he give that soldier such a nasty look? And then he says, die, just all of a sudden randomly. It's like, okay. I don't know. It's just so funny the way it looks. That look on his face. Uh, he had it in for that one soldier though, man. That dirty look he gave him was pretty much like, you know, don't F up again or something like that. Yeah, basically. Something to that effect. It's just funny though. This counterattack here was good though. This fight went much better than the last fights against these soldiers, so good stuff.
I wish they were all that easy.
But no lucky Aura of Valor drop, unfortunately.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
I love that scene. Yeah, because it makes the next fight, like, incredibly much faster. Yeah, because the other members of the Armada are pretty much just bumbling around. Getting their butts kicked by him. Ramirez is actually powerful. Or actually has something going for some kind of power going for him. Not that the others don't have any, but Ramirez is on a different level, I guess is the best way to say it. This fight against the tank boss in this area could go much better if I still had the Slipper box, because if you can get this thing to sleep, it only takes 2 Pirate's Wraths to kill it. And you can get through it without taking a lick of damage. So that's when I'm going to save the Slipper box that I get in Maramba. I'm going to use it here. I'm not going to use it in any other fight. And of course back attack here, but yeah, they try. I mean, they're not bad either. Because seriously, the Loco, when he takes you on in Deep Sky and the Vortex, I mean, you really could have died there. He could have dragged you with him into the abyss. Let's just be honest. It's kind of scary when you think about it. But Ramirez is on another league. Alfonso is just a joke because you never really fight him, and you only fight Gregorio once.
Retreat.
I don't know. You fight. I mean, you fight Vigoro more than once. The first fight here is a joke, and then the ship battle with him is actually pretty fun in Yafutoma because you're just blasting each other with your cannons, the strongest cannons you have. So that fight is actually really fun to do. And then the second fight with him is when it's the real deal because he's really powerful. He does a lot of damage. So you kind of have to be careful in that fight. I mean, at the same time, you can do a crap load of damage to him, so he's kind of a glass cannon, but it's just you have to be careful. Deloco you fight the most times as far as ship battles go. You fight him like 4 times before he actually finally goes down. Bless me with your kittens. You can imagine that all the ladies that he supposedly has been with have said that. By the way, I'm waiting here for a reason, that's why. It's just to get on a good cycle with these lights, so I can just keep running straight through them. And I can skip the moonberry and the treasure chest on the 2nd floor because I got an extra moonberry drop. So I can skip that one. I hate getting that moonberry anyways. And normally I would have to get it if I didn't get the extra moonberry drop, and I hate getting that moonberry. Alright, so when I enter this room, I'm gonna split. But first I have to heal. Yes, it is pretty kinky, Atheist Man. So heal and make sure everybody has the right equipment on. Alright. So like I say, because I don't have the slipper box, you can't see the actual really optimal strategy for this fight, but oh well. Because if you could do this would be so much faster without having to watch his the animation that he does with his attack. Wheel blast actually hurts a lot too. Because the strategy here is to put him to sleep in the first turn, guard until you have like enough SP to use 2 Pirate's Wraths, and then just take him down. Because in those 2 turns that you're guarding, he's not doing anything except sleeping. So that's the optimal strategy for this, and it's really cool looking. So just guard and let him heal, because he's got the speed to do it. And he can take a hit. That's the good thing about Gilder too, is that he can take a hit. He's got the HP to do it. Does it really? I can. Well, I'm not really surprised, but that's just crazy. And you fight 2 tanks at the same time. Wow. Yeah, that's okay. That sounds insane.
This should work.
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare to me. See, normally you would take way more, like on the old route, that would take way more Pirate's Wraths, but now it only takes 2. So all you have to do, obviously, is build up for it. I don't remember how many Pirate's Wraths it took on the old route without the Captain's Hat, but it was way, I can tell you it was more than 2. That's, may have been 3, which just wastes time because you obviously had to build the SP for it to use it. Alright, so this is the end.
This should work.
Also, it's very windy outside here. So I'm really gonna hope the power doesn't go out, because if it does, well, yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. But that pretty much just makes this it'll make this whole thing useless. So.
That was easy.
Bam, that time save. Good stuff. could have been so much more. That could have been even bigger time save. Yes, don't do it during a storm. That is definitely true.
Hey,
Don't try to stream something that's just long and with a storm. It's not really storming, it's just windy outside and it's really cold now outside too. Like let me just put it this way. Yesterday it was 70 something degrees outside. Now it's 47. That's a big freaking difference in temperature. But yeah, this is true. If my power goes out, you'll have to watch this again. So, or I'll just forego it and just do a run. I'll just do another stream and actually do the run. Just do another run live, and yeah, then we'll be all good, right? Stop going outside. I don't know. I only know that because we have a thing that has the temperature on it because my husband is like a weather crazy person because that's part of his job actually. He's a weather observer. So we have equipment that knows the temperature and stuff outside, and I can see it over there. It tells me the temperature and the humidity and the temperature inside and the humidity inside. So my husband's a weather geek, so I kind of know that. Yes, we actually have the real moonstone cannon now. All right. So let's get out of here. Delphin is hype. Yeah, so this ship battle here, obviously not much to say about it. It's pretty scripted. You're just gonna wait to use Moonstone Cannon and then blast it. Not much else to say. This ship is broken. Yeah, so we just guard, and then the next turn we just let Moonstone Cannon fly. So probably in a casual run of this game, you're sitting there probably trying to use the other cannons and stuff just to try the ship out, and you really don't need to. I'm sure I probably did that on my first run of this game. Alright. So let's do this.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
No, because you couldn't use it on the first turn, so you couldn't use Gear Grace on the first turn in order to use Moonstone Cannon on the first turn, so you can only use Moonstone Cannon on the second turn, so just guarding and waiting is all you can do. Okay, why am I losing time here? Oh well, okay, I know. I'm gonna split after this. That's where I'm supposed to split, so anyways. Yeah, you'll end up having to use it on turn 2, so no matter what you do. It'd be cool if you could use the Gear Grease and the game just says, okay, you're using that, and then you can use the Moonstone Cannon because you're using it, but don't know. The game just doesn't let you. Ramirez Rage, yeah, he's pretty mad. Yes, we get to get two things on the Delphinus, which is that the Moonberry and Marco, our first crew member. And then we just go talk to Gilder and say, yeah, we're done. We're done looking around.
Hey,
No, actually, I'm gonna go back to this split. I don't know. I don't like that. I would rather split. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't understand this split and why it's there. I would rather split when I enter Nazarad. I don't know. That would make more sense. Or split after this scene here, when you actually gain control of the ship again. That's what I'm gonna do. That makes more sense to me. I mean, I'm sure that's what I did, is after I beat the fortress gate is what I did, but I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I would rather do it after I gain control of the ship, so basically when this screen fades. Because obviously that's what I did, is I split at that point, but whatever. Hence the time loss. It's fake. Let's just put it that way. I just rather would just get through these scenes and then split. I don't know. Makes more sense to me. There. That's where I'm gonna split. Because right here is where things can vary, because you can get into random battles and everything else on your way to Nazrad and Crescent Isle, and I don't know. There's variability here on the split, so There could be variability on the split before this, but probably not as much because mostly scenes and that ship battle, which is pretty standard. So, but I guess that ship battle can take a little bit of time depending on what the ship tries to do. Um, what animations it does, like fire, like shooting you with cannons or whatever it decides to do. There's probably variability as far as that goes. So whatever. I think it's okay to leave them separated like that a little bit. They'll be corrected again when I leave Crescent Isle after all the scenes and stuff there. It'll be back to the way it's supposed to be. So this is boring. Okay, we're just giving all our moonfish to this thing and until we are finished. Because we have 14 of them, so we've got to give all of them to this thing and it just takes a while. When you see the white map, you know that we've given it 10 moonfish, but we have 14, so it'll be 4 more after that. The reason for 14 moonfish is the 14th one gets you this idol that you can sell for 25,000 gold, which really helps. Yeah, the white map is the most important thing you get from this. And then the idol that you get for on the 14th moonfish that gets you 25,000 extra gold. Those are the two main things with this. Although you do get some other cool things from this. There is some nice equipment that you can get, nice accessories and stuff that you can get from this. So it's not too bad. There's stuff that you can use from this, so it's well worth it. That's the one thing, is if you wanted to run this game on Dreamcast, you couldn't do this because this did not exist on Dreamcast. So neither, and the bounty fight for the Captain's Hat didn't exist either. I'm not even sure if the Captain's Hat existed at all on the Dreamcast version in some capacity. I'm gonna doubt it, but maybe it did. Maybe you could get it somehow, but I don't know. It may be something that they added into the Legends version. That's why I think speedrunning the Dreamcast version of this game would be harder, because you don't have this, and the encounter rate is higher, supposedly. Although the music would sound better. Okay, well, let's see. I don't even remember where we are, so let me see what the next one is. All in all, we will get 17 moonfish, so after this I get 3 more. And that's it. And that's just for extra money. That's all it is. Oh yeah, the Warrior's Heart. That's another good thing you get from this. The Warrior's Heart increases the amount of SP you gain each turn. Very, very, very good accessory. White map is racist. Well, there's a black map in the game, Atheist meant, so at least they, you know, they were trying to compensate. Alright, we're getting there. This part is just so boring because it takes so long to do this. But once you get all these, there we go. There's the idol. Okay, so that's all of them. We just have to watch these scenes.
Whoa.
Atheist Man, it's your favorite character. Atheist Man apparently loves this little girl because she's apparently creepy looking. Just to compare, yeah. It probably would be pretty funny just to see how many. What? This entire Moonfish side quest was entirely added just to give you more backstory on Ramirez and gives you a little bit more backstory into Vice and Ica. So it was actually a really cool addition. Alright, so immediately equip the white map because that's what you should have equipped if you're outside of a fight. And then I'm just switching everyone else's equipment around a little bit. I don't know. It's just that when they put this on the GameCube, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. They just there just wasn't enough space, so they just compressed the audio. I wish it sounded better, but I can live. It's just that I can go listen to the music in all its glories in some other form instead of this game. So we're gonna go and we're gonna land in Nazred very quickly for two, or actually no, several things. Number one, we're gonna recruit Kazim, who increases the damage from your main cannons. So he's actually very useful. So we're gonna get him, recruit him, then we're gonna go sell everything that is unnecessary from our inventory. I mean everything, including the Dakot's coin, just everything, your discoveries, and then we're gonna go back to Crescent and give the guys the money to start the base, and then we head on to Esperanza. So I think the run gets really fun at this point because now you've got a lot of stuff going for you, and you can encounters aren't an issue as far as, well, okay, you'll run into them, but you can run away, and there's less of them. So I don't know. I think it starts getting really good at this point. Alright, so we got him, and now we're gonna go in the actual town and main part of town and sell and buy stuff. Because the other reason for coming here, it's like, why would you come, why? Obviously for that, and because we're gonna buy some stuff for the Delphinus. We're gonna buy a torpedo, and I'm probably gonna add something else into the run next time that I didn't, but because the torpedo is a useful thing to have. No, Cupel. No, we're not feeding you. Poor Cupel. We just starved him to death in this run. So I'm looking through here and seeing what I can get rid of. Just to clear out my inventory, because sometimes it's just better not to have a bunch of crap in your inventory. Because it makes sifting through your items easier, and just get rid of it because you don't need it. I was looking at my Aura of Valor and thinking, should I only have one right now? And then I was sitting there thinking, yeah, I should only have one right now. I don't know why I was such in deep thought about that. You don't get the second one until the Dark Rift, so... See, there's the idol, 25,000 gold. Good stuff. We sell that. Pretty much all your armor, because you don't need it anymore. Including Gilder's armor. And then... I don't know if there's anything I can sell here, just a few things. Because it is easier sifting through your accessories as well. when you don't have so many things sitting in here. So we buy the Valuan torpedo, and then I go in here and sell the prototype cannon because why not? It's 2,500 gold. The next run, I'm probably going to buy the advanced cannon too, which is the other thing you can buy. It's like 50 points stronger than the prototype cannon, so I probably will buy it next time. It will help make Gregorio probably more likely that you'll finish in the number of turns that you should when you fight his ship. So that's probably why I'll do it. See how much money the balloon seed gets you? That's like ridiculous. It's so much money. Alright, so we've got more than enough money to pay to get our base going. Alright, so now let's go. Back to Crescent Isle. And then we'll be off to our next destination. Yeah, no, I do kind of feel bad that we don't ever feed Cupel in this game, but I would if I was playing casually. Because when I play this game casually, I always feel the need to 100% every single time. Alright, so the all-important question of what flag am I going to pick is going to get answered here, obviously, so have fun with that. Poor Enrique. I love the noises that these two make. I don't know, they're just so funny, like the noises. Yeah, so we need to give him 25,000 to modify the Delphinus, and then give the other guy 75,000 to start building stuff. I guess flag, man. It's so funny. But Venus is my favorite. It's just that, you know. So there you go. There's my choice, so you know the answer now. I did pick Vice's flag, because Vice is MVP. That's why I did it. And I picked Venus in my PV run, so I wanted to be different. And more people, and several people have picked Ika's flag in other runs, so I wanted to give Vice some attention. Her flag is my favorite, but yeah. As in Venus is my favorite, and I always pick that flag most of the time. Yeah, some of it was I chose the first choice because okay, it probably saved as a little bit of time, but probably not a lot to pick a different choice. I was just mashing, but whatever. Most people probably never really picked. I mean, okay, some people you picked Vices like because they like the skull and everything because it's more piratey looking. Also, I love this animation. The ideas that go on in her mind, Aika's mind, her imagination is
Let's
something
go.
else. But I mean, some people probably chose his flag, but probably more often than not. And I forgot to split. Actually, that's obviously not right, so never mind. I'm going to unsplit. So hold on just a second. Yeah, I'm gonna split when I enter Esperanza, so that's what I'm gonna do. Wow, that was ridiculous, that gold split. I'm not gonna even do that. Yeah, obviously I split when I enter Esperanza, so that's what we're gonna do. I have to restart the run and pick her flag. Okay. Yeah, I'll just do that right now. Alright, so I'll split when I enter Esperanza. There we go. Which is still a big time save, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why that's such a big time save. What the world? Whatever though. That's a ridiculous time save. Probably because Enrique's around the same age as them, so that's why it looks that way. They're all pretty much relatively the same age because Gilder's a little bit older than they are, and then Drachma is obviously, you know, just saying. That's probably why it seems that way. Or why it feels that way. Whatever you want to say, you know what I'm saying. Exactly. Kids have to save the world because that is how it works in an RPG, especially a JRPG. Yeah, so I'll go over here and get this moonberry because it helps unlock Enrique's S moves. His mostly just his shield. I mean, that's the main one that we need for him. Friendship is magic. Yeah, Drama and Vice are clearly the same age. That's true. It's obvious. Yes, don't examine the flag, because I actually examined that flag behind Dawn instead of actually talking to him. Yeah, I think Enrique is actually older than you think he is. I mean, he's younger than Gilder, but he's still older than Vice. That I can believe. So Enrique is still older than they are, but I guess he just fits in more because he looks, I don't know, because he just looks younger than Gilder and Drachma. Yeah, Vice is 8 years old, totally. I think he's supposed to be 17. Pretty sure that Vice is supposed to be 17. That's what I'm remembering. But I could be totally wrong. That's what I was thinking, yeah, is that he's supposed to be mid-20s, like Enrique is, so he's still older than the group. Just doesn't have as much sailing experience. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, so... The age of consent, what? So they're all 8, yeah. Andromeda is 76. Oh... Yeah, did you not know that, Kratos? They are in Valkyria Chronicles, yeah, as playable characters. That's one of the reasons I bought that game, other than it looked cool. That much is true. It did look cool, but, you know. Yeah, Vice is in Sega All-Stars Racing too. I played that game and only got that game because he was in it. You can see where my priorities are. And yeah. Alright, so actually you don't remember if I split here, like after I get on the... We'll find out. I'll split here when we get... Okay. That's obviously not where I split. So, yeah. I must do those other 2 ship battles first. Which is fine. Just undo that. And then split when I go fight the Origo, which is fine. I just wanted to see where I actually split for Esperanza. I think I've wanted to put the Origo by itself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's pretty much who I use in that game. See, Carl. Oh, see, now Kratos is upset.
Let's go.
Yeah, so this first turn we just guard and then we use the Moonstone Cannon next turn. This is true. The things you do learn in Twitch chat. It's definitely true. Things that you never knew. Like that, yeah, that was like one of my greatest things, see, Carl. Like when I played that game, I just repeatedly raced that map because I love that track so much. The music, I was like, oh, it was so good. I wish there was more than one track in that game for Skies of Arcadia, but they only put one track in. Yep, so he's gonna get blown away with the Moonstone Cannon here, and then the next fight will start. So I don't know when I actually split here. I don't really care. I'm gonna split at the end of the ship battle after this one when it fades to black, and then I'll have the Auriga on a split by itself. Waifu War starts now.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
The war. It's already over. Okay, that speed wax that I got at the end of that fight is really important, as we'll find out soon. Are now friends. So that's all it takes to satisfy Kratos, make him happy. Just say good things about Fina, and he'll be your friend. Also, poor Dong getting smacked in the head with that rock. He probably already had a hangover to begin with, so that probably did not help things. His head probably hurts even more now. This is true. This is very true, Kratos. I really do like Veleza as a character, and I don't like how everything ends for her, but I don't know, that kind of makes me like her more just because of the fact that she was willing to sacrifice it all. It's only 99% of why we are friends. Good to know. Of course, I know that's not why. I think you were talking to Blue Rogues with that, but still, that's funny. Alright, so we're getting there. Once this is over, the real battle begins against the Auriga. The only time you ever get to really face off with Gregorio. For at least 1% of friends. Alright, so this should be over? It should be. With this Moonstone Cannon, this should end it.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Yep. It's over. So when this fades, I will split. Yeah, that's definitely when I split. It was still a gold somehow, but it's definitely when I split because that's a lot better.
Yes.
So yeah, this fight's pretty much going to get cheese because we got that speed wax, and the speed wax, when you use it on the turn when he's fixing to use his special attack, you can just dodge it because you used it. And Marco gets used. Marco increases the SP that you gain, so that's why he's being used. He gets a few uses actually in some of these fights. So you'll see Marco get used. Regal, right? Regal's best waifu. uh, what would have been funnier is if you had said Zelos, because I swear the first time I ever saw the cover of the GameCube version of Tales of Symphonia, I thought that Zelos was a girl because it's just the way he looked on the cover of the game. I don't know. I totally just thought he was a girl though. You can even count on fingers. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the perfect word for it. Alright, so... yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, when you really count, like, how many people are real friends and that sort of thing, yeah, it's probably not as many as you think. Like, true friends sort of thing. Counting on fingers is a handy skill. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, there's several ship battles where you'll see like the Moonstone cannon and then like a billion like torpedoes hitting on the same turn. Okay, not really a billion, but you know what I mean. Just several of them hitting on the same turn. It's pretty funny because the damage is just insane when that happens. All right, so here's where we use the speed wax, and then yeah, have the torpedo hit on the Moonstone cannon turn. Because when you dodge his attack on that red turn by using the speed wax before or whenever you use the speed wax, you can use it whenever, as long as you have the speed. You'll dodge it on his attack on the red turn, and then he's completely defenseless and open the next turn. So he should be finished next turn. That's like one of the best things about, okay, in the Yafutoma area, when you fight the Draco, Vigoro ship, oh, that is like one of the best fights. It's so good. Because you're just basically just ramming, like blasting each other with your best cannons. That fight is ridiculous, but it's one of my favorites. Yep, so here we go. We dodged the whole ram because we used the speed wax to speed up. The speed wax drops from that ship earlier, so as far as I know, it's 100%. I've never seen it not drop, so maybe there's a percent that it won't. I really hope I don't see that ever, though. That's gonna be my hope, is that I'll never get to see that happen. Otherwise, I would have to guard on that turn. The torpedoes get used so much in this run, though. Like, they're probably the most overused. And secondary cannons, like, barely get used. They get used in the Requiem fight for obvious reasons, and then, yeah, not really much else. I mean, they will, but... Yeah, unfortunately that wasn't enough, but I think I kill him this turn with the prototype cannon, so he's gone. So he still died that turn. That's okay. So the 12-inch cannon that we actually got there, we will use. We're actually going to use it against the ship battle in the Dark Rift. Um, it will come in handy there, and that's the only time it really comes in handy. Which, by the way, I hate the ship battle in the Dark Rift. For reference, that ship battle is terrible, and I think I'm going to lose big time on that because I think I actually had a good fight in my PB for that ship battle. It can go really badly or really well. That's all I'm saying. You can lose a billion, just a billion on that fight. So you'll see in a minute when we get through the Dark Rift. If I was carried by the Delphinus, yep. Trim and become Pirate King on Little Jack. The true Pirate King. That fight is just terrible because of you can okay, I'll put it this way. That fight can be over in 3 turns if everything goes well. Um but more likely than not it won't go well because if he guards on the first turn against or if he guards the second turn against your Moonstone cannon, then you don't do enough damage to make him come out of the rift or the vortex he's hiding behind, and then you have to waste more time trying to damage him. It's just really annoying. It's really just luck dependent on if he guards or not. So we get the blimp wreck in this area, and then enter the Dark Rift after we deal with the random battle.
Retreat!
Alright, so Dark Rift time. Which is actually a pretty short dungeon. This is not really a long dungeon at all. At least not the way we do it. And it's probably just, I know you can make it shorter, but we still go off to the side here and get the Dream Cutlass because it helps to have a stronger cutlass for Vice, obviously. So that's why when we first enter here, we go off and to the left, so we can get the Dream Cutlass from this little ship here. And then lower ourselves and enter this little vortex down here. The only sad thing about this dungeon is that we had to leave poor, I think his name was Robinson. We had to leave him behind, unfortunately. I agree. The first time I ever played this game and I got to this area, it scared me too. I'm not sure now when I play it, it's like whatever. But that feeling when I first came to this area and went through it, yeah, it was scary because it's just creepy. That's because it's just interesting and it's just mysterious, like as far as everything surrounding it.
Retreat!
It's just a very mysterious place. Yeah, the music is adding another level to it that helps make it, just gives it more of an edge on the creepiness. So here's the second Aura of Valor, which is just randomly hiding in a treasure chest here. Which is fine. So we just follow it to this light and go up and then turn over here and go through this vortex. That's right here, and then we're pretty much at the end. But then again, they reused this music for the vortex in Deep Sky later on, which I think it works for that. It pretty much works for that too. Let's just be honest, because that place is pretty creepy. Alright, so I'm checking one more time to make sure I'm healed, and then we're gonna do this, and it's gonna be really annoying. So I'm gonna split there. I don't know when I actually do split for this fight, but... So what we do is set up to where that torpedo hits, and then build up the gear grease and whatever. Just build up the SP and everything to use the Moonstone Cannon next turn, but the trick is that you have to he can't guard on the turn that you use Moonstone Cannon. Let me just put it that way, because if it does, everything just goes to heck. And, you know, it's just complete RNG if he does or not. But I wouldn't pay attention to my sum of S very, very closely, because it's probably not accurate because of how I've been splitting. Like, after this, I'm going to basically make this run my sum of best, because I think that's the best thing to go off of than trying to compare the two. I'm just going to make this my sum of best and run off of this, run based off of these splits, because it makes sense. So, yeah, it's all about RNG on the next turn, and you'll see why. You'll see what happens. So, we Moonstone Cannon, get Incrum up, of course. Build up more gear grease, because you need as much SP as possible. And then put that there. The other Valuan torpedo is put there just in case you actually do manage to do enough damage to him on this turn, so that's a big factor. So I think I'm going to lose time here, because we'll just see. We'll see what happens.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
So this turn here with the Moonstone Cannon and the Valuan, obviously you want the torpedo to hit, you want everything to hit and him not to guard. And you can tell if he guards, and that was definitely a guard, because that would have done a crap load more damage, like double that. I mean, it essentially cuts it in half. So your damage is cut in half. The point is, if he doesn't guard, then you do way more damage, and he'll come out of there on the next turn, and then you can just basically blast the crap out of him and kill him. So it doesn't matter, even if my torpedo had hit, I still wouldn't have done enough damage to him. I mean, it sucks that it missed, but even if it had hit, it wouldn't have saved me. He's still not going to come out, so unfortunately. Unfortunately, we're wasting time now, because what we had to do is just try to hit on the turn that has the C, because that's when you have an actual chance of hitting him. And just build up, I mean, just try to damage him and build up the S. build up your SP to use Moonstone Cannon again, but in order to use Moonstone Cannon again, you've got to waste time. It's why this fight sucks. It's all RNG, and if he guards, it just screws everything up. So I want to say in my PB that this fight was pretty perfect as far as him. I don't think he guarded, so I think the fight went really well. So I'm gonna lose time. Let's just put it that way. I'm gonna lose time here, but I have time to save whenever it works. It's just annoying. Also, hi Alec and Avenor. Thank you for both of you for hosting me. Avenor for hosting me, and you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this fight and this ship battle is completely random and annoying, and then the Tinku spell ship after this is also another one. The Tinku spell ship after this, the first one you get into in Yafutoma is also pretty random, and you can lose time on that pretty badly too, as you'll see here in a second. Or not really a second, but you know what I mean when we get to it. Yeah, my beginning game has so much time to save, Alec. Oh my gosh, the beginning of the game has like 13 minutes to save. That's it pretty much. I can already see that where I need to save time. That's obvious. So I'm actually pretty excited because I know that I have that much time to save because my early game was bad. So, and yeah, I'm losing time, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. My early game was just like something else, I guess, in my PB, and I got into too many encounters or something in my early game on this run and fought too many of them or something. So, whatever. Time to save. Hi, Avenor. Yes, all the glods. There's lots of glods happening, except this is not going to be a glod because this fight is going bad. So yes, it's obvious that this fight went well in my PB because of the time loss, but oh well. Oh well, that means there's minutes to save in this fight because that's literally how long it takes if you have to spend more turns dealing with it, so oh well. Time to save, I guess. You'll be able to see basically just how much time you lose when the fight doesn't go well. But now we're going to use Moonstone Cannon, and that's going to make him basically come out, and yeah, everything will go well because we'll just blast the crap out of him and kill him. I'm hardly using a ton of Gearys. Like, my SP gauge is maxed, like almost maxed right now. And the reason why it's maxed is because the turn after I use this Moonstone Cannon, when he comes out of here, it's just like full on blast everything. Use every weapon imaginable on the turn after this to kill him. So you'll see why we built up all that SP. It was pretty much for this next turn. Blame Jim. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have the Jim emotes in my Franker Face emotes. I should though. Jim and Girl Jim. I should have them in my emotes. Also, 26 viewers may be the most viewers I've ever had, so. That's why I appreciate the host, because I don't think I've ever had that high a viewer count before. Alright, so here we go. He's finally coming out, and we're gonna just blast the ever-loving crap out of him. Yep. 12-inch cannon, let's go. And then prototype cannons just all over the place. Let's do it. Well, it's mostly because Avenor and Alec hosted me. That's probably the reason why. Yes, Alec has never played this game before. I don't, and Avenor hasn't either, so probably other people watching have never played it, so they're getting spoiled by watching it. Dang it, that 12-inch cannon, here we go, he's dead now, but if I'd hit him earlier, he'd already be dead. Freaking, just freaking, oh well. It's like, geez, that time loss, man, that's bad. Look how much time I have to save there the next time, holy jeez. Just kidding, that game sucks. Mickey's Dangerous Chase. It is an airship pirate sim, yeah. I haven't played this either, but like, okay, yeah, I appreciate that, Avenor. You and Alec, I appreciate that. But you kind of would have to set up a donation stream to get a copy of this game. But quite honestly, you would need a donation stream to afford a copy because people just want too much for it. Here's to hoping the Nintendo Switch has a digital version of this game. Like on the whatever form of, if they still call it Virtual Console or whatever on the Nintendo Switch. That'd be like amazing if this game was on there. But yeah, GameCube games in general are expensive. Yeah, the Switch needs to have VC. I think that needs to happen. The Switch needs to have VC, and it needs to have GameCube games as like part of it. But that's just me. That's just me rambling about it. Yeah, all I'm saying is that GameCube games need to be on the VC if the Nintendo Switch has VC. But anyways. Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. Um, yes, totally jump on that, Alec. I can't remember if I get the Spice Island Discovery first. I do. I get the Spice Island Discovery before I get into the battle here. And that saved time because I got the Spice Island Discovery and I had some trouble finding it the last time. But yeah, the current Virtual Console lineup needs more games anyways. I mean, just in general. Like, I don't know. It needs more games. There's a copy of the game on eBay for $70 right now. Complete, so basically it has like the instruction manual and all that stuff with it. If it actually comes with all that, okay, that's fine. I'll give them that one. At least it's not like they're trying to sell the disc by itself and want 70 bucks for it. It's like when I try to go find a copy of Tales of Destiny on the PS1 and people want like, I don't know, like $100 for a disc. And it's probably damaged. Like it probably is scratched up, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so you may be wondering, okay, why do you put why do you have that torpedo hitting on that turn right there? It's because you're trying, you need Incrum to happen, like you need that to happen, and you want the torpedoes to, you want to aim, you actually know, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm going to change that on my next run. I'm going to make one of the torpedoes hit on the sea and the other one hit on another turn. That's what I'm going to do. I just thought about that. I'm gonna change my notes to where we Incrum first, make one of the torpedoes hit on the sea, make the other, and do something else. Actually, no, I'm just thinking about that. Thinking. Yeah, okay, yeah. That will work. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I just thought of, I'm getting strats while I'm doing this run. I'm gonna change how those torpedoes hit because I want to make sure at least one of them hits. So probably Vices, I'll make sure that one hits on the sea, and then have Enrique's try to hit on the last turn. Oh, you're fine, Alec. I was not even paying attention to what you said before. Didn't that thing happen with Twitter updating? That happened during that race on that game that you and Kratos played, right? That's what I was thinking. Alright, so the problem with this fight is that even if you don't do enough damage, then you can't use the Moonstone Cannon on the next turn, which really, really sucks. Because if you can, it's over on the next turn. But if you don't, it's just a knockdown, drag-out fight, so... Wild Guns? I've not played Wild Guns, Namaku. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought it was when you all play Castle of Illusion. I can't remember how this... No. I should have time to save on this battle because it went kind of badly in my PB. So... like worse than this, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't actually have 2 torpedoes because I forgot to equip the heavy torpedo before I went into this battle the last time. So yeah, there's time to save here. It was covering part of the game. Well, that would kind of be kind of be a problem, yeah. See, what I do on this turn is really what I should do on the first turn. Yeah, this right here is what should happen on the first turn. So, yeah, I'm going to change my notes for that. Yeah, that's pretty much true, Alec. It kind of became your speed game, Kratos. Because you're the one who working into it and brought the time down, I believe. Okay, I can't remember if I can finish if I finish this turn. There we go. That fight actually could have been worse, believe it or not. Yeah, that fight went terribly in my PV. Look at that. Dang.
Wow.
I knew that fight went badly, but holy crap. So, that fight is officially not as bad as the one in the Dark Rift, for sure. Because you can at least do something with With the fight here, you can't really do much in the fight in the Dark Rift. It can just go badly, and there's nothing you can do about it. But that fight could be even faster than that if you can basically blow it away on the second turn. That's a two-turn fight with the best luck, so yeah, it's just all about luck. So there's time to save there. Good RNG. Yeah, that game probably was fun to blind race because it just looked fun to play just in general. All right, so we get to fight these two nerds. I don't even bother using Pirate's Wrath in this fight because it's not worth it. These guys don't have a lot of HP, so you're better off just using Cutlass Fury, which is what I do because they're not that bad to defeat. So let's see. I was deciding what to do, and then yeah, I don't know why I was thinking so much, but anyways, so we use Justice Shield because you're always guarding when you use that, and then
Let's try this.
that's the only issue with getting this game. Yeah, Kratos. If you want to find it now, it's like ridiculous. I mean, I love the game, but that's just a lot of money to drop on it when it's like when we're talking about like used, and probably not with an instruction manual. I mean, dang, if you wanted to copy with the instruction manual, and don't even get me started on if you wanted to buy a new sealed copy from someone, that's probably like I don't even want to know how much people are charging for that. Getting a critical hit on Fina. It's lame, son. Yeah, so he's gone. Didn't take out the other guy. Who needs the instruction manual? I don't really pay attention to them, but I don't know, some people want them for collectors. Um, I don't know, for collectors' reasons. Also, hi Square Wave. Welcome. Did you? That's really awesome. I would love to have a copy, a sealed copy, a new copy. And if for that amount, that's not bad, because it could be way worse. You could pay way more. You could pay way more for that. Oh, dude, if anything ever happened to the copy that I have now, I would go find another one. Like, I literally would, and I would pay any price for it. Okay, not really any price, but you know what I mean. But my copy is still working, so whatever. It's got I still have the instruction manual and all that good stuff, so. You know, the split after this is kind of useless now. The only reason I had this split after Jiao and Mao is because of Spice Island, and now there's a good setup to find Spice Island very easily. So I kind of don't need it anymore, but oh well. I'll just keep it as a... I'll just keep it there as like a how many encounters will I get on the way to Yafutoma sort of thing. Which might seem stupid, but whatever. Dude, seriously, I would have been like, I don't really care. It's like, just give it to me. Like, yeah. I would just say, I need that game. Okay, I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not gonna ask questions about that split right there. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. Da da da. Undo split. And I'm just gonna skip this split. That's what I'm gonna do. There you go. That's much better. I like that better. Because I'm gonna get rid of that split just entirely. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna skip it and then get rid of it. So obviously you can tell these two guys right here are, are up to no good immediately. Because that split's useless now. Like I said, the only reason it was there is because of Spice Island. And now there's a consistent setup for it. That's pretty much true. If I can mix the face, then that definitely means they're up to no good. Totally true. So what we have to do is just come down here and talk to this guy. Buy a few things like the serpent torpedo, because now we have like torpedoes all over the place. I go and get the blue Heim figure, which is magic defense, and it kind of makes Yelliger a joke. I can tell you that. Yelliger does like no damage to me. And then yeah, I think I'd buy a few more deluxe kits just to be careful, and then go sell some stuff. Sell those. So I'll split after this scene, because that's when this dungeon actually begins, so... And this dungeon is... I like the music in this dungeon a lot, so that doesn't bother me. Like, that's why this dungeon doesn't really bother me, but it's really just... It's not much going on. The time save there, I'm going to say... is because of Spice Island, because I had a difficulty finding Spice Island. the last time, so that's the time save. It's gotta be. It's just because of that. I spent more time, it looks like I spent more time than I thought trying to find that, wasting time doing that, so oh well. But this is a good area of the game. I like it a lot. Like Yafutoma. Water dungeons, this is true. This is the... You know, Shrine Island was sort of like that, but not really. This is the real water dungeon right here. This is the real deal. The good thing about, well, I mean, you're slow in the underwater sections, but the other thing about being underwater is that you don't run into any encounters, at least. That is at least true, I suppose. But this dungeon doesn't bother me too much, because it's pretty easy. It's easier than some others, but... Yeah, exactly. The music just, I can overlook it, because the music is good. Yeah, this is just one of those parts of the game where there's just this dungeon and everything else. There's not a lot going on. There will be after this dungeon. After this dungeon, lots of stuff goes on.
Retreat!
And of course, the other good thing is that I can actually, you know, run away from stuff without it being an issue. So that's amazing as far as like a difference from the beginning of the run.
Retreat!
All right. Also, this dungeon is pretty straightforward. Like all things considered, it's not really confusing as far as where you're supposed to go, because it's more like fill the room up with water and then go back down and go in the water and then go right back the way you came. So it's not really confusing, at least. But this dungeon is long, I'm not gonna lie. That is definitely true. The length of this dungeon, just in general.
Retreat!
Also, it seemed that when you look at like people playing this game casually, that a lot of people really don't like this dungeon from a casual perspective.
Retreat!
From a speedrun perspective, this dungeon is very relaxing because it's not hard. There's not much going on. Follow a basic path and you're done. But casually, a lot of people don't like it. Which it would be if you didn't know where to go or what you were doing.
Retreat!
And now we're gonna jump. We're gonna go and jump way down. This drop is really long. And then pretty soon we'll actually have to find an actual encounter in here that's forced upon you. Yeah, that should be coming up really soon. Yeah, the encounter you must fight in here. We're getting there. No, Cupel, we're not feeding you. Again. Poor Cupel. He's so hungry. But we won't give him anything. Yeah, so this is an encounter you must fight. You get into it as well. Okay, this wasn't, but this encounter wasn't. But oh well. All right. I do appreciate you being here, Tigerian Dono. making the stream very lively. Good night. I'm sure everybody will try to behave. Oh, okay, Blue Rogues. That's fine. I appreciate you being here too. So have a good night. Yep, good night. Yeah, so these things are actually pretty, like, more bulky than you think they are. So you just have to wait. And they can call stone status, so... But a Pirate's Wrath will annihilate them.
Is it over already?
But we have the Gem of Fluidity on Vice to keep it from getting stone status. And then I have to switch my equipment back to get the white map back on, and then all that good stuff. See, that's the thing. Yeah, sorry, I was just noticing that Enrique already does have Sakuras, so I don't know. I'm gonna really rethink my early game as far as what magic I need to learn. Alright, we're almost near the end of this dungeon, finally. And then we get into the wonderful boss fight of this area. Alright. We are getting there, finally. Put the Warrior's Heart back on him. Yeah, the Warrior's Heart is really important for your SP. So I'm gonna split when he attacks, because I think that's the best thing to do. Alright, so a Tortigar is a jerk. And these first turns I do what I do because it's important. Just keep that in mind. You want to waste turns in the beginning because you want him to use Sacralin. Which is why I'm guarding and wasting these turns instead of doing something. Because he always seems to do this same pattern where he'll attack you, he does Steel Skin, then we guard again for another turn, and then he uses Sacralin. And Sacralin is obviously the most annoying thing he can do, which would heal you entirely of your HP, so that's why we do this. And then we just Prophecy. Prophecy guarantees that, you know, you go... I don't know, Prophecy is just OP because it goes before anything and they don't even get a chance to attack, so Steel Skin can never happen when you use it. There's just no way to stop it, I guess is the best way to say it. Would it be faster to use Pirate's Wrath? Yeah, it probably would be, but you're running the risk if you try to attack him with Pirate's Wrath. He uses Steel Skin and negates your damage, and you just wasted 21 SP, which was, I mean, obviously would waste time. I mean, quite honestly. I mean, but I still think that there's probably some way to manipulate this fight, so there probably is a way. It's just I don't like risking it. It's the most consistent thing right now that we have, so that's why we do it. I'm sure we'll find a better way later.
Let's try this.
And the reason why Pirate's Wrath would be faster is because you can skip its animation. You cannot skip. You can't skip Prophecy's animation, unfortunately. But there's nothing we can do about that. If you could skip Prophecy's animation, well, I still don't know if it would be okay because you'd still have to build up all the SP. It takes 3 prophecies, essentially.
Let's try this.
So, not much going on in this fight. It's pretty boring, except other than just the usual. So one more prophecy and he'll be dead, and then we can do more interesting things. Or more interesting things relatively. Alright, so it'll be over after this. Rip Lapras. Yeah, that's pretty much true. That's pretty much the best comparison, I suppose. Time monster, you don't belong in this world. Yep, I think that's pretty much the best response to that. Also, my sum of best is a pile of crap. I mean, it really is. Just don't believe what my sum of best is saying right now. It's not right because I need what I'm going to end up doing, like I said, is just making the end, like the ending, whatever my final time is, I'm going to make that my sum of best. So I'll fix it later. But for now, just ignore what it says. Yes, Avenor, my sum of best is 1342. Oh man. I mean, you know. Oh, that's right. You just forgot, right, Avenor? You just forgot that I said to ignore it, right? And then the love story between Enrique and the princess begins, which is actually pretty cute. Avenor. No, I haven't seen him, Avenor, so I don't know. If I see him, I will tell him you were looking for him. Has been to where art thou? uh, yeah, the whole thing between is a joke. Because Avenor has sped run some. Well, I don't even remember what that game is. That game was called on the Super Nintendo. That Flintstones game that plays sort of like a board game um, with levels and that you can play, and then you run into Wilma and Betty, and they'll say, "Where have you seen like their husband?" And then they're just like, they literally saw them 2 seconds ago, and they're like, "I don't know where they went." So we just say that they have like I don't know, short-term memory loss or something. That game was just so ridiculous, but it was really funny. It's really funny watching you play it, Avenor. Yeah, the Treasure of Sierra Madrock. That game, man, it's so funny to watch. Um, it's I don't know. Pretty much a game I never knew existed. Oh, that game, man. Alec, did you ever play that game, that Flintstones game, or did I can't remember if you actually ever played it or not. Oh, you try. You can even be level 1. Um,
Whoa.
so what does that say about Avenor who actually managed to speed run it? Yeah, they're completely random, but it's not even home. Like they just say come here and you come home this instant, and then just drop them off in the middle of nowhere.
See you around, handsome.
So that's even more a tribute to the fact that they have like some sort of short-term memory loss going on. And yes, NG Burns, hey baby. Yeah, I love that emote, especially whenever Vigoro is around. Do I do that to my husband? No, I don't, Alec. I don't just drag him off into the middle of nowhere and leave him there when I tell him to come home. We need to go home, go to some McDonald's. Yeah, go to McDonald's where they get your order wrong 6 times or however many times you said they get your order wrong. Oh man. Yeah, I think that's what you said 6 times. As random people on the street. Yeah, I just go up to random people and say, "Have you seen my husband?" I mean, I got what you were saying, Avenor, so it's okay. I feel that way when I type stuff sometimes. It's just really bad. Like, I don't even know. Just typos. Like, when you think about it, though, the way you originally wrote it is pretty funny.
Wow.
How else is she going to find him?
Yes?
That's true. How else am I going to find him? You have a point. Uh, Alright, so these random encounters here, you can just run away from. Like, or actually, they're not even random, they're just forced. Um, these forced encounters here, you don't have to fight, which is pretty funny. These guys are guarding the place, and you can just run away from them. It's like, good job, guys. You're such a good job. Such good guards. Obviously, they fail at their jobs.
Retreat! Retreat!
F for effort. And yes, that's even a double F, Avenor. Because there's two of them.
For you to die.
I think how she's just like, yeah, that's my brother, and then they're all like, really? Those surprised looks on their faces. They go from having like these really mad looks on their faces to like shock looks.
Uh-huh.
Have we seen your brother? Which brother, Alec? The one that destroyed his PS4? I think it was that. I think that's what you were talking about. The one that destroyed his PS4, or your another brother? Which was still funny. Like, oh, it's his PS3. He broke his PS3. Okay, I mean that's still bad, but it's still bad. But you know. I mean, they shouldn't be Kratos. They shouldn't be surprised that that guy's actually good looking. Um, what? Is your brother Arcadia's husband? I mean, I guess you mean that because he's talking about, have you seen my brother? So I guess that's what you're getting at. We were talking about the other thing, so. So that makes sense, yes. And I think I don't remember where I split. I'm assuming. Well, no. I know where I'm going to split. So, I know where I'm going to split. So I'm going to leave that alone. This is true, Atheist Man. Just assume it's just one guy that's always lost.
Mayhem.
Dude, the reset sound effect on your splits is so good. It just makes me laugh every time I hear it.
Uh-huh.
It's like you just gotta love Joe. Joe is just so funny. Shoutouts to Joe the Rapper. Also, I love this scene here.
Uh-huh.
This part that with Enrique. So good. By the way, these guards here are useless too, because you can run away from them. So I don't even know why they're here. They're such bad guards. Just run away. Bye, guys.
Retreat!
He's moving. Yeah, then we can. Yeah, a new room tour. That needs to happen. Yeah, Ika's just really rough on Enrique. Like, she just, you know, she just pushes him around.
Retreat!
Alright, so we're gonna change. Let's see, we gotta change equipment. So I'm gonna split there. I have no idea why I saved a minute there. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Yeah, basically, Vice was the gentleman there. He's more meandering. Alright, so this is another fight where we're just gonna use Prophecy and blow them away. Because Rain of Swords can't kill all those soldiers at once, plus they can guard. I'm trying to think of other stupid things they can do. It's just ridiculous how many stupid things they can do, so we just build it for Prophecy, use it, and blow every single one of them away. Just kills them all. One shot. He protects his women, that's what counts. Oh, well, see, that's another reason. The fact that he can call allies is even worse. So, I actually did not know that. But I guess I can see that. I guess I can totally see that being the case. So it's even more, I guess it's even more imperative to just take them all out at once before that can happen.
This should work.
Alright, so see you guys later, because that's the end of this.
To battle our foe!
And that will be this will be the last time you see Prophecy. It won't get used again. It only gets used with Tortigar and then this fight, then we never use it again for obvious reasons. It's very just slow.
We did it!
Also, did you see that? Learning Silent is like, both of them learned it on that turn, which is pretty funny. But, you know, now I have it, and I already have Ryzelum too, so I've got pretty much all the magic I need. Alright, time for the Draco. Which is a fun ship battle. This is actually one of the more fun ship battles, I think, anyways. So if you're lucky in this fight and everything hits on the turn it's supposed to, well, actually next turn, this can be over next turn, but it really depends on if everything hits. Like all of your, all of your torpedoes and everything. Reset my cannon, baby. You know, that feeling when, you know, if I didn't have all those technical issues that I had earlier, I would have been finished at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, but with my original plan. But oh well. It is what it is. Okay, so... You had to hope that all your torpedoes hit essentially on this turn. It's why aren't I asleep? Yeah, I mean, I could. Yes, taking sleep breaks like in in Bot and Kato's and just 100% and just leaving the game going. Remember that, as Alex says, the next Get Yourself speedrunning games are going to be this game, um, Bot and Kato's 100%, and I don't remember what else you said. I don't remember what else Alex said. It was something, just a bunch of games, a bunch of meme games or whatever, meme categories or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, not that I don't respect the fact that Buffon does that game at 100%, but I'm just saying. And that Serpent Torpedo miss, which is sad. And Pac-Man. Yeah, I'll just hand. Yeah, here you go, Atheist man. You can take care of it. All right. So the good thing is that even if you don't kill him on that last turn, you can do away with him on this turn. So it's all good. Not entirely sure. I can't remember how this fight went, but in my PB, I don't know if I'll lose time here or not. Actually. Minesweeper all mines. Why did I save time there on the Draco? What, I don't know what happened? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Like I repeat what I said before, that my sum of best is a pile of crap. It is not true. That is not real, that sum of best. which is why I'll go back and fix my splits later. Alright, Alec. Um, appreciate the host and appreciate you being here, so... So, good night. Have a good night. I mean, the sum of us probably could get that low. I mean, or in an actual run, you probably could get that time. As much time as I've already seen I can save, shoot, it's like the freaking time could go way down. It's realistic. I'll say that the sum of best is realistic. Alright, so here's Blueheim, which is a pretty lengthy fight, quite honestly. Not a bad fight, just lengthy. So, while that's happening, I'm just gonna do some things. Still sitting here, but I'm just checking something. Checking something while this is going on. So yeah, I'm mostly just trying to keep my health up in this fight because he can do a lot of damage to you in a short matter of time. And then building up the SP so I can just basically wail on him with Moonstone Cannon when I get the opportunity. That's gonna be your main damage dealer in this ship battle. We use a lot of gear grease in this fight. If I'm remembering correctly, this is the turn that you want to guard on this last slot, if I'm remembering correctly. Which you may be wondering why, but you'll find out why you're supposed to guard on the last slot of this turn. It's very important.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Alright, so here's the reason why we guard on this turn right here as soon as he uses it. Blue wins. If you don't guard, he knocks the ship all over the place, and then your next turn is very disadvantageous. Where if you guard, it keeps you from getting knocked off, I guess, off balance or whatever, and it does crap damage as well, so you can deal with it better next turn. Yeah, you get another chance to use the Moonstone Cannon first and foremost, and that's the important thing. So then we just like pile on the torpedoes and hope everything hits and all that good stuff. Torpedo Nation, yeah. Alright, I hear sirens outside. I don't know what to think about that, but...
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Alright, so will these torpedoes hit? That's the question. Yep, they did. Good stuff. This is Angie first. Someone found him. Someone found my husband. The police did. I guess that means he didn't go to work, huh? And you want to put Moonstone Cannon on that last turn. You don't want to put it on the third turn because it seems like he guards on that third turn. So yeah, you're just better off doing it on the fourth turn because he's not going to guard on the fourth turn for sure because he's going to use blue winds. So this fight's almost over. I swear, this is probably the longest of the Gigas ship battles, but it's not the longest ship battle. I'd say that goes to the Hydra. The Hydra definitely wins the honor of the longest ship battle. That's for sure.
Moonstone cannon.
And here we
Fire.
go. This should be the end. Alright, still saving time there too. Interesting.
Ooh,
I'm trying to think. Okay, yeah, the next split should lose time because we go and get Tika Tika, and I did not get him in my PV, so there will be a time loss on the next split. That's definitely gonna happen, but oh well. It's just, it's just something to expect.
Yes.
And off we go. Fixing to go to my favorite dungeon, which is the Ruins of Ice. I love that. That's my favorite dungeon. I like the music in both sections of that dungeon. Alright, so we're gonna get some discoveries in this next section, get another crew member, and then get back to Crescent Isle. Yeah, also, hi Nomics. Welcome back. Also, Crado said something about you getting like button inputs or whatever, that thing working on your stream where you can see your button presses when you're playing, I guess really anything on the SNES, but probably more for DKC too.
Retreat!
Yeah, that's really cool. I know I've seen that on Boyd's stream, and I know other people do it too. I think it's really cool. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, have it ready by Monday night. Yeah, that would be cool to see. Yeah, that's the button presses for this game. Uh, pretty much, yeah, just pretty much mash A repeatedly. Yeah, and yeah, for DKC too, it's just press Y. That's all you need to play that game. Just press Y. Yep, Tika Tika, totally good crew member. I don't regret getting him for sure. We can detect the reset button of the console. That actually, when you think about that, that's pretty cool. So, what Tika Tika does for you is he makes the accuracy of your torpedoes and ship battles higher. Um, so, and it really does seem to help. So we are saying that he's viable for the run. Well, Vice, Ica, and Fina, obviously they're playable and they're always in the party. At least after a certain point, they're always in the party. Then you have three other characters that you get at certain points in the game. You get Drachma at the beginning, which is the old guy. Then you get Enrique, which is who's in the party now. And then, well, you get Gilder. Sorry, you get Gilder after Drachma, and then you get Enrique. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is 6 playable characters. Drachma, Enrique, and Gilder get put into your party at certain parts of the game just because for storyline reasons, and then at the very end of the game you can pick whichever one you want to come with you for the final battle. These other people that I'm recruiting, like that guy, are just like crew members for your ship, and they do different things for like ship battles and some other things. Like that's basically their main reason. Some of them, and actually some of them become shopkeepers on your base. So they do different. Some of them have different uses, depending. Yes, I was checking my map and I was like right on target, but I needed to see where Sailor's Island was. The dungeons do have puzzles, but if you know what you're doing, I mean, they're not terribly difficult. And even then, from a casual perspective, I guess they're not really that bad. I would say, like, not. I mean, not like they're gonna confuse the crap out of you or something like that. But it's not even all the dungeons that really have puzzle aspects to them. So just some of them do. Some of the dungeons are just really short, and it's pretty much just go point A to point B sort of thing. You never know. You never know what you're doing, Onyx. Yeah, just press buttons until you win. Yeah. Remember our favorite quote, Nomics? Our favorite quote from Lloyd in Tales of Symphonia is don't get mad, I was just kind of saying stuff.
Retreat!
Alright, so then we get the balloon flower here. There we go. This you can't get. You could try to get it early on, but it would stop you before you could get to that point, so now you're able to get it though. Alright, Avenor, I appreciate you coming and I appreciate you hosting me. Have a good night. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna put the balloon flower somewhere else because it makes more sense to get it when I'm on my way to the Ruins of Ice. That's actually faster because I'm gonna be going that direction to get to the Ruins of Ice or the Lands of Ice, whatever. Because I'm gonna clip through the whatever to get there. Clip through the wall. Never let your feet run faster than your shoes. Bye again, Avenor. Man, my game. You do, Nomix. You need to make one. Also, I'm making a note for myself. I don't get it, but I got it. That quote is a good one too. Yeah, lands of the ruins of icy land ruins, something like that. I mean, that's basically what it is, so. Alright, so we get that moonfish, and then... I don't know why I was having so much trouble getting that just then. That was ridiculous, but... And then there's one more moonfish that we'll get when we get to the top of the, top of here where the meeting room is. Yo, Tika Tika, just hanging out there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's the time loss. I knew that was gonna come. Because getting Tika Tika and then probably just maybe some other things that made it slow. Oh, getting the moonfish slowed it down a little bit too. But it was to be expected, so... Another of her imaginations.
Aye, aye.
Alright, so... I will split when I get out of here. Because that pretty much starts the whole timer of getting to the lands of ice, clipping through, and all that good stuff, which I did not do in my PB. In my PB, I did not do the clip into the lands of ice, so. And poor Belle, we just leave her standing there. We don't ever recruit her. See, this is why I need to go. I'm gonna get the balloon flower later when I come this direction anyways. That makes way more sense. So. So where we are heading, obviously, is in this direction. It's a sky rift that's near near Ixataka. When you look at the map, I think I'll actually pull up the map and you'll see where it is for where you actually clip through. As far as knowing the you know the exact spot to do it at, that's easy. It's kind of easy to know where it is once you actually get to the sky rift. So it's right here, yeah, where the sky rift is and where this piece of land is. I think I get into an encounter before I break through, unfortunately. Or maybe I break through and then get into an encounter. There we go, got through. Yes, that is not intended.
Retreat.
You're not intended to go through there to get here that way. So then you find the aurora like pretty much immediately coming in from this direction. Sail a little bit more to get the ice lens right here on this little peak. And then turn a little bit, yeah, this to the southeast and get down to the ground, and you'll enter here. And that time save is real because probably for several reasons, but getting the clip is what saved the time, I'm imagining, and probably random battles and other things. Yeah, so these little rock things, like, or whatever you want to call them, they just give you like quizzes as far as it's like, what do you think the power of this at the this area is? And you're like, really? It's like that's a kind of a dumb question. If you say anything other than ice, I don't know. You don't want to give a wrong answer, otherwise you'll get sent back. There's not much to say about this area in general. Well, kinda not really, Nomics. The strat is kind of going throughout the rest of the run because we have the captain's hat, which is the accessory that gives a ton of a big boost to Vice's attack. So you're gonna see the effects of it throughout the run, essentially. You missed me getting the captain's hat, I believe, which was just from an optional fight. You get it from an optional boss fight. Though I guess that clip into the Lands of Ice was sort of new because well, it's not really new. It's just it wasn't in my PB. You what? Get 2 bonus tractors if you pre-order Farming Simulator 17. What? Uh, that's pretty much like, where do I sign up? Also, hello, a 13-hour mark. Or sorry, not 13, but 10. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Wow.
I'm not thinking, that's the thing. So it's really a mystery about what happened to the people that lived here, like in the Lands of Ice. You just don't know what happened to them. They just up and disappeared, which is interesting. They don't really give you much more information about the people that lived here other than, oh, they're just gone. They just disappeared. Also, this dungeon is really short. Like, really, really short. Nomics. You might have to say the last part, Kratos, because I don't think Nomics is going to type the last part. Which was probably the joke there, I would imagine. I'm gonna split when I actually trigger the fight here, but first I'm gonna change equipment. Because I got those Sylvite rings, I'm actually gonna equip those. These were from these were a random drop from a battle that I got. They prevent instant death, which is something this frickin' boss can do, unfortunately. Kratos. Yeah, I'd say my stream probably pretty is pretty PG. Nothing really, nothing really bad. Also, Angie Burns, if you are still here, you can smack me for saying that Justice Shield didn't lower the damage in this fight. Yeah, you can just smack me. It's okay. I admit the fact that I'm wrong on that one.
Here goes.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, I guess it does depend on the context, but you know. Shame on you. I know. I'm so bad for arguing about that. No, actually, I don't know if I really argued about it, but I just was like, no, it doesn't work, and it's like, yeah, it does. You're gonna laugh when you see that, because I equipped the captain's hat again there, and then I put the Sylvite ring on Ica, which is pretty funny because it used Death Laser on Ica. So that was, I don't know how that happened. That was just funny though. That's my favorite quote that he says in that game. It's just good. So I'm switching my equipment back around just in case. Which is actually really slow, obviously, but... Yeah, because you know he was, obviously you know he was holding back, you know, all that time with all the stuff that Kavar said, and, you know, you can only take so much before you just want to blow up and get what, you know, people let people get what's coming to them. Yeah, you can play on New Game Plus, Nomics. Think about that. Also, this attack that this thing uses, Avalauncher, that makes me think of Avenor. Like, it just makes me think of if Avenor had a special attack, it would probably be called Avalauncher. But too bad he's not. I wish he was here for me to hear. He was here to hear that. It'd be pretty funny. And I decided to do the safe thing here and not use Pirate's Wrath because I wouldn't have the SP to use Justice Shield too. So I decided to be a wimp and do safety strats. That's the thing, is like when you play the game through again on the second playthrough, you just pick things up. Like, you notice things. Of course, that's true of any game. I mean, it's true of any game that you just pick up on things because you know what's going to happen. I mean, you probably did. I mean, obviously you could see it immediately. I mean, you know.
That wasn't so bad.
For me, I didn't pick up on it because that was like one of the first Japanese RPGs I ever played. Like what I like to call real JRPGs that I played, not counting Pokemon and not counting Super Mario RPG. Nomix, are you serious? I'm just gonna. Are you serious? I actually can't tell if you're joking, Nomix. But if you're not joking, Nomix, Anna is Lloyd's mom, which would be, you know, put two and two together there. I notice things way more now because I've played like a zillion JRPGs, so now it takes way more to surprise me than it used to. But that's just true of anything once you've seen it. You weren't joking, but oh, okay. Nice. Oh, that made me laugh. But yes, that's who Anna is. Anna is Lloyd's mom. I mean, I don't know how many times they actually do say her name. I mean, other than him calling her mom, and then I don't know how many times it's actually said in the game. But anyways.
Oh.
why I'm Lloyd. Yes, Nomics. This is why. I think this is a perfect time for don't get mad. I was just kind of saying stuff. That's pretty much. I think that's pretty much a perfect time for that quote. Also, this scene, man. This scene is just sad. You had that line in your bio. That basically, exact. That's kind of the point. Is like, yeah, this is what you've been saying to them all along, Colette and Genus. It's like, and it's like, take what you say to heart, man, or take your own words to heart.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah, well, poor Lloyd. You know what I like? Because I did it recently during my recent playthrough of Symphonia again. The side quest um that you can do with I Freed the Pirate, when you get that pirate outfit and and you make some choice, like, I don't know, there's some where Lloyd actually likes the outfit, and the party's like, Lloyd's taste in clothing is questionable or something like that. And if you have Kratos in the party when you do that side quest,
Retreat!
Kratos says something like, "I'm sorry I wasn't there to raise you," or no, this is why, this is because I wasn't there to raise you, or I don't remember exactly how he worded it. It was funny though. Also, shoutouts to discovering the Lands of Ice when you've already been to the Lands of Ice and already completed the dungeon. No, I don't think you did Nomics, because you need to reach a certain point in rebuilding Lewin, and I don't think you reached the point that you need to, because it's really late. Um, that you have to donate a lot of money to Lewin to get to access to that pirate outfit. So I don't think you did, but you did. Yes, you did get the bathing suits. You did do that side quest. Which, I'll just tell you right now, it's funny when you do that side quest for Kratos, because he doesn't get his he doesn't get anything. He doesn't get his swimsuit at all, or any title or anything. He just like hangs out on the beach with you in his outfit. And it's just funny. And when you talk to him, I believe when you go talk to your party members when you're on the beach, you talk to him and Lloyd's like, "Aren't you hot?" or something like that. You ask him, "Aren't you hot in that outfit?" Yeah, Kratos doesn't do that. I'm surprised he was even there. It was that he even went with you, but it's I don't know. It's just funny. Yeah, and that would just be really. It would just be really if he even if he did get a swimsuit, I don't know. It would be weird. I don't know why. It just would be though. Yeah, Regal did. Regal had that same sort of vibe. I agree. But he at least does get a swimsuit if you if you pick him on the beach or for that side quest to get a swimsuit. He at least has one. Yeah, that's pretty much. Regal is like older than the rest of them by a lot. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, Nomics. The paw pad thing where she's like poking his paw pads. I want to say like the skits with that just says like poke poke, like she's just poking his paw pads or something like that. You like do that to does Lucy actually let you do that? Because I tried to do that to my cat and she won't let me do it. Or, well, okay, she will a little bit sometimes depending on her mood, but most of the time she won't let you do that. But I like to do it.
Uh-huh. Uh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Alright, so we're fixing after this to get into like a really boring dungeon that really does nothing. It's just exceedingly big. Like this dungeon is just large for no reason, the Maw of Tardis. Lucy doesn't care. I can kind of see that. She seems pretty laid back. She doesn't get bothered by things very easily. That and she probably really trusts you. She doesn't really care if you do it. Then again, my cat probably lets me do more things to her than probably most cats would. She's not got that, I don't know, that more cat personality where they're very much like, leave me alone, don't touch me type of thing. She likes attention. Not sure if I get these discoveries first before I split or not, but I'm gonna split when I actually enter the dungeon. Well, it makes more sense. Alright, so then we turn around, and this is right here, and we enter. So like I said, this place is just big for seemingly no reason, and you just have to sail through it. She'll get Sarah about out of the norm things, but she likes. She's pretty chill, just mess. Okay, yeah. She seems like that sort of personality. She doesn't like things that are out of the ordinary, but other than that, she's probably pretty cool. Speaking of, my cat is laying here on the couch next to me. Probably wondering why I'm still up. She's like, why are you still awake?
Retreat!
It's kind of like when you stayed up really late playing Symphonia-nomics and Lucy was just like, why? Like, why are you awake? Why are you doing this?
Retreat!
Why? Yeah, why am I still awake? Yeah, just go to sleep and leave the stream running, right? Unless you are talking to Nomics, yeah. I don't know what Nomics' normal bedtime is. Well, I know he's at least 2 hours, 2 hours behind me, sorry. Got sidetracked. No, yeah. Yes, Nomics is going to support me. Alright, so Yelliger is basically a pushover. He's not difficult at all, and he can't really do a lot of damage to me, so this fight's a joke, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so while this is going on, since there's not much to say about it, I'm going to be right back for a second. So I'm going to mute myself. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. No, you just missed it right as I said I was gonna go do something to me back. It's not too late. It isn't too late for you at the moment, but definitely getting close to bedtime. Yeah, I know that feel, Nomix. It's 1:15 here for me. Well, I am having fun with this Kratos because, I mean, this is my favorite game, so I like doing it, you know, and I want to get this even lower because it's definitely obvious we can get this time even lower than you know, what I got, so I'll be doing another run at some point. I don't know when, but probably not anytime soon, as you can probably imagine.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
I'm actually not sure about why I'm losing time here, but I don't know what happened to my PB. And there goes Yelliger, and we've got the Yellow Moon Crystal now, so... Almost spoilers. Yeah, well, I actually really don't know what happened in my PB there and why I lost that time, so... Unless it's just a difference in splitting, I'm not really sure what happened there. I don't know why it would be. I don't know why I would have split differently there. Alright, so here's the most important crew member in the game. Is Ilkamus. We get him and will sell items on your base, mostly healing items at first, and then when you give him money, he'll change up his shop and start selling stat boosting seeds, which is invaluable in this run. And so, anyways, after we recruit him, we've got to get some discoveries around this area. Nothing too difficult, though. And then random battles are nearly a thing of the past because you don't get into any random battles when you're above the clouds like this. Yeah, I'm gonna end up changing my routing for some of the discoveries next time. I've already changed it in my notes, so just a few of them because it made more sense. And look who's back! It's a Gilder. Though he won't be joining the party just yet, but he will be. He's just giving us some inside information. Yeah, I mean, she was pretty much tricked to go get all the moon crystals. She doesn't, I mean, she was told the reason, this is the reason why, but that's not really the reason why they wanted her to gather them up, so. And she doesn't really know the truth about them either, but she's gonna find out, and it's just kind of sad. She gets used. Alright, so first and foremost, we go find Ilkamus, who is over here, and give him 1,000 gold, which is, actually pretty much worth it. The fact that you only have to give him 1,000 gold to get him to start selling this stuff is pretty amazing. This is to get him to start selling the stat boosting seeds, so this is why we do it. I'm surprised you don't have to give him more than that, though. It's like, what an investment. What? No, it's so pure like Aquafina. Oh my gosh. That was that was pretty freaking good, man. That made me laugh. Alright, I think I need to split here after we leave. Alright, so we gotta get a few discoveries before we go to Dangrel Island. Oh yes, this is where this is where we get the, I gotta find the ancient palace first and foremost and get into position, for the flying flail discovery and the flutterflies and a bunch of other stuff, so... Alright, so there's the ancient palace. So we gotta get on top of it, essentially, and, raise the altitude here, face west, and then save and reset. NKY food. Yeah, I mean, just seeing that as just seeing it as words, that would just be interesting because I don't know, it just wouldn't have the context. Alright, so basically we'll see the flying flail come at us like almost immediately. There it is, you just chase it down. Or not even really chase it, honestly. And then you quickly start sailing in this direction because this is very timed. If you want to get the flutterflies, which are worth a good amount of gold, you need to follow this path, and you need to do it quickly after you get the flutterflies. Follow this exact path, fly over this, you'll see Gordo's Bistro over there. And you just keep sailing till you see the green moon, and then the flutterflies are right there. Though they could be in a different position depending on, I don't know, it just depends. Probably a little bit on how fast you got the flying flail, if it got in your way and slowed you down at all. Casually, that discovery is very annoying, not gonna lie. Most people really don't like the flutterflies. But there's actually more than one way to manipulate them casually. I've seen in different FAQs. Alright, so we get these discoveries here because it's really easy to get. There's so many just easy little discoveries in this area, and I think we get two more, sorry. The Moonstone Lake, which is right here, and then the Bottomless Pit. You don't need, well, I don't need all of the discoveries, but we get the discoveries for money. That's why. And we need as much money as possible to buy the Piranha Seeds, which is what buffs up Vice's attack stat. So that's why we get as many as possible. Mostly the easy ones, except for, a few other than that I manipulate to get because they're worth a lot of money. The flying flail and the flutterflies are worth, I can't even explain how much money they're worth. It's a lot. They're worth getting. And I do this and I end up missing the bottomless pit a little bit, but then I turn around and find it. I was off by just a bit. There it is. Not too bad. I'm gonna save time here because it took me, well, actually I think I will. It depends. It took me a while to find a bottomless pit the last time, so I should save time from that, but I don't know, because I'm actually going to go to Sailor's Island and sell these discoveries. I don't actually know if I'll save time or not, because I'm not sure if I did that in my PB. Actually, no, because if I go and visit, if I go also and visit Doc to give my 3 moonfish away, no, I won't save time here, because I definitely didn't do that in my PB. So yeah, there's going to be a time loss here. I don't think there's any way around it, other than unless I was just really, really slow doing something else. Because after I do this, I have to leave here and go sell a bunch of stuff and buy some stuff. So yeah, this split is going to be a little bit wonky because of the extra stuff that I've added in that I have to do. And feeding these moonfish is slow, but the only reason we do this again is to get 2 items that I can sell. Well, actually, you get more than 1 item that you can sell, but whatever. Lopsided runs, yeah. This split will be more accurate though on here because it's just because we've added this in. So if I still manage to save time after all this, and that just tells you how much time I wasted trying to find the bottomless pit in my last run, that will definitely become obvious. Yeah, so you can basically see how much money I've got, which is a ton when you think about it. All those discoveries, man, so much money. When does he get big enough to eat a ship? He doesn't. I don't think he ever really gets that big, but he does get big enough and has wings and flies around and everything. Yeah, that's why the flying flail and the flutter flies are so important. And you do get some piranha seeds in general from as random drops from some fights and in treasure chests. So you actually end up getting some anyways. Yeah, I was looking for these 2 items for an extra 20k. So we buy the X cannon. What I used to do is get the X cannon that was in the Hydra as in the dungeon, the Hydra. I used to get it in there, but now I buy it here and just rip the chameleon apart. And the next when we actually get to those ship fights, I'm gonna save a ton in those ship battles. So it just helps having the X cannon ahead of time because I can use it in that fight. I can use it in the Hydra, so it makes use to just go ahead and buy it, or makes sense to just go ahead and buy it. We get 53, we buy 53, 54, but we can't buy them all at once. In the first go around we can buy 37 or 38, depending. In this run, I can't remember how many I get, 38 or something. And then you get money and come back and buy more, and you can buy about enough to get up to 50 something. So it's 53, 54 in that range, counting some of them that you get from, you get one from a treasure chest in Ortega, you get one as a drop from something. Oh yeah, Vigoro drops one in Dangrel when you fight him again. And I know I'm forgetting one, but anyways. Like when you add it up, it's 53 or 54. Somewhere in that range is how many you end up being able to get. And then when you add the captain's hat on top of it, in normal battles anyways, that damage is ridiculous. But it helps in ship battles too. Like without it, the ship battles would be so much longer. You know, I forgot to split, but oh well. I'm gonna skip the split then. I meant to split when I entered Dangrel. Yeah, it's only his base damage, which obviously and the parentheses obviously go towards that, so yeah. If the captain's hat actually helped, and your weapon actually helped at all, the ship battles would probably even be more ridiculous. But anyways. It's just, I mean, it makes sense how they designed it. I mean, the accessories they have equipped and their weapons they have equipped should not matter. It should only matter what is actually on the ship. But, I mean, I guess they had to find some way to factor in the character who's actually using the weapon, the cannon or whatever on the ship. So they basically said, oh, well, we'll just take their base damage, their base attack power, and come up with a calculation, essentially.
Retreat!
So this is really, like, this part of the run is really, like, all, I don't know, there's not much going on, because there's a long gap between, the last boss fight and the next one. I mean, you fight Yelligar, and then you do just different side things, like, plot-wise, and I don't know, there's so much going on before you actually get to the next boss fight. It's kind of a while. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that there's any enemies that drop the seeds. If they do, it's probably really low. probably really low probability. Especially something like that. They're gonna make that a low chance to drop. They're not gonna make that something something that drops very often. Also, this scene, it's a good scene, but it's sad. Yeah, it's pretty much like yeah, getting that drop is ridiculous. I don't know if getting if there's I mean there are enemies that will drop stat boosting seeds because I've seen other seeds drop from enemies, but the drop rate can't be. It's probably not as bad as that, but it's probably not high either.
Aha! Oh, wow.
Poor Gregorio.
Ha!
Yeah, if you actually know which enemies actually drop them, and I don't. I don't know what enemies actually drop Piranha seeds. Magic seeds? Not trying to understand what you mean by that. There are, but I'm not sure why they would matter. Magic is like pathetic, man, in this game, and you don't really need to boost your magic attack power. Like Ica and Fina already do enough damage to take out any enemies you would try to kill with it. I'm not sure where it would be useful. Like, magic is just pathetic in this game, unfortunately. You only use magic in 2 boss fights where it would actually count. Like, you use Crystalli and you use Pyre in the first 2 boss fights, and there's no way you can get any stat boosting seeds to do anything with that early. That's way too early in the game. Because after that you're using Crystalli's boxes, and that doesn't matter as far as what your magic stat is. That's just an item. It does the same amount of damage no matter who uses it. Other than that, you do not cast magic after those two boss fights. You do not cast magic anymore, other than casting Incrum, and casting Incrum doesn't matter. That's just putting a buff on someone, essentially giving them a boost in attack and defense. So. Also, this is going to get changed as well. I'm changing my route here for when I sell discoveries, because it's just slower to sell the discoveries here in Nazrad, because you have to walk quite a ways to get to the Sailors Guild, or whatever you want to call it. Alright, good night, Nomics. Thanks for being here, and thanks for hosting me. Okay, the fact that, I'm losing the time here means I don't know when I split here either, so... Guess I'm skipping that split too, because I really don't know. Also, hi Sylvite, I didn't know you were here. Montage sequence. You didn't know you were here either. Okay. That's okay right now, considering it's as late as it is here. It's hard to stay conscious right now. Alright, so here's our first round of Piranha seeds. But I do buy a few other things. After this guy gives me a big long spiel about his life. So sell everything you don't need. So, a few more of those. I probably only should have bought like 5 more of them. Make sure you have some Rhizoline crystals, because you never know what will happen. Yeah, so I have 39. I was able to buy 38 of them. So we just use them all and any other seeds that we have, because we had some others and we just use them all. I was like, when I read your comments of it, I was like, what? But yeah, now I know what you're talking about, yeah. You can only sell the captain's hat for like 10 gold.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Namako, it's on YouTube. My video walkthrough that I did, like several years ago at this point. I mean, there's no commentary or anything because I didn't have, no, I don't know, I didn't have that capability at that time. So it's just videos, and they're probably really poor quality now, so. As in, they probably don't look that good anymore, like the quality, so. But they're probably not, I mean, they're watchable. Yep, I did. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the point is that you can watch them and get the information because I have playlists for the the first of all the playthrough itself, and then I have playlists for just like the moonfish for the discoveries and some and I guess just them, yeah, the moonfish and discoveries. Most people wanted the discoveries. Although most people, a lot of people wanted the moonfish too, because apparently this is the location of some of them is a little confusing. Also, I have to say that when you get in here and you're like going down, and you can see Solstice in the background. I don't, that's really creepy. Like right there, that I don't. That's really creepy looking. I'll be honest. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that that this summer best you can go off of too well, considering some of it was just me splitting at different times. Although, do I think it could get this low? I mean, there's probably some truth to it, as far as how low it is. I'm not gonna say it's totally not truthful. I mean, some of it probably is true, but yeah, you probably could get the run um, that low. That is definitely true. Yeah, that's obviously not when I split. Because there's no way I saved that much time on that. Probably split when you get to actually get into the fight with him. By the way, these fights against the chameleon are really are going to be real fun, and I'm actually saying that in a good way because you'll just see like the amount of time that it saves. I don't know. I really don't know how about that time save and where it came from, but whatever. I don't know what I did to save that time. So yeah, with this chameleon fight, if you manage to deplete his HP in this first round, you get his items twice. So the drops that you're supposed to get in the next round, you'll get them again. Because this fight will end after this first round will end after you do enough damage, so. Also, my cat needs to stop going nuts right now. She's like running around all over the place for some reason. Good stuff right there. It's like, get wrecked, Loco. Yeah, so we want to silence him immediately. To prevent him from doing something stupid like casting drill on you, which would debuff you and it would just be annoying. Well, and he tries to do other things. He has some other magic spells that he'll try to use, and when he's silenced, obviously he can't do that. You don't know if you can make it another 2 hours, so if dude, I'm like fading. Yeah, I am fading fast, but I've got to stick around, I guess, to do my splits, even though they're not accurate anyways. I mean, as far as like how much I'm ahead, that's probably that's accurate, but I don't know. Some of it's not. The rest of it's not accurate as far as what my sum of best is. Alright, see you, Kratos. It's alright. At this point, I'm tired too. But have a good night, Kratos. Thanks for being here. Now that was actually a gold. That one's for real, so... Alright, everybody, get ready for a really pathetic ship battle after that one. The Blackbeard 2. We just killed hundreds of people, yeah, not a big deal. It's all good. Sick burnouts, yeah. I mean, because at some points, you know, Vice just, like, spins it. Oh, yeah, barrel rolls, I guess is the yeah, that's the better term. Yeah, this boss fight is pathetically easy right here. It's especially easy when you have the X cannon already and you've got Vice like totally beefed up. So we're gonna X cannon and just boost stats. And then I just have everyone else just attack because for some reason if something didn't hit, it's like whatever. You don't have the SP to do anything else, and this guy's pathetic, so... See you, Baltor. That's about as easy as that fight is. Yeah, that's very much true. That Baltor, he's so silly. That second Baltorf was slower, like very slow on in the old route. But now when you have the X cannon and the Apo axes and everything, it's just it turns it into a joke. So we're gonna sell these last two discoveries. Because we shouldn't get any more. This should be... I don't know why you get that much money for the value in wreckage. I don't understand why you get that much money for that discovery. Alright, Sylvite. Have a good night. But I do appreciate you being here and sticking around, no matter what. If anything, it will motivate him because there's just there's so much time to save. Just from the early game alone. The beginning of the game is where all my time saves are for the most part. I mean, there's probably time to save later on in the game too, just not doing derpy things, but my early game has a billion years to save.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Alright, so
Aye, aye.
lots of scenes here in this section, because that's pretty much all that's gonna happen. Lots of scenes and then one forced encounter and then we'll be off to the next place.
Thank you very much.
Aye, aye.
Alright, so these random soldiers here are really annoying. but that's why I equipped the Sylvite rings, and I'm glad that I had them just for this fight because these enemies have an attack called Death Strike that is instant death, and I don't know what the percentage of it is to cause instant death, but it seems to happen quite often, so the Sylvite rings actually helped out a lot here. But in general, Vice can take them out with a Cutlass Fury. So they're not really incredibly difficult, it's just stupid. Like, as far as, the whole instant death thing is just annoying, you know, having to deal with it at all. But anyways, I digress on that, that's just what it is. Because believe me, you can get unlucky enough to where these guys kill all three of them. It's happened. You don't want it to happen, but it happens. Luckily though, if they do manage to kill all of you, you don't really get a game over. It's not really a game over, you just, it just says, do you want to give up or you want to try again, and you just try again. It's still a time waster, but, at least you don't have to like totally redo all those scenes all over again, because let me tell you, you would just cry if you had to do all that again. And you know, as much as we don't want to make the choice here to just surrender the moon crystals to him, the alternative is fighting him, and obviously that's slower. So, unfortunately, we have to play the role of I'll just give him up to avoid the fight. I'm Captain Planet, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much true, Namaku. We're getting there. We're getting to the end of this run. Slowly but surely.
Uh-huh. Ah. Thank you very much.
Alright. Getting
Yes, my
close to the
lord.
Great Silver Shrine.
Mother!
After these silly scenes with Alfonso. It's like, seriously, why can't we ever just really kick his butt?
No!
Even the children. Women and children first. Alright, so the Great Silver Shrine is like needlessly long as well for no reason. I don't know, for some reason that place always makes me disoriented. But there's some good treasure in here, and there's good armor and some other just good stuff that you can get in here, so at least it has that going for it. Yeah, that's the sound. I will admit that, yeah, that sound effect in here is like, okay, what in the world? The physics inside of here seem really wonky too. I mean, I'm sure they probably maybe did it on purpose, but I don't know. It just seems really wonky. I swear, getting out of that first little section that they drop you in is harder than it looks. Hence why I was screwing around there. I hate the physics here, man. They don't make any sense. Like, you try to go one way and the game is sending you in a different direction. So I don't know what exactly they were thinking with the design aspect here. Yeah, don't ever get lost in here. It's just, you're not gonna have a fun time if that happens. I guess the best thing to say is just be glad you don't have to walk all the way back out of here. At least they give you a warp out of here after after you're done, because it would just be really annoying if you had to end up walking all the way out of here again. Just don't ever pick the option and accidentally say no, because then you'll cry. Yeah, so I'm just re-equipping some people. Yeah, that's one of those things, like, thank goodness they put that in there. They probably knew that you didn't want to walk all the way back out of here again. So at least the developers pretty much figured that out. That they really shouldn't torture you with that. Alright, get ready for more cutscene extravaganza. As we get a real history lesson from the elders about the world and blah blah blah. We get to learn the truth here about the Reigns of Destruction. Which Fina did not know, but she's going to be enlightened. Actually, she was already enlightened, but there's one thing she didn't know. Also, this room right here, when he takes you, yeah, to the Hall of Knowledge or whatever, this emulators hate this fucking screen. Like this, if you're playing this game on emulator, it will lag so badly during this. I think I remember watching Saito do one of his runs, and it was just so, the lag here was pretty bad. But maybe it also depends on your computer and probably maybe other things. It probably depends on several things, but when I play it on emulator on my computer, it's all okay, but it's not happy about it. You're dropping frames. That's much as true. Yeah, the more you know. So eventually the elders will be done giving their spiel on everything they want to say. And unfortunately, Fina finds out she's been used this entire time. They wanted the moon crystals to bring down the Reigns of Destruction again. That was the one key detail she didn't know was the reason why they wanted her to gather the crystals together, but now she knows. Could you tell us how they were actually made? I mean, I'm actually interested to know that too, because they would just say, oh, well, they made them, and they don't really explain more than that. Except, like I said, at when you're at the end of the Ruins of Ice, you get that little tidbit about Rachnem, how he came to be. He used to be a normal Arkwell, and they implanted the crystal in him and turned him into that. So that's the only thing you get about any of the Gigas is about him. Alright, let's get the heck out of here and never come back. Yeah, I'm realizing that I forgot to change some equipment on my ship. Cupel, once again, we're not feeding you. No matter how much you beg, we are not going to feed you any chams, unfortunately. Yeah, you would just you'd be really sad once you figured out that that's not a good thing. You would be very sad. Okay, so right now we are literally selling everything that has no use anymore. Get rid of that. Anything that's no longer useful. Because we're going to buy the last bit of Piranha seeds that we can.